Good morning to all. The Committee on Youth Sports, Parks, and Recreation is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Dwayne M. DeGraff absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson present. Senator Carla Joseph. Present. Senator Carla Joseph present. Senator Stephen D. Payne. Senator Stephen D. Payne absent. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion present. Mr. Chairman, we have 4 members present, 3 members absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please mark Senator Javon James as excused? He's on his way, so he's tardy. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead and read it, please.
March 24th, 2021. Honorable Samuel Carrion, Chairman, Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Mr. Chairman, Carrion, I am currently at home recovering from COVID-19 and have encountered some medical challenges along the way. Therefore, I will not be attending the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, March 24th, 2021, at the Fritz E. Lawetz Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. I am kindly asking to be excused from this meeting. Please forward all documents received at the meeting to me via email at spayne@legvi.org or to my office. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Senator at Large, Member, Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any other correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair. March 24th, 2021, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Chairman, Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 20 Estate, Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, 00820. Dear Senator Carrion, I will be late attending the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation scheduled for Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 due to a previous engagement that cannot be rescheduled. I will be in as soon as possible, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that all?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then go ahead and mark excuse Senator Payne and Senator James, please. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, revised agenda, Fritz E. Lawetz Conference Room, St. Croix, Wednesday, March 24th, 2021, 10 a.m. Please be advised that the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Overview of operations and status update on the Division of Children and Family Services, as well as the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services within the VI Department of Human Services. Invited testifier, Honorable Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Lunch, 12 to 12:30 p.m. Block 2, 12:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Overview of operations and status update on the Virgin Islands Sports Commission. Invited testifier, Mr. Leon Hunt, Chairman, Virgin Islands Sports Commission. Block 3, 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Status update on the Division of Sports and Athletics within the Department of Education and an overview of the Virgin Islands Interscholastics Association. Invited testifier, Honorable Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Mr. Oliver Isaac, President, Interscholastics Association, St. Thomas, St. John. Ms. Lucille Hobson, President, Interscholastics Association, St. Croix.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good morning, welcome. Good morning to my colleagues, good morning to the staff, good morning to the testifiers, good morning also to the viewing and listening audience, everyone who has tuned in to today's Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Thank you for tuning in. I would like to explain before we begin for everyone that is watching or hearing that we have combined the first and second block of today's agenda in order to be able to accommodate Mr. Hunt from the Sports Commission, who is not available, who will not be available this afternoon. He has some time constraints. So in order to be able to accommodate, we have combined Block 1 and Block 2. We're going to allow Mr. Hunt to place his testimony on the record. And this morning in the first block, so we're combining Block 1 and Block 2. I also, first let me once again reiterate my condolences to Senator Villalade and his family, as well as to those mourning the loss of Ms. Pauline Frachetti Figueroa. She clearly touched the lives of many in the community and will be missed. I also would like to thank everyone who have expressed their thoughts and prayers toward myself and my family on the loss of my brother. Also, given the recent gun violence here on St. Croix, I know that many others in our community are still mourning the loss of friends and loved ones, and my deepest condolences and prayers remain with you. Let me also say a special good morning to all the women of the Virgin Islands Legislature, because we are still celebrating VI History Month, but also Women's History Month. So let us acknowledge that in terms of the first branch of government, women have for many years played a very important role and have been the backbone of this institution. So I would like to commend all those that are currently serving, and also we must remember and acknowledge those that have served and have gone before all of us. I would also like to recognize those also serving executive director, legal counsel, those working in security, in the business office, human resource, our reporter divisions, media divisions, every woman that is working in the legislature, and all the women of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for all that you do. Right, Senator Carla Joseph? Thank you. And my good colleague that is also a member of this committee, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. So thank you. I also would like to remind everyone of deadlines that are approaching in terms of registering for summer job programs with the Department of Labor, especially our young people. We have different programs that are available. I want to remind you to take advantage and register. Contact the Department of Labor. I also urge anyone interested to visit my Facebook page, where we are doing our best to compile this information for you. You can also contact our office. The number is 712-2280, 712-2280 for assistance in English or in Spanish, and we could assist you in filing those applications, and also for various scholarships that are available. So I want to remind the young people, take advantage of all the scholarships that we have available and apply for them. Before we get started, there's one more thing I must address as a chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation, and as a father. and a concerned member of this community, we unfortunately learned that this week of a horrific case of a child abuse here in St. Croix. And my prayers remain with this child, who I believe is still recovering from the abuse. And one of my greatest concerns about the long-term closure of our school campuses is the loss of the safety net of our schools that our schools provide. So if it's possible that a teacher or someone else might have noticed before things really get bad. So please, I want to ask the community to be on alert, keep your eyes open, always inquire about the well-being of the children that you know within your neighborhood. We honestly have to create that safety network that is so important. It takes a village to raise a child, so let's develop that village mentality that is so important. And today we will be hearing, as you heard on the agenda, in the first block, we'll be hearing from the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, where she will be sharing with us an update of the programs related to children and family services and also youth protection services. So I want to thank the Commissioner for taking out the time this morning to share with us and give us an update. And also from Mr. Leon Hunt, who is the chairman of the Sports Commission. We will also be hearing testimony from him. So let's do now a mic check to ensure that everyone is connected. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. How are you, Senator?
Good. I came off a little bit. Try to check again, 1, 2, 3, and see how the volume is.
Mic check.
Okay.
Just a background noise.
There is a little background echo. Let's see who else is with you. If they could also say their name and do a mic check.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner.
You're coming through good.
Good morning, Shauna Brathwaite, Administrator, Division of Intervention and Prevention Services.
Good. Coming through good. And Mr. Hunt? Let's do a mic check. Is Mr. Hunt on? He's not on? Okay, Mr. Hunt, can we do a mic check, please? You need to turn on your camera so we could see you. I think you're muted. I guess we're having some issues there with, we're not hearing you, Mr. Hunt. Are you unmuted? Let's take a 1-minute recess until we get this resolved. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation stands on recess for 1 minute. Okay, good morning once again. Good morning once again. We're back from recess. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation is back from recess. I think we have, I would like to acknowledge the presence of committee member Senator DeGraff. Let's mark him, please, as present. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, you should be able to hear me now, right?
We hear you. We need to see you now.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Okay, mic check. So
All right.
sound is
Perfect.
good. Good. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to join us this morning. We will be starting with Commissioner Gomez. Please proceed with your testimony, but you could introduce your staff once again and proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the committee. Today I have with me Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin and Shauna Brathwaite, the Administrator who has territorial oversight of the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services. So we've done a mic check, so I think we're ready to go. Is that true?
Yes, we're ready to go. You can proceed with your testimony this morning.
Great, awesome, thank you. Good morning again to our chairman, Senator Samuel Carrion of the Committee on Sports, Parks, Youth Sports, Parks and Recreation, members of the committee present today, senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and to the listening and viewing audiences. I'm Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, and I'm pleased to present testimony today that provides an overview of the operations and status update of the Division of Children and Family Services, otherwise known as DCFS, and the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services, or DIPS. And as stated earlier, accompanying me today is our Assistant Commissioner, Carla Benjamin, who has oversight of DCFS and DIPS, and Ms. Shauna Brathwaite, the Territorial Administrator of DIPS. I will first start with the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services, which is also formerly known as the Division of Juvenile Justice. I'll be using the terms youth, adolescents, minors, residents, and a child or children interchangeably to refer to persons younger than the age of 18 years old. This division primarily serves youth who are presenting problems as behavioral. Youth become clients of this division after being assessed by another division within DHS as being at high risk for involvement in the juvenile justice system, or they become clients after becoming adjudicated or actual involvement in the juvenile justice system. The division serves at-risk youth to include persons in need of supervision or PENS. These are youth that have been determined to be beyond their parents' control and require the family court's supervision, adjudicated youth, and youth remanded to the Youth Rehabilitation Center and the Anna's Hope Group Home. Staff at the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services refer clients for treatment and rehabilitative services tailored to the needs of adolescents and their families. The unit provides intervention, social work supportive services, counseling, and case management to families with chronic dysfunction and/or who are high risk. The division has a total of 47 staff, 5 in the Juvenile Justice Unit in St. Croix, 4 in the St. Thomas, St. John District, 36 at the Youth Rehabilitation Center, and 2 at the Anna's Hope Group Home. The district unit offices in St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John are staffed by family services specialists, social workers, and district managers who provide counseling, monitor clients' compliance with court orders, and make referrals for therapeutic services. The workers collaborate with school officials to monitor attendance and participation. They collaborate with various organizations to make referrals for therapeutic services to local private providers and identify community service placements. Clients are adolescents who have demonstrated at-risk behaviors such as truancy, drug use, and lack of compliance with rules at home and school. At-risk clients are provided services to prevent them from entering the juvenile justice system. Youth are determined to be a person in need of supervision or PENS when a petition is initiated by their parents in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands after attempts to resolve behavioral issues are unsuccessful. The PENS case is assigned to a worker who works with the family to develop a plan that encourages the child to comply with the court order. Youth who come into the court's attention have committed crimes or, having violated the court's order, can be remanded to YRC. When youth are released from YRC, the youth's cases are not closed. The assigned family services specialists and social workers follow up with the client and family to monitor compliance with the probation guidelines. The Youth Rehabilitation Center, or YRC, is the only secure detention facility in the territory, providing detainment for youth remanded by the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in both districts. The facility houses youth that are on pretrial status, youth that have been an adjudicated delinquent, and youth legally transferred to adult status for committing serious felonies. The facility has 23 rooms with bunk beds for males in the secured area called the Courtyard, which is the original housing area for YRC. Since the pandemic, the Courtyard is used to quarantine male residents upon admission to the facility. There are also 22 beds for males in the dormitory called the Annex, which is sectioned into 2 pods called Annex A and Annex B. Females are housed in a secure 3-bed area called Intake. The Youth Rehabilitation Center provides intake, social services, education, recreation, nutrition, health, and mental health services, as well as all court-related and intervention services to its residents. Correction officers are the first contact for all persons coming into the facility, including residents. They provide safety and security for the persons within the facility and for residents on and off facility 24 hours per day, every day. In addition to their security duties, some correctional officers assist residents with assignments, offer moral support, and participate in recreational activities. YRC's residents' social services needs are managed primarily by the treatment component. Additionally, they have an assigned family services specialist or social worker in the intervention unit in their respective district of origin that provides social services. YRC treatment staff conducts case management services to include scheduling and accompanying residents to medical appointments, supervising school participation, providing homework assistance, and encouraging compliance with facility rules. Treatment staff plan social service activities that are executed in coordination with the security team. The Anna's Hope Group Home serves clients needing emergency placement and court-ordered evaluations and respite. The facility operates 24 hours per day. Staff provides supervision and guidance to the residents. A system of reward and consequences is used to encourage positive behavior. Therapeutic services are provided by therapists contracted by the Department of Human Services. Prior to the pandemic, the residents attended various schools in the community and participated in extracurricular activities. DIBS promotes prevention efforts through the support of programs and services designed to meet the needs of at-risk youth and minors charged with the commission of a delinquent act. The goal of this division is to provide individualized supervision, care, accountability, and treatment in a manner which equips the minor with skills needed to live responsibly and productively in our community. The division strives to achieve this goal through collaborations with the community partners such as the Virgin Islands National Guard Youth About Face program, the Department of Labor, the University of the Virgin Islands, the Village, and Youth Arise. These community partners provide programs and services that keep the clients engaged in positive activities and help the clients develop new social networks. Therapeutic services are provided by several clinicians who perform psychological evaluations and conduct individual, family, and group therapy. In fiscal year 2020, there were 159 clients, 106 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 53 in the St. Croix district who received services from DIPS. The client types are as follows. We had 37 at risk, broken down 34 in St. Thomas, St. John, and 3 in St. Croix. We had 6 PENS, 1 in St. Thomas, St. John, and 5 in St. Croix. We had 116 adjudicated, 71 in the St. Thomas, St. John, and 45 in St. Croix. The current caseload is 115, 87 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 28 in St. Croix. There are 50 at risk, 48 in St. Thomas, and 2 in St. Croix, 2 PENS, in St. Croix, and 63 adjudicated, 39 in St. Thomas and 24 in St. Croix. In fiscal year 2020, 49 minors were remanded to YRC. Of the total minors served, 32 or 65% were from St. Croix and 17 or 35% were from the St. Thomas, St. John district. 33 minors were admitted for the first time to YRC during this period, in contrast to the 12 minors who were repeat admissions. The current census is 9 residents, 4 from the St. Thomas, St. John district and 5 from St. Croix, and 5 of those are residents who are repeat admissions. The Division of Children and Family Services, or DCFS, works to facilitate and ensure the best safety, permanency, and well-being outcomes for children, youth, and families in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The division provides case management services to children and their families in the territory in accordance with appropriate federal and local statutes. The division has 2 components, the Protective Unit and the Foster Care Adoptions Unit. Staffing for the Protective Unit includes 4 staff in the St. Croix District and 3 in the St. Thomas, St. John District, including the district manager. The Foster Care Adoptions Unit in St. Croix District has 3 staff, including the district manager, and 3 in the St. Thomas, St. John District. The district unit offices in the protective component is staffed by family services specialists, social workers, caseworkers, and a district manager. There is a district manager vacancy in the St. Croix District that dates back to 2016. The protective unit can also be called the in-home services unit because it provides services to families that are presenting at risk factors for child abuse and neglect issues. This unit provides crisis intervention, case management, and monitoring, as well as advocacy and referral services. Children and family are referred to private providers of therapeutic and psychological services. Staff collaborate with school personnel, our local community clinics, and parents to address areas of outstanding conflict to prevent the families at risk factors from escalating to child maltreatment and the need to separate children from their families. The Foster Care Adoptions Unit, 1 in each district, is staffed by family services specialists, social workers, and a district manager. There is currently a district manager vacancy in the St. Thomas District. In keeping with the division's mandate to ensure the best safety, well-being, and permanency outcomes for children and families, this component provides services to children and family where children have been separated from their families voluntarily or involuntarily. Children that are separated from their families of origin are placed in foster care, including congregate and residential treatment facilities within and outside the territory, only if there are no relatives or fictive kin options available. This unit has local and federal mandates to ensure that children achieve permanency in a timely fashion. The department's efforts are made to reunify children with their families of origin or with extended family and fictive kin. However, in the absence of a safe family, relatives, and fictive kin options, termination of parental rights and the adoption option is pursued. When children are separated from their families of origin or involuntarily, the process of reunification or other safe permanency options takes place under the jurisdiction of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands Family Division. Under the umbrella of the Protective Care for At-Risk Families and Foster Care Adoptions, DCFS also provides family preservation services, recruitment and training of the full range of foster and adoptive parents called resource parents, adoption home study, both domestic and international, and custody recommendations to the court. The division also works closely with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children, Children's Bureau Region 2 team, and the Capacity Building Centers for States. Current projects include the National Training and Development Curriculum for Foster and Adoptive Parents, or NTDC. The NTDC is a new curriculum that places the parents as tender healers, or PATH curriculum, which has become dated. The NTDC is being piloted by Spalding.org through a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Administration for Children and Families, Administration on Children, Youth, and Families Children's Bureau. The Children's Bureau is also providing technical assistance to DCFS with the territory's rollout of the requirements of the Family First Prevention Services Act, which was required nationwide by October 1st, 2021. The Campaign for Children.org's Family First Prevention Services Act fact sheet succinctly captures the spirit of the legislation. Aims to prevent children from entering foster care by allowing federal reimbursement for mental health services, substance use treatment, and in-home parenting skill training. It also seeks to improve the well-being of children already in foster care by incentivizing states to reduce placement of children in congregate care. The department is in the process of ensuring we are in compliance with this deadline. The Department of Human Services became a Title IV-E agency in October 2016, and as such received several dedicated federal grants for promoting safe and stable families. The funding streams are Title IV-B Subpart 1, Child Welfare Social Services, and the multiple Promoting Safe and Stable Families grants. Title IV-B Subpart 2, Promoting Safe and Stable Families, Promoting Safe and Stable Families Monthly Caseworker Visits, Promoting Safe and Stable Families Kinship Navigator, the Don H. Chafee Education and Training Voucher, the John H. Chafee Foster Care Program for Successful Transition to Adulthood and Family Violence Prevention and Services Program. There are also three other funding streams, the Children's Justice Act Community-Based Abuse Prevention, or CBCAP, and the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or CAPTA, and have also been part of the Social Services Block Grant. The total funding amount of this is $1.3 million. I would be remiss if I did not mention a few of our challenges in today's hearing. As you may be aware, both divisions are experiencing severe staffing shortages that are evident across all divisions and programs with human services. This lack of staff is rendering incredible efforts by very dedicated and professional staff to have limited effectiveness. Management staff are carrying caseloads and filling essential roles that are vacant. This need for management staff to be immersed in case-carrying activities is preventing much-needed case management or direct supervision and oversight, policy and procedural activities, and updates that directly affect service provision and federal compliance. The territory through DCFS has a lack of robust tiered foster care system to allow for varying levels of care in family homes and appropriate options for step-down or transitional homes for youth transitioning home from care, including those that are off-island in residential care, or YRC, and for youth aging out of care. The Division of Intervention and Prevention Services programs have also operational specific challenges. The phone system at YRC, it needs to be replaced. There's a limited phone services with the use of 3 extensions and a cell phone. The department's Management and Information System, or MIS, division is working towards adding additional extensions until the entire system can be restored. There's also inadequate connectivity at YRC. The use of Wi-Fi is being augmented by use of data cards or hotspots to boost access. Improving connectivity access to areas of the facility with poor reception will require additional equipment. This project is also being addressed by our MIS system. We know and understand the physical plant at YRC is in need of major renovations to address numerous issues compromising the structure. Managing the daily physical plant issues of the facility are constant. Structural renovations are needed to address the many electrical and plumbing issues that plague the facility. The facility is not inspiring. There's large sections of the plaster in the original buildings that are cracked in places and then fallen off in others. So far, up to the 6 months of the fiscal year, an expenditure of maintenance of funds is already at $30,000. Their current plan is to continue addressing maintenance issues as they arise, but the building also needs to be replaced. The department is exploring federal funding sources for construction of new buildings at YRC. Unfortunately, Act 7697 passed by the 30th legislature on September 14, 2014, and signed into law by Governor DeYoung on October 15, 2014, appropriated $3,072,600 for YRC for construction of 4 new buildings. The 31st legislature passed Act 7731, amending Act 7697, reducing the allotment for YRC from $3,072,600 for construction to $72,600 for design of buildings on March 12, 2015. A veto of the act by Governor Kenneth E. Mapp on March 27, 2015 was overwritten on December 22, 2015. The funding for YRC was lost. The funding for design of buildings has never been provided to the department. Employees in the St. Croix District Office were displaced because of the 2017 hurricanes. They were relocated to the offices at the Anna's Hope Group Home. The spacing is very limited and is not conducive to the physical distancing required by the pandemic environment. As such, the St. Croix District Office staff continues to mostly work remotely. Additional space has been identified, and we're in the process of securing funding and a lease agreement. In summary, the Department of Human Services continues to make the most with much less resources and manpower, understanding there is more need than what we have for services. We are, however, committed to seeking successful resolution of the identified challenges for the health and safety of our staff and clients. Chairman Carrion and the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide an opportunity for the overview of the operations and status of our two divisions, Children and Family Services and the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services. My team and I are available to answer questions regarding the testimony today, so I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony this morning. We will now have Mr. Hunt from the Sports Commission allow him to put his testimony on the record also.
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you guys for the opportunity again, and good morning to everyone in the Virgin Islands. All right, so this would be the hearing for Virgin Islands Sports Commission update on our organization. The Virgin Islands Sports Commission is committed to creating an environment where the community work in harmony and feel peace of mind, safety at all times. Whilst developing over the last few months related to COVID-19, we have created a multitude of unpredictable challenges, and our team has been working in unison with the Sports Parks and Rec, following the guidelines set forth by the Virgin Island Department of Health and the CDC. The controls that the current policies and procedures will be allowed for the Virgin Island Commission to open up with confidence and fulfillment for our commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. Our entire team of the Commission has been working tirelessly preparing protocols by creating and implementing new policies and guidelines to address the many new requirements set forth by the Virgin Islands government. So today we got 4 sets of updates. The first updates will cover our completion mandates of 1 through 6. The next update will cover the upcoming mandates for 7 through 11. Number 3 would be our 2021 plans. And number 4 would be our current budget. So first part, the completion of mandates. So these mandates within the Sports Commission, these have been passed and voted through the Sports Commission. So we have all voted on and passed it through. These are the first 6. The first one, to develop and enforce all laws and policies that govern sports and recreation in the Virgin Islands. Under the Virgin Island law, all sports organizations to be recognized must meet one of the following criteria. Be a member of the respectable sports federation under the Virgin Island Olympic Committee, be associated to the St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John's Interscholastic Athletic Association, or be registered as a profit or nonprofit organization through the Lieutenant Governor office. 2, the sports organization must also meet these criteria. Conduct sports activities and certify individuals within coaches, game officials, and medical personnel. create a safe environment for participants and spectators. Institution, public and private, who provide facility can conduct sport event in the Virgin Islands shall require sports organizations to provide the following before grant permission use of the facility. One, which is recognized as a registered sports organization within the Virgin Islands, the purpose of their event, and an activity plan. Requirements to conduct sports events within the territory as followed: a medical attendee, such as a certified athletic trainer. 2, security personnel over the age of 21. 3, insurance, general liability. And 4, the highest entity, which is either the sports federation or association, awareness and notification within those guidelines, which is notifying the Olympic Committee for fairness, assistance, or handbook. And lastly, the Virgin Islands Sports Commission grants permission for approval. That covers number 1. Number 2 mandate, facilitate to establish and maintenance of a Virgin Islands Sports Hall of Fame. Establish a Hall of Fame committee will be responsible for day-to-day operations within the Virgin Islands Hall of Fame. The committee will comprise of the following individuals: Hall of Fame Director, Sports Commission member, St. Croix community member, St. Thomas community member, and St. John's community member. So that's 2 St. Croix, 2 St. Thomas, and 1 St. John. That's 5. There's a Hall of Fame Director, paid, and Sports Commission member, 1, a total of 7. The committee took its mindful identity to a physical place of the Hall of Fame. Committee came up with the significance of the Hall of Fame should be within the district of St. Thomas. Within the location, we have not discovered an actual location because this location would be dependent on availability of Department of Property and Procurement. Once Property and Procurement have identified available locations, then we'll be able to set forth the location for the Sports Hall of Fame within the territory within St. Thomas. 1 second. All right, next one, sorry. Okay, number 3, to induct athletes, sports officials, and person who are deserving of national awards into the Virgin Islands Sports Hall of Fame based on appropriate criteria established by regulation by the Commission. Discussion of this mandate focus on who would be doing the selecting, and some of the extents of the criteria would be established for those who would be selected. So far, who should be doing the selecting and voting, and nominees should be settled on the following groups. 1, a member from the federation underneath the Olympic Committee. We have 24 of those federations within the Olympic Committee. The second area is sports media. We have a selecting members of 5. Veteran athletes, minimum age of 50 years. We got 10 of those members. And associated knowledgeable individual groups that does not fall in any of the following previous groups, which is generally from the community, 8 members. Relatively to individuals and ex officio members should include the Department of Sports, Parks and Rec Commissioner, the Olympic Committee President, and Virgin Islands Sports Commission Chair. The selection panel should have made up of 50 voting members, with success candidates gathering a minimum of 75% voting cast. So out of the 50 voting members, they have to get a minimum of 75% pass to be within. The criteria that recommend the eligibility to Hall of Fame includes the following: individual must have performed at an extreme high level. Individual must be high moral character. Individual must perform at a high length of time, at least 10 years. Individual must be retired at least 5 years. An individual must have ties within the Virgin Islands. We submit the Hall of Fame ties to the Virgin Islands criteria underneath the Olympic Committee rules that qualify an individual to be a Virgin Islander. Individuals will remain on the ballot for a totaling of 5 cycles. Hall of Fame voting will be done every 2 years, a maximum number of 10 nominees per cycle. Nominees with at least 25% of voting cast will be removed. So you got less than 25% of the voting cast, you will be removed off that particular ballot. Mandate number 4, recommend the National Hall of Fame Committee persons who are deserving of national award and make recommendations to honoring the sports achievers in ways other than induction into the Hall of Fame. For this mandate, we focus on not only who are qualified for a Hall of Fame, but those who would be deserving of a national award. The following groups will contain the individuals who would be eligible either to be elected or recognized on the national awards, such as athletes, coaches, game officials, sports administrators, sports contributors, and sports media. We also discuss whether or not nominees should be separated by categories. This was not one of the, we decided to stick with the categories of either national, which means local, international, and professional. So those are the 3 categories that any of the Hall of Fame members can be inducted into the Virgin Islands Hall of Fame can be inducted to. Once again, national, quote unquote parentheses, local, international, or professional. Recognize Virgin Islanders who have excelled in sports either locally, abroad, and by honorary awards. Mandate number 5, establish policies and guidelines to train the selected Virgin Island elite and potential elite athletes in contribution with the Virgin Island Olympic Committee and National Sports Organization. The Virgin Islands Sports Commission recognized established sports organization within the Virgin Islands. Each recognized organization should identify their elite athlete and be responsible for selecting the training them for competition. The Virgin Islands Sports Commission shall adapt the criteria of the Virgin Island Olympic Committee for athletes to represent the Virgin Islands in international and national competition. Residency required. Those residency criteria are born in the Virgin Islands or parents born within the Virgin Islands. U.S. citizens born or naturalized citizens who are not born in the Virgin Islands but have residency for at least 3 years consecutively within the Virgin Islands. Mandate number 6, establish a sports tourism policy in collaboration with the Department of Tourism, Virgin Island Olympic Committee, and the Virgin Island National Sports Organizations, which are the federations and associations. A team is only considered a national team if they are a member of the Virgin Island Olympic Committee. Again, a team is only considered a national team if they're a member of the Virgin Island Olympic Committee. The Virgin Island Olympic Committee and Department of Tourism will assist the respectable national team, which is the Federation and Association, in developing territory sports tourism plan. The government involvement is necessarily for the sports tourism industry to work successfully, not only through Department of Sports, Parks and Rec and Tourism, with the sponsorship of funding, but especially with sports facilities. All right, and moving on to number 2 on the ballot, which we are mandates number 7 through 11. In our next upcoming meeting, we'll be focusing on these next mandates to pass through, which is number 7, establish alternative dispute program deliberate in matters affecting non-Olympic sports recreation, leisure, wellness programs in the territory, and to advise the government to implementation of the national sports policy. That's 7. Number 8, identify locations and establishment of maintenance of playing facilities within the territory. Number 8, include activities for children, youth, adults, seniors, and challenge. Number 10, offer coaching developmental opportunities. And number 11, recommend the government of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee areas of priority for providing funding for training and developmental of personnel and athletes. Within the plans of 2021, our plans this year, as we are continuing to do, is launch what we call the Hub. The Hub would be the Virgin Islands Sports Handbook. This would be publicly underneath the Sports Parks and Rec website. Number 2, create a statistical database for all sportings within the territory. Number 3, register all sporting entities within the commission membership approval. Number 4, create a national calendar / schedule in collaboration with all sporting entities. And number 5, UVI sports scholarship program to student athletes. Just to follow up, the budget for our sports commission is $100,000 within the means. We will be able to hire an assistant, set aside funding for media producer, freelance media, equipment, advertising, apparel, and the scholarship will come within our associated budget. Thank you again for allowing us to present to the community the updates on Sports Commission. Leon Hunt, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your testimony. Once again, I just would like to explain that due to time constraints that Mr. Hunt has, we have merged Block 2 with Block 1. We know that these two are not really related, but just so our viewing and listening audience are aware, we would now begin with our line of questioning. Each senator will have 7 minutes. I would encourage my colleagues that if they have any questions for Mr. Hunt, to go ahead and do so, and but you can direct your question to him or to Commissioner Gomez. So we will start with Senator Carla Joseph. You have your 7 minutes.
A pleasant good morning, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, staff, viewing, listening audience, as well as testifiers. I will start off my questioning with Mr. Hunt. And Mr. Hunt, thank you so much for being here and making the time. Kindly indicate to us who the members of the Virgin Islands Sports Commission are.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. All right, so the members of the Virgin Islands Sports Commission, first is Leon Hunt, the chairman, Hugo Hodge Jr., vice president, Lucille Hobson, general secretary.
Lucille, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt. Lucille
Hobson.
Okay, continue.
Yes. Commissioner Calvert White, treasurer. Angel Chico Morales. Commissioner Joseph Bochelty. Wayne Briggs Jr., Nels Hawkinson, Hillary Frederick, Dennis Brow, Kendra Callender, Tony Rosario, and Arthur Hector Sr.
Okay, and your membership of your board is how much strong?
13.
13 strong. And
Yes.
how often do you meet?
So in 2020, we met every 2 weeks, so twice a month. As we came into the new year, we meet once a month, ideally the first week in the month. So
Okay.
our next meeting would be now the beginning of the first weekend in April.
So you meet monthly now in 2021. Now, let me
Yes.
ask you some questions relative to the operation of the Virgin Islands Sports Commission. When you are looking to have a sport organization to be recognized, do you charge a fee?
No fees.
No fees. Do you think the persons who go through this application process will be open to paying a fee?
The reason why we didn't have any fees within any sport entities is because we want everybody to be able to register. You got to register within the Lieutenant Governor office anyway. So that makes you official. And once you become official, then you automatically come on board.
Okay, but you have a budget here and you have operational costs, do you not?
Yes.
Where's the source of funding for these operational costs coming from? The general fund?
Correct.
Okay, and all of the persons who you represent here in your budget, those which include the administrative assistant who is part-time, which is $20,000, I presume annually, and then you
Correct.
have a media producer. You have a website developer. Do you have a current website available?
We don't have one currently right now. And what we have decided is to create a tab within the Sports Parks and Rec official website, that way our community don't get confused between Sports Parks and Rec and Sports Commission, because Sports Commission is a division within Sports Parks and Rec. So we're now going to have a tab within that website, and that tab will be our own created tab within the site.
Okay, now I look at your budget, I haven't seen anything expended. You only have budget and you have actual. In your budget spreadsheet, you don't know how much money is in that you've expended since fiscal year 2020? This is the fiscal year 2021 budget, is it not?
Correct. We haven't received the funds yet, which is why we haven't spent any funds yet.
So how are you paying these persons to do the work?
So
Do you have live people doing work? Are they being
these
paid?
personnels are not on board. These personnels are not on board yet. Every work has been done within the organization, has been coming from the committee board, but no funding has went out yet because we haven't received our funds yet. Once we receive the funds, then we will continue with the hiring process to implement the personnels.
Okay, and you don't have any idea of the status of when you're going to receive the funds? Have you talked to OMB? I'm just asking.
That's a good question. Let's just say it's pending. So I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, thank you kindly. Now switching to Commissioner Kazi Gomez. Commissioner, I want to applaud you and your team, especially for putting in writing some of the statistical data, because I'm a data-driven person. That's how we're able to see where the needs are located. I wanted to first ask you relative to some of the items you covered relative to the, there we go, on page, there's no page, but let's look at sentence 108. And you mentioned
1 minute.
that you have a lot of minors. I just wanted to get clarity on the numbers that you represented here, because it seemed a bit askew with the 49 minors who were remanded to YRC. Some of them are just, the numbers are not adding up. Could you just delineate about those numbers in YRC? And I will reserve the rest of my questioning for the second round. So
30 seconds.
Sure. So in fiscal year 2020, we had 49 minors that were remanded to YRC. Of those, I believe it should be 32 plus 17. So 32 were from St. Croix and 17 were from the St. Thomas, St. John district. So that equals 49. Of the 49 minors, 33 were first-time admissions.
Okay, and do you have any that were, you have the 12 that were
Time.
also readmission, and that's included in the 33? I'm sorry, my time is up.
Sure. Chair, is it okay to finish that answering?
Yeah, yes, you may.
Okay, great. During this period, in contrast to the 12 minors that were pre-admissions. Shauna, are you okay with answering, making sure that I clarify it correctly for me? Ms. Brathwaite? Administrator Shauna Brathwaite, just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Good morning, Senators. In reference to the FY statistics for YRC, the 33 were new admissions, and the 12 would have been minors who had been readmitted for a second time to the facility. So that would have been 12.
Okay, thank you.
So
So,
I just want to
I'm sorry.
clarify, I know that your time is up, Senator, but sometimes we'll have them more than once. So they may come twice in 1 year. But we can clarify that for you later if you'd like.
Go ahead if you have the last one. You could go. You have another question? We're gonna do a second round also. Yeah, so we're gonna do a second round. I just want to make sure that if we have any questions for Leon Hunt, so we could do that first, and then we have the commissioner will be with us for a little bit longer, and then we'll continue. So you have an opportunity to continue asking your questions. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Next, Senator Johnson, please.
Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to Commissioner Kazi Gomez and your staff. I wanted to start out with your hiring process here. You send out a flyer and you had some positions and deadlines assigned with them. How did that go? Did you meet those deadlines? And how many are filled? How many are not filled?
So no position has been filled. And when we sent out the flyer, we had an idea when our funds are supposed to come in. So we decided to stop the hiring process because we didn't have the funds in yet and put it on pause. And we told everyone that applied for the job the situation. And when we actually get those funds and access to those funds, then we'll open up the hiring process again for, as you see, what's on the budget.
Now, in your entire testimony, I saw nothing reflecting Special Olympics or youths with special needs.
Correct. So that's on mandate number 9. That's for include activities for children, youths, adults, senior citizens, and challenge.
All right. And then in your statement, in your presentation, there's a spot that says Virgin Islands shall require sports organization to provide the following before granting permission to use the facility. Are you talking about sports and parks facilities?
Yeah, so we're talking about the team. So we're talking about team usage in case for games, tournaments.
Yeah.
You have to grant permission to use those events if you're having a tournament game within the territory.
And how is the relationship thus far with Sports and Park? What's your communication and how much time have you met with Sports Parks Commission and his team?
Between the team itself, or I should say with the commissioner, we probably talk about twice a month.
Now, there's something that interests me a bit in your mandate too.
Mandate 2, okay.
Yeah, and you talk about the physical place for the location of the Hall of Fame office, and you also said that I think you're trying to do it on the island of St. Thomas, right?
Correct.
And in your lineup, you have a Hall of Fame director, sports commission member. By any chance, you paid attention to realize that those are your top two? That's pretty much going to be your operation leaders. And if you're locating it in St. Thomas, chances are you would want that your Hall of Fame director be out of District of St. Thomas. So is it
Correct.
does it make kind of sense that you mandate that one is on either island?
So within the Hall of Fame director, ideally, yes, if he or she would be that personnel would be on the island of St. Thomas. Given the fact that we do get a place within St. Thomas, then yes, it would be on St. Thomas. If it's on St. Croix, then that director would be on St. Croix.
You see, what I'm looking, because you pretty much have your platform set up with two community members from St. Croix, two community members from St. Thomas, one from St. John, which is balancing the lower tier. But your upper tier, you could end up having your two top person from one district will not give the next one a fair chance of representation at the same time.
Well, I think it would be actually pretty balanced within. So say, for instance, it is in St. Thomas. That would make one, the director being within St. Thomas, and the community member, we got two of those. So you got three people that will happen to be there. It will be the same thing if it happened to be in St. Croix. It'll be three on that side, and then two within St. Thomas. The community board members that's not on the island of the respectable Hall of Fame, which wouldn't be at the Hall of Fame location, they would be quote unquote commuting virtually, but still have the insight as if they were still in there. Just as we're doing now, within Zoom, Teams, we're not physically there, but we'll still be able to communicate and see for the Hall of Fame.
I want to go back a bit to your budget. You have an administrative assistance of $20,000. This person is going to be working part-time?
So this person would be working part-time, yes, within the sports commission. So this would be our administrative assistant part-time.
Okay. Have you had any discussion with Commissioner Boshelty in allocating some funding to assist you with your budget?
So that came in within our sports tourism. We have had meetings and talks within sports tourism with with Commissioner Boshelty, but it's a pending within trying to allocate some funds within to see how those funds will allocate to help us within the commission.
If I can ask you this question, how would you describe sports tourism, or how you see the Virgin Islands going forward? Well,
Good question. So I found out how the Department of Tourism work. Okay, so we have
1 minute.
misconception. All right, so we have a misconception of the word sports tourism. And when we put it together, we just ideally think that the Department of Tourism have insight within sport tourism, but that's not necessarily the way how sport tourism works. So how sport tourism works is that, yes, the respectable sports organization, ideally the Olympic Committee, and the involvement to quote unquote see for
30
opportunities
seconds.
within the territory and externally within the territory, how to see how we can advertise or actually produce games or developmental programs within us economically, right? So the way how the Department of Tourism works within our quote unquote sport tourism idea is, well, once we have a plan that agrees with their quote unquote formula, then that works. And most of tourism is external, dealing with outside of the territory and not internal. So that's one way of looking at it. Internally, then we'll look at more Olympic Committee-based federations and associations to see what we do here. When we say tourism, we're thinking about bringing people from the outside in. So once we develop the plan, which is the Olympic Committee and the associations and the federations, and that goes alongside, which ideally beds and heads within the territory, then that would form a quote unquote plan of sports tourism within one, and that goes through within the year, 5-year, or 10-year plan.
I thank you very much. Chair, if I can
Thank-
ask Commissioner of Human Services just one question for now. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. We'll come to the Commissioner of Human Services. Senator Francis Halliger, you're recognized.
Good morning. Hope everyone is doing well. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory, and good morning to the testifiers. Just for clarity, during this 7 minutes, we're allowed to do questions for both, and how much is for the minutes is for the second round?
We want to focus on Mr. Hunt in this round, and then we'll
For
dismiss.
7 minutes.
You don't have to use the full 7 minutes if you don't have to.
Okay, thank you so much.
And he will be dismissed, and it will focus on Human Services.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Hunt. How are you?
Good morning. Quite well. Thank you.
Good. I wanted to ask a question in regards, you spoke a little bit about your location search for, and it's on your location search on page 2. How is that going? And I noticed the locations that you have here. Are these the final locations for your thought? I see the old firehouse, Enid Bar Library, and the old Boy Scout building.
So these locations came within the committee. We had some board members go out in the committee and just try to see some places that they would think would be ideal. The only problem we came up, whatever we think that was ideal, was what was actually available, right? So this is only ideal places, but we know we can't get a place if it's not available, which is why we say that, well, Department of Property and Procurement, once we get a list from Property and Procurement and see what actually is available and we could obtain to put the location for the Hall of Fame, then this list would be, the list would probably be different. And that's if there is anything available within the island of St. Thomas. If it's not available within the island of St. Thomas and we have to go with St. Croix, that same list would now affect in the area of St. Croix. Sorry. So ideally, it depends on what's available. So we was kind of moving a little bit in front of our feet rather than seeing what's available to have a better answer to see, okay, which one would be allocated to be the location for Hall of Fame.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have a question. When there's a section in here that speaks to your criteria for being even eligible for the Hall of Fame. And there's
Yes.
a part of it that says individuals must have performed for a high length of time, at least 10 years. I have a
Yes.
little concern about that because I know sometimes
Okay.
in sports, people might have a huge impact maybe within the first 5 or 6 years. And maybe because of a sports injury or something, they might not be in the sport for up to 10 years. But that impact and their fame is solidified for the rest of their lives. Do you think that a time frame should be added on in order to be in the Hall of Fame?
So ideally, when it comes to Hall of Fame, it's a subjective. Hall of Fame can go in many directions, right? And ideally, we're trying to put a platform together where what we see as some type of standard of fairness, right? Because somebody can do something in 1 year that's just amazing, and then the rest of his career doesn't do anything else. So when we looked at the Hall of Fame and many other organizations, National Hall of Fame across the world, we ideally see it was an average time span of the playing length time of 10 years rather than 1 year. We have a 1 year wonder. So if it's a 1 year that does something great, that person would still be acknowledged as a quote unquote honorable award within the territory, but it necessarily doesn't make him a Hall of Famer just because he did that one thing. For instance, because you are you're from the Virgin Islands and happen to be an NBA coach, that's amazing, but that's not Hall of Fame worthy, you know? So it should be an honor to be on Hall of Fame or whatever that criteria that push that person is, and our spectators ourselves to see this. Oh wow, like this is an achievement that only a few people can be able to achieve. If not, then we all would be in the Hall of Fame today.
Well, I think for me, I was sticking more along the aspect of the timeline. But I do understand if somebody is a one-hit sports wonder. I get all of that. But
Okay.
I also have recognized with sports that sometimes there is that exception. So I'm trying to understand, is that 10-year number set in stone because you're looking at national and other criterias you might have seen? Or is this something that's flexible for someone to be able to be considered for the Hall of Fame?
So within this decision, I'll take it back to the board and we could more go over it and actually bring up that criteria because it came up from before. And I know we chose, it was one time, no time, to a year, to 5 to 10. And it just came around to where the board voted on together as we did. It came out to be 10 years. Ideally, it's something that we could always go back on and push it again and see now that, you know, there is other chances that, like you said, it's a case where does it have to be 5 years or can we reduce that amount of time
1 minute.
because of exceptions?
Okay.
Understood.
Last question. Hall of Fame membership. I see the criteria, not Hall of Fame, to be a member of the commission. I see the criteria here. But how exactly is it executed? Is it an appointment? Is it a position where people are nominated, voted on, et cetera? Because I didn't understand that aspect of it.
All right. So I missed the. All right. So you say how do the person
30
get onto the
seconds.
Hall of Fame? How does that person get on the ballot?
Now, how does somebody become a member of this commission? I see the criteria to be a member, but how do they get on? Are they nominated? How does it work?
Oh, okay, I got you. So as far as who should be doing the selecting, voting on the nominees, we settled on the following groups where you got the one member from the federation, the sports media, veteran athletes, and the. Can I have approval to continue?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Are you talking about that section there?
Well, I see that there is criteria and all the things you're a member of the respective federation and has St. Croix. Who decides who these people are? That's what I'm trying to figure out. How do they actually get on? Because you might have 10 people that are members of the sports federation. You might have 20 people that are associated with St. Croix, St. Thomas, how do you select the individuals that actually get on the board?
Okay. All right. So I think I'm missing. All right. Reword your question again because I think I'm missing it. Whether within the Hall of Fame of the members to become in the selecting committee of Hall of Fame, or like are you asking? Please
Yeah,
reword
Mr.
your
Hunt?
question again.
The senator is referring
getting cut
to becoming a member of the commission.
Commission.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So I got you.
I understand it's by virtue of the position you hold.
Right. Okay,
According
I thought you
to
was
the
talking
code.
about Hall of Fame. Okay, so within the commission, each of the members so we have 4 members are from the Olympic Committee, right? So on the way how it is written, it has 4 members from the Olympic Committee. Then they have a member from the Virgin Island Automotive Racing Commission. Then another section is the territory chair for the Virgin Island Boxing and Wrestling Commission. Now, these are written inside our mandates. This is how it is already. We didn't choose it. It was already within the act. It's already written inside of it. And also, so we got 4 members from the Olympic Committee. We got a member from the Automotive Racing Commission.
Yeah,
Member
Mr.
from-
Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
I think what the senator is trying to get from you is, so let's say within the Olympic Committee, how do they select which member will sit on the commission? From the federation, whatever federation it is, how do they select what member will sit on
Yeah.
the
So, got you. So from the Olympic Committee, all it states is the Olympic Committee president and 3 other federations. So those federations would be chosen from the Olympic Committee to be nominated, to be selected within. So we don't choose it. The Olympic Committee, on therefore it'll be the president and 3 other federation presidents. And then the government has 2 spots, and the sports park, the commissioner for sports parks and rec is automatically there, and we also have the commissioner from the tourism that's automatically there. A designee from the Department of Education is automatically there, whoever that member is, and then, like I said, the last 2 members, which was the Racing and Boxing and Wrestling Commission.
Thank you.
Senator Francis Heiliger, are you finished? You have any follow-up? Are you
Yes,
satisfied?
my time has been called. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Okay, so we deal with Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, do you have a medical person on the Sports Commission?
We don't have a medical person on the Sports Commission, although when we have meetings, we would, quote unquote, when a medical situation come up, we would invite somebody from the Department of Health to sit in for accurate information before we come up with something that doesn't fall in line.
Do you have a statistician on the Sports Commission?
We don't.
Do you need one?
These would be invitations. I would say this would be invitations to the meetings. So then that way, when we do come across events, that way we have the accurate information. But if one or 2 or 3 was to be added to a member of the commission, which is already 13 members, which would be fine. It just know the higher numbers it is within on the members, we probably want to decrease the members and just have the actual allocated need and requirements for the personnel to be there rather than an invitation.
Right. I do think, again, do you have someone from IAA, Interscholastic Athletic Association?
So we don't have we was blessed to have a person that's associated with IAA, but that membership within the commission is actually in there from the Olympic Committee. So our general secretary is the president for IAA for St. Croix, but she's also a member from the Olympic Committee for one of the federations. So we don't have a person from IAA directly, but we do have someone from education department, although we understand, as I've learned, that those are 2 different organizations. And if that is the need, we would also invite that personnel as well. If one wasn't already associated with the group, we would already invite that person within some of our meetings. Well, within the meetings.
Yeah, because IAA sets the standards for athletics, children in school, students in school.
I agree. I agree.
I was the president of IAA at one point, and that is what they're governed by. Once an IAA athlete gets to where they go to the Olympic, it's a totally different process in which they play under. So again, if we start from the beginning to even the Sports Commission should be a part of molding our children to become great athletes, in addition to all the other things that we're putting together. And I asked those 3 specific positions because I had legislation to add a statistician, someone from IAA, and a medical personnel to the Sports Commission. We passed it, but it was vetoed. The governor stated they had enough persons on the board, but I do think there's a great need for at least those particular 3 entities in the Sports Commission.
So if we was to add those other 3, I think it would be easier to just reduce the Olympic Committee have 4 members now. And within those 4 members, they bring 4 different things to the plate. But if that's the case where the Olympic Committee president represents the federations anyway, then those other 3 positions can be replaced with those other 3 members. If it was to be rewritten, or at least that's just problem solving. Now, does that makes I'm pretty sure when every respectable body that's on the commission, whether there's a commissioner or a president, they have to come to the table knowing all of the information from their organization. And once that's being done, then everybody still get the information in. So if we don't have those other 3 members directly on there as a member and just an invitation, we still would be missing out information on that particular side directly, because we don't have to have them there right now as written as a member, but as an invitation. And if it's in there as a member, then we have the direct access. So I agree.
Okay, so you're suggesting then we could try to remove some from the Olympic Committee, but they will still have representation with 2 persons, and then we would just add those 3, because again, those 3 become standardized. It's not any particular sport they're specific to, but standardized for those genres of athletes, basically.
So the only problem will open up Pandora's boxes now. If you alter one area, now you have to go through the whole document and make sure that each of the mandates are requiring or can be worded a different way. Because if we do one thing for one, why not go through the rest of the mandates and actually fix the wording of those particular mandates and duties, which I'm open to. In time,
excuse me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Hunt. I do apologize, Chairman Hunt. Excuse me. In your plans for 2021, you have to create a statistical database for all sporting in the territory.
1 minute.
That is a part of your plans for 2021. So to have a statistical person who is on board, that helps address, that plan in itself. You had in your testimony that you gave under mandate number 1, you had to be associated with St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John at Interscholastic Athletic Association. So once you have someone on that, so you address that in your mandate. So it's just those things that I'm seeing that, again, I would look at the legislation again, and we will see about checking into it. I could make sure I contact you. 2 things before I go. 1, do you have any coordination with veterans in terms of there are veterans who have Veterans Olympics and different things that you could look into also to expand to veterans? And how does to be registered, if I may, Mr. Chair, this last one. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And how does be registered as a profit and non-profit sports organization within the governor's office? How does that work? So that and the part about the veterans, if you could answer remaining time on the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraaf.
All right, so the first thing to create a statistical data system for sportings in the territory, that what we was planning to use some of our resources to have a subcommittee within the respectable organizations in the media, ideally, because these are the people who actually deal with statistical data, and have them, quote unquote, retrieve the data from the community, such as, let's just use, we have organizations within the territory that cover our games. That's there. We had a meeting with Huddle, which, Huddle is a program that They actually it's a online data company that records games and has other features included statistical data in a database that are collected, right? So for each game, the game get recorded, the stats goes in, we have that stats for the territory wise. That's an expense that we have to pay, but looking into if we could even have a subcommittee group within the territory of these respectable organizations to come up with a plan to see what's best, because these are the people that's out there in the field or in the game sitting down courtside, whatever's at finish line, collecting this data so they can entry back to wherever the respectable organization is. So that's one thing that was working on, wanted to use some of our funds to set up that particular part. To mention a part about our we didn't have veteran athletes in the sense of programs, but we had senior athletes, or if it's within, I think it falls on the mandate number 9 that's coming up in our next the meeting, including activities for children, youth, adults, senior citizens, and challenged. I think that will fall underneath our senior athlete groups, or if it is athletes groups already, senior-wise, like say the Olympic Committee, most of their senior athletes already do volunteer some of their time within their federation or association. And then going back up to number 2. Number one, to be associated within St. Croix and St. Thomas IAA. So within, to be quote unquote, so underneath my mandate number 1, we're saying you have to be a respectable member, recognized by the Olympic Committee, IAA, and if you are recognized within the Lieutenant Governor Office, profit or nonprofit sporting organizations. So one of those 3 you have to be associated with to conduct any type of sporting entity here in the territory. If you are not associated with none of those, then you have to be, which I mentioned down here, it said the highest entity federations awareness and notification. So if you're not associated with none of those organizations, you now have to partner with one of those organizations within the territory. So now we know somebody is responsible for any type of accident in the case. So we don't want to have an outside team come in, they do something here. Let's say an outside basketball team comes in. They're not associated with a private group, a nonprofit group, or the basketball, Virgin Island Basketball Federation. They host a tournament here, and they just, people leave, they steal some money or whatever it is. Nobody knows what this group is, and it never comes back. So right now, we allowed a team to come in, take advantage of our territory, and they leave, and boom, we have anything. So now every team that comes in, or even any team that plans to do something within the territory, you have to be associated with one of those 3 organizations to be able to permit you to do an event or activity here in the territory.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, are you good?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Welcome.
All right, thanks, sir.
Senator James, you're recognized. Please, Senator James, microphone. Please recognize Senator James' microphone.
Yes, good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and thank you, Mr. Leon Hunt, for your testimony, and congratulations on all you have been able to accomplish with the efforts of your commission members. What stood out to me is that you made mention of the UVI scholarship program for student athletes. Who is the go-to person at UVI regarding the UVI scholarship program?
All right, so this came up earlier on in our discussion, ideally, when we was coming up with...
Mr. Hunt, is there a go-to person, yes or no?
Right now, no. There's not a go-to person right now.
So how did we even come up with this whole idea of a UVI scholarship program? How that even happen?
Right. So what we wanted was the idea was to create a scholarship for our student athletes here within the territory, and being able to fund some of their the academics and student athletics career in the next
So
higher
it's-
education.
So, Mr. Hunt,
And those
Mr. Hunt,
criteria haven't been in yet because
Mr.
we're
Hunt.
still developing it.
Mr.
Yes,
Hunt.
sir.
So right now it's just an idea.
That we implementing, correct?
Okay, all right, cool. I thought you already established that this is the go-to
Oh,
person.
no.
Okay,
Nope,
thank you.
Not yet. So these are the plans for 2021. None of these have been implemented as of yet.
No, it's good to speak on what's to come. But when we hear these things, we get a little excited. We want to know who's the go-to person, how much funding is behind of it. We are thinking that it's something that's already in motion. So I understand. But can you speak to me? Have you guys discussed what would be the criteria for receiving this college scholarship once implemented?
All right, so once implemented, ideally it would be it'll be athletes, it'll be 3 scholarships, student athletes from St. John's, 2 from St. Thomas, and 2 from St. Croix. Within those athletes, then we would actually justify whether if it's a GPA or whatever it is. We haven't wrote out the criterias yet, but I do know for sure it'll be 2 people from each member, 2 people from each territory, and they will have the same criteria. It'll be a male and female. It'll probably be the GPA. It'll be their standards in academics and their standards as an athlete within their respectable school.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Those criteria will be out soon.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Through the chair, I'd just like to request that information in the essence of time. If you can just request what would be the criteria for individuals who will receive this UVI scholarship program through the Virgin Islands Sports Commission. I also want to say that is a great idea. And like I said, time is limited, so I want to make sure that we move on to more important things. So we have the 2020-2021 budget. This is not new to the legislature. You brought forward this proposed budget that you plan to implement with the use of the $100,000 that the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands voted on or approved on in the fiscal year 2021 budget. And it came to my understanding that none of the funds have been used. And my problem is, in the 33rd legislature in 2019, we approved $100,000. It wasn't spent. You were not there, so I'm not blaming you. You recently came in 2020. Then we put it again in the budget for $100,000. It's still not being used. It's coming across that the VI Sports Commission doesn't need the money. And I understand that you have the budget there, but when can we see some action being taken place? Because you have great ideas as far as the website developer. Let me talk. You have the website developer, the UVI scholarship and internship grant, the office, equipment, advertisement, and the miscellaneous funds, the freelance blogger, the administrative assistant. And without money, you cannot run the sports commission. So when can we see some action? Please. When?
So that's the question that we've been asking. So so as of right now, we have asked for the money. Commissioners Carver White have processed our requests, and we're just waiting. So once we receive the money access hand in hand within the commission, then we could finally process some of the plans that we have. If until then, I can't process anything that's on here until we receive funds, which is why we stopped the hiring process.
Mr. Hunt,
yes, sir.
I'm not blaming you, but I want to understand this. You have members of the Sports Commission who serves in the governor's cabinet. You have the Commissioner of Education, the Commissioner of Tourism, and several others. They need to use their clout to push things to happen. They know how the process works when it comes to getting money. So I don't see why they have you struggling to get these funds. It's just one phone call, Department of Finance, go to OMB, find out what's going on with the status of the funds, because you have great ideas. But I don't want you to take on the world by yourself. Utilize your commission members who are a part of the executive branch to get the funds up and running. So please do that, unless you need us to make some phone calls on your behalf.
Will do. Appreciate it.
All right. And who is your public relations officer right now?
Right now, we don't have a public relation officer.
When do you plan to get one?
So once again, I wanted to implement that person within
1 minute.
the budget that we have to hire one. And until we have that, then we can put that back in. That would be between our media producers.
The reason why I'm asking you, I have a 9-year-old daughter, and she can open a Facebook or Instagram page within 30 seconds. Does she has a page? No. But it's simple and easy. You just go and log in, type in your information, and get an Instagram or Facebook or Twitter page. So I don't see why we're waiting for the
30
$100,000 to be approved to start a social media account. Because you have a lot of great things, and you don't want to wait for perfection to start branding. As you speak, you start speaking about the different things that you're doing so individuals can share the content, be familiar with who is who. Just speaks to a certain level of transparency. You know, because in the Virgin Islands, we tend to give money to different departments and entities, and we don't really get to see the fruits of their labor because there's no good public relations marketing strategy behind of it. So
Time.
I'm just pleading that you please, if you yourself have to open an account, put the information in there, make somebody edit the stuff to make sure that the grammar and everything is good, and just put the information out there. Start waiting for perfection. This is not rocket science. I don't want to abuse my time. Hopefully we have another opportunity to ask questions, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator James. We will have
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt back at another time to continue asking question. I want to recognize the presence of Senator Saru, who has joined us, non-committee member. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time. Mr. Hunt, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How you doing?
Where's Mr. Hunt?
Right, I'm well, thank you.
Okay, I can't hear you on this end.
All right, see if you can hear me now. Mic check.
No, we're
Madam
hearing you
Clerk?
good. Media will be working. Can you hear me now?
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Mic check.
Okay. Mr. Hunt, you play a sport?
Yes, I did play a sport. I played track and field.
Okay, track and field. Can you hold my time? I'm echoing briefly. Good. So let's test Mr. Hunt again. Mr. Hunt, are you there?
Yes, testing. Mic check.
Can we work on Mr. Hunt's sound?
Media, can we?
Mic check.
Let's
Should be able to hear.
let's take a 1 minute recess. Committee on
All right.
Youth, Sports, and Recreation stands on recess.
All right. See if you guys can hear me now on your side.
The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation is back out of recess. Senator Saru, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Hunt?
Senator Sarah, can you hear me now?
No, I'm struggling, but I guess I'll have to just work with what we have. So,
Okay.
one of your mandates indicate that you are to identify mandates 7 through 11 indicate that you have to identify locations and advise on the establishment, use, and maintenance of playing facilities in the territory, correct?
Yes, mandate number 8.
That's the mandate number 8. Where are you on that?
So this mandate number 8, in our next meeting, we will be discussing. So we have a subcommittee dealing with mandate number 8 on next week. So once we hear from that subcommittee, I'll be able to answer those questions coming
Okay.
the following.
So the question I'm asking this because right now we're in the process of, under the chair of Sports, Park, and Rec and Youth of this committee, you have all these project worksheets and you have all these, what will be the construction or the establishment of new recreation facilities. And I want to know what is the commission's input on the state of our facilities, coming from being a former national team player, national basketball, national volleyball team, played softball, Division I athlete. Are we rebuilding our facilities in the same structure? Look at Griffith Park, for example. Where's the commission's input on, okay, we're going to rebuild our ballparks. Do we need to add a batting cage? Do we need to attach a weight room? Do we need to have further equipment in our facilities? We are building facilities that are void of any strength and conditioning training facility. So what does that look like? And how is the commission stating their position to SPR in the entire project worksheet process? Right now we're in a silo.
Understood. So the 7 through 11 mandates will actually be covered in our next meeting coming up next week. And the subcommittees within
Mr. Hunt,
our
please?
Repeat?
No, I just need media to give you some volume so I can understand your response.
All right.
You're not the issue. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Right. So next week, our body will be meeting to discuss these 7 through 11. And within each of these mandates, we have a subcommittee working on each of the mandates.
So who's the chair of the subcommittee on this mandate?
So these subcommittees, we have our board members. So through the 13 members that we have each of the members in particular working on each of the mandates.
So who's chairing mandate 8?
All right, 1 second. I'll let you know right now.
Now, while we're talking about mandate 8, and you're looking for that, mandate 10 says offer coaching development opportunities. And next to it, I have issue. So what does it mean to offer coaching development opportunities?
All right, so just back up to mandate number 8. Commissioner White will be handling mandate number 8, and mandate number 11, mandate number 10, we have Tony Rosario, the designee for Department of Tourism, and quote unquote, the president of Olympic Committee, Mr. Chico Morales. Those are the 2 subcommittees that will be handling the upcoming mandates for our next meeting.
Let's move to development opportunities. And what we see here is that what I want to say is that we have a very centralized process in the Virgin Islands on sports. And sports is kind of decentralized in a sense. So the problem that we have is our feeder programs. So the Sports Commission will focus on the Olympic Committee and when they reach that age, but our feeder programs remain a problem. And part of the issue with the feeder programs comes from a poor coaching standpoint. Like for instance, when you coach in varsity volleyball, you are teaching bad habits. I'm telling a player you have backwards feet. We're contacting a hit on the outside in volleyball at 12 o'clock instead of 1 o'clock. I mean, so we have issues with poor coaching on a developmental level. So when we're saying offer coaching development opportunities, what's the intent? Is the intent to partner with Little League and those youth organizations? What is the intent to, I know IAA requires coaches to take a test. Tell me, what does that look like?
So ideally, within the coaching developmental opportunities, we look forward for our experts, as in we start with the Olympic Committee, because that's the highest entity of sports you could go to within our territories, the Olympic Committee. Within the Olympic Committee, you have the opportunities for the federations that oversees all of these discipline of sports. So we talk about, let's just
1
say
minute.
basketball. And within basketball, thank you. So within our basketball federation now, you have all of the experts and the training opportunities that comes within, whether if we're doing US-based or FIBA-based rules. These programs will come from the Olympic Committee, from the federations on down to give our coaches within the community what you're supposed to look for, what is correct,
30
and what
seconds.
is being able to be certified within the territory.
Okay.
So
now let's go to this.
So the plan is to start from the top down and then use the experts to enlighten our high school coaches, club coaches, onto what we need to be educating our coaches and athletes and the community in.
So as I wrap up before my time is called, I'm going to be calling like 5 seconds. So we're talking about the Olympic Committee and everything else. So how does the Sports Commission intend to differentiate between high school sports, collegiate sports, and international sports? Because sometimes we have the federations imposing a type of play on the high school level, and on the high school level, it's developmental, and we're trying to, develop athletes. For example, like in basketball, you have the perimeter is on an angle, but when you're playing on national sports, the entire perimeter is straight. It's not the angle. When you're playing international volleyball, rules starkly differ from collegiate and high school sports. So how are we differentiating between the Olympic mandate and the IAA mandates?
Thank you, Senator Saru, for that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, you may answer. I know you have another engagement, and that's why we've made these arrangements. So we'll let you close off. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Whitaker that has joined us, a non-committee member. And I think she has one question, and we'll allow her to put in also. So in a nutshell, please respond to Senator Saru.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
So to answer Senator Saru's last question, which was, so from the Olympic Committee coming down and the coaches senior from the Olympic Committee base and IAA, the responsibility for these experts is to identify what level is from level 1, 2, 3, and 4, and make sure that each coaches understand what coaches are supposed to be teaching their athletes at level 1, introductory sports, youths, juniors, into quote unquote senior level athletes, what they need to know on each level as they go further along. And although it comes from the Olympic Committee from the head up, is still those same of rules and policies that come all the way down. But the plan is to educate the coaches what to look for in level 1, 2, 3, or 4. And I'm only saying 1, 2, 3, and 4 because when you go through your certification, you actually go through 5 certifications to become a quote-unquote Olympic coach. But level 1 usually starts you out at a youth-based coach where you understand the level of athletes in youths. Then level 2, you get into another base and specialize in whether it's a discipline in that area. and then it goes on to level 5. So that's the responsibility that we have within the Olympic Committee as the experts, enlighten our community that what they need to understand from the earlier on as they go further on into their discipline of sports.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Senator Whitaker.
Thanks.
Testing. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Thank you, Chairman, for recognition. I just wanted, Mr. Hunt, I know you're short for time. Just a direct question to you is just concerning the meetings. Again, just as a friendly reminder about the publication of them. Can you please, kindly for the benefit of the public, please provide the date, time of the meeting. The meeting is going to be placed onto the social media page for the department, and how persons and members of the public will be able to participate, especially, of course, as the chairman and others of this committee work on, continue this effort of making sure that we get the information we need to do our job as senators and oversight. So the date, time, and I want to also thank you because my office has engaged the department on the various boards that do exist within the entity, but I continue to find that there's issues surrounding that information. Please go ahead and place that on the record for me, and we go forward in that regard. Thank you so much. Date, time, in person.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Mr. Hunt, I think you're on mute.
Yes. So you're asking for our date and time of our meetings for the next one?
Yes.
All right. So the next meeting will be set for on
What, Mr. Hunt?
April.
Yeah.
Yes.
What the senator is asking for you to publish every time that you're having meetings.
Got you.
So the
Got you.
public
We'll
is
do.
aware of the meetings.
So I'll work with our board on getting that published through every monthly when we have our meetings, so it could be public.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hunt. Madam Clerk, please put my time on. I'll try to be as quick as possible. What's the deadline that you project to have completed the whole organization of all the mandates that the Sports Commission have?
Projected the deadline for all the mandates, which is 42 mandates. Ideally, it would be, since we're only meeting once a month and able to conduct at a reasonable time to have at least 5 to 6 mandates in each meeting, that would gives us about until the end of the year, or unless some of our mandates can actually be joined in to some of the others, because some of them may not take as much time as some of the others. So I would say respectfully to the end of the year, that would give us another fully to put in all of the mandates in to complete all the mandates. So I would say at the end of the year.
Okay, so at the end of 2021, you should be complete.
With all of the mandates, correct.
Thank you very much. There's two individuals from the private sector that sit on the commission appointed by the governor. Who are those?
Myself and Mr. Nels Hawkinson.
Okay. And the total members of the commission are how much?
Currently, right now, 13.
13. Okay. And do you or anyone from the commission sits on the Department of Health COVID task force?
No.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your time. I do have some more questions, but we are going to bring you back again because I know my colleagues also have some more questions. We'll bring you back again so that we can be able to ask you some more questions. So thank you for your time. You have basically 30 seconds to give your closing remarks.
All right, so I want to thank everybody of the Virgin Islands. This is a respectable organization, the Virgin Islands Sports Commission. Finally, we could see a day when we actually have a standardized policy or rules of regulation within the territory, so we could have some type of balance where we can have a direction. You have to start somewhere. So once with the help of the territory, that we could actually get the insight of everyone to fairly conduct these mandates fairly, then finally we can at least have some place to start and not just going someplace wild. I think with the team that we have, and especially with the insight from our community, is very helpful, because the 13 members on here, we're not the whole Virgin Islands. So we need other people as well to have the insight in, because we just don't always, we can't be everywhere at the same time. And stuff take time and it take money. But we're here and we're doing our best actually to make things happen and make it work within the territory. And we're gonna continue to do what we have to do. So thank you all again for having me, Mr. Hunt from the Sports Commission, and everybody have a blessed day.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your service and for your testimony this morning. We look forward to continue hearing the great things that the commission is doing on behalf of the territory. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Senator James, you're recognized for a quick point of information. Please recognize Senator James' microphone, please.
1, 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that it was a great meeting, but I just want to remind Mr. Leon Hunt, please reach out to Director Jennifer O'Neill. If you need me to assist you in the process, please let me know. I will give you her email, but $100,000 is a drop in the bucket, and it's the law. And the executive branch need to follow the law. Release the funds so you could do what you need to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. We are going to, we're going to go straight into our second round of questions. Mr. Hunt, you're excused, and thank you for your time. We're going to go into a round of questions with the Department of Human Services. I want to thank the Department of Human Services for their time and their patience, and I do apologize for the mix-up within the blocks and time schedule. So we're going to go straight in. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Get up. Get up.
Please recognize Senator Johnson's microphone.
Get up. Good afternoon again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Kazi Gomez, I would like to ask you, same question that I started off with Mr. Hunt. You had a deadline for some positions in your department, and some of about 2 of them is still on the 25th, 3 of them. But most of them, the deadline already came. What's the status on these positions?
Well, good afternoon. It's nice to see you. We actually have gathered all those. It will be scheduling interviews momentarily, so our HR division is working on that.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask you this question. Do you have any position for bilingual or someone that can do some translating for you? We have this large population of Hispanic that I'm quite sure come through your agency as many times and would need some translation assistance.
That's a great question. I know that that's been raised before. We don't have anybody on staff specifically for translation of services. We've actually been exploring some other ways to do the translation, and it's quite expensive. And so we are working on trying to figure out what the best way to do that is. I think it would be nice to share amongst agencies if we're able to do so. Okay. Assistant Commissioner Benjamin, did you have anything to add? I know that you had called at one point. Just want to make sure that I got all the information correct for the senator.
Okay.
Yes, excuse me. Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin. We did explore utilizing the language line, which is a resource where workers would be able to dial a portal and basically select your language. A lot of the jurisdictions on the U.S. mainland uses that, but as the commissioner said, it is quite cost prohibitive. So we're looking at ways that we can either find a way to afford to utilize the language line, or come up with another means of being able to provide translation services. For Spanish, definitely the two populations that we encounter the most are individuals whose primary language is Spanish and whose primary language is Haitian Creole. So we are working on that.
You know, that those portals and the Caribbean don't work too good. Every time I try to talk to Siri, we have a problem communicating. You know, she says she don't understand. So, I'm saying this in all seriousness, that a lot of the people of Hispanic descent in the territory would speak what you would consider broken Spanish. And going to a portal a lot of times versus a parsing creates a challenge.
If I may,
Sure.
the portal that I was referring to with the Language Line is not an automated service.
Okay.
You would select a language and then an operator would come on that speaks the language that you,
a live person.
you have selected.
Okay, that
Yes.
sounds a lot better because I think 911 was trying to use a system that would have been an automated system, which I was not in support of. The question I'd like to ask, in your testimony, Commissioner, you spoke about correction officers. And for some time I did work at YRC, and it's a totally different challenge. Are you getting to be able to train your staff, especially the correction officer, for juvenile correction? Because it's total different. The training that your officers might be getting from the police academy sometimes does not match your population with the juvenile. So how are we working that difference out?
Well, just so you know, I was actually assistant commissioner and administrator over YRC at the time. And so professional development was really a part of that. And juvenile was always in the youth development, and the age appropriateness was always across those training sessions. And so I'll allow Shauna Brathwaite, administrator for DIPS, to see what they've been doing since then.
30 seconds.
Good afternoon, Senator. So currently our officers, a lot of the training is coming through post. However, through some collaborations that we are doing with the UVA cell reentry group, looking into how we can provide training that is specific for juveniles, as well as we have also started having meetings with LEPC, the SAG board, and so some of that, the conversations has been how we can bring training to the Youth Rehabilitation Center for the officers and the other staff of the facility.
All right, thank you. May I conclude one question, Chair?
Yes, you may.
Back in the days when I worked there, you had a recreational specialist there. Do we have someone on board for recreational activities for the juveniles at YRC at this time? Anybody?
Go ahead, Ms. Brathwaite.
Somebody?
We do not have a recreational specialist at this time. A lot of times the correctional officers will kind of do it as well as part of their role. I know that I spoke with Chief Torres, and he's been doing some running and some calisthenics in the morning with them. But we don't have anybody assigned specifically right now.
I was
so
not,
correct, Commissioner. In conjunction with the residential counselor who works at the facility, they plan recreational and social activities for the residents, and so that's how we have been trying to augment that gap, that staff gap that we have.
because I know with COVID, most everything is pretty much shut down, and I was a little concerned about them, being able to move themselves, get a little more activities, move around, and it helps stress, especially with young folks with energy. Just being in a building all day could build up stress and could create friction for your staff. So that was my concern about them getting to burn that energy out on the basketball court or some kind of track and field or whatever, activity that can be utilized to keep them going. So that was my concern.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you very much.
Johnson, for your line of questions. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to, again, thank you, Commissioner Kazi Gomez and your team for all of the information you have supplied us today with. It's a lot of food for us to eat and get a well-round idea of the services that Human Services offers, but most importantly, about your challenges that you are faced with, especially with the clientele you are serving. I want to look at our residential services that we offer. Some of the clients placed in residential facilities have gone without seeing or meeting with their Department of Human Services assigned case manager for extended time periods. What is the standard?
Is that a question? Okay, I'm sorry. Is that a question or a statement?
I'm asking you because it looks like you have a shortage of staff. What is the standard frequency of visit by the Department of Human Services workers to clients placed in your care?
Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin. She has oversight of our residential services, and so there is a little bit of a hybrid approach to that. So, AC Benjamin.
Good day, Senator.
Yes.
Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin. The family services specialists and social workers who work with children who are in care are required to visit twice per month for those families who are within the territory. For the residents who are off island, which is what you were questioning, the contact with them is usually via telephone or virtually. And that contact includes the contact with the social workers or family services workers with the residents, sometimes in team meetings with the residents and the providers.
How often, I'm sorry to interrupt you, AC Benjamin, how often does that take place?
For the ones off island, it does not take place twice per month as it does locally. Usually those contacts happen when necessary.
And don't you see that it would be possible, especially knowing that the young people are off island and they have no contact with their loved ones here, can we look at beefing up the contact period so that, because these are young people, and to see if we could beef up the contact period with their parents or their loved ones, because now we're COVID, and having still that connection with the family is critical. So what can we look at and see as far as putting in place a corrective action plan to increase the contact with for residents who are off island with their loved ones and family is critical, and you know it. We all know it. So tell me what Human Services is going to do to address that.
Okay, so we recently went through a bit of a change in personnel. So we have a new administrator who is acting, who used to be the social worker in that unit. So we're making that transition, and we have added 2 social workers to our list of critical positions that we need, with the intent being having residential services presence on St. Croix as well as on St. Thomas, and being able to have those 2 individuals do stateside visits with our families who are off island. Okay. One of the things that I didn't mention is that clients who are in residential services end up having 2 social workers, because they have a social worker from the unit that they were receiving services.
My time, I'm so sorry, AC Benjamin, my time is running quickly here, and I know you want to get into the detail. I have another question quickly. Who within the department is responsible to ensure that the federal as well as the local mandates are being met?
30
that would
seconds.
be the program administrators.
That would be whom, and what are their names?
The program administrators for the specific programs that you're referring to. So with us today, we have Shauna Brathwaite. She's the administrator for Division of Intervention and Prevention Services. Mm-hmm. For a Division of Children and Family Services, we have Ms. Cherise Hart. She's the administrator. For our Office of Intake and Emergency Services, we have Ms. Natalie Lewis, is the administrator. For our Office of Residential and Interstate Compact Affairs, Our acting administrator is Ms. Evie Monique James. Should I go through all of the division?
No, my time has been called, and I want to be able to respect and not abuse my time unless the chairman is so gracious to allow me or allow you to continue and place their names on record.
You can provide that information to the chair, the list of names, and we can pass them on to Senator Joseph. Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your questions. Next, we have Senator Frances Halliger. But before she comes on, I have a question regarding to the staff shortage that the commissioner mentioned. What is the department doing in order to fill those vacancies? Are they posted?
Are you talking about GVI vacancies that were actually taken in 2020 and not put back in the 2021 budget? We've requested critical hire vacancies for all of our divisions and programs that affect our not only our operations and our astuteness in being able to respond, but also our federal match requirements. And so we've actually done that. We've also submitted a supplemental budget for vacancies. So currently the vacancies that you've been seeing that have been posted are 100% federally funded. And or a backfill position, meaning that they become vacant this current fiscal year.
Can you give me a total number of vacancies you have currently?
Actually, I can't right now, but I'll be happy to put that for you.
Okay.
I'll make sure that I put it in writing for you and the committee.
And let me ask you, Commissioner, so what are some of the challenges in order to fill these vacancies?
The actual position being vacant is the biggest one. So basically what's happening is the GVI during the budget crunch, and when we had some in 2020, a lot of the vacancies were actually taken from the actual vacancy list. And so when they came over to 2021, those positions were not even available. So now we're trying to get a supplemental budget to put those positions back into the budget to ensure that we are staffed up.
Good. And those that are within the budget now, I would like to know what the numbers are of those vacancies that you have within the budget that are not part of the supplemental budget they're going to submit. So if you could provide those numbers also for us, appreciate it. Senator Frances Halliger, you recognize?
Good afternoon. How are you? Just a quick follow-up on the discussion that my colleague was just asking you about the vacancies. I took the time out and we pulled down a personnel request for a social service manager that's listed from March 11th, and it's going to end as of today, March the 24th. And I noticed here in your testimony, you said there's a district manager vacancy in the St. Croix district that dates back to 2016. Are these potentially similar positions, or why has this position seemed to be so elusive to get filled since 2016 and we're in 2021?
Very, very, very different positions. One is, I believe you said social services manager will probably be under our Head Start program, and our district managers are under either the Office of Intake and Emergency Services or the Division of Children and Family Services are the two that we've been having vacant. Is that correct, AC Benjamin? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And
how many? I want to ask a question now in regards to how many children currently are in your system overall that's under your care?
Well, today we have approximately a little less than 100 in foster care. AC, do you have the statistics right in front of you? So if you look at the total care, are you looking at those that are in the care and custody of Human Services, or are you looking at total caseloads? And the reason that's a little bit different, I can give you the numbers of off-island and on-island residential facilities. So currently, our group home has 9. St. Thomas Healthcare Management has 11. I think Queen Louise has a home for children, not for the aged, has 8. And then we have a selection of residential services off island that also has a variety in about 40, a little less than 40 for residential services. And then our foster care management and our foster care system, I'll have to double check that as well.
Okay.
And then we
thank you.
currently have 9 at YRC.
Okay. In regards to those children in care, in comparison to staff, do you think that you have a good enough balance currently, or are you in need for additional persons to assist with this?
I definitely, I'm so thankful for the question. We are not at a level where we are as far as staffing is concerned. If you compare it to 2010, we were about 989 staff in human services, and today we're less than 700. So for us to do the mandates both locally as well as federally, it's very difficult to meet some of the mandates due to the staff shortages in every division.
Now, of these children, for example, if some of them have behavioral health problems, how do you handle those children as opposed to others that do not have these issues?
It depends on the referral source, to be honest. So we work with Education and Department of Health is regarding children in care. The behavioral health bill that's coming down the pike, but we've had a tri-agency agreement in place for a long time. So if a child is not able to attend school for whatever reason locally, then we work together if they need an off-island residential placement to ensure that they're able to learn and get their needs met, whatever they may be.
Just for making sure that you guys have all the tools necessary, I noted that on line, I think it was line 204, you spoke a little bit about your phone system being replaced, and further along, I think on 210, you talked about your Wi-Fi issues. And I know in a day of age of technology, these things are very important for you to do your job. Expound a little bit on these two aspects of your testimony.
I think either AC Benjamin or Administrator Shauna Brathwaite are kind of intimately involved, but overall it's a structure that's been around for a really long time. So in order for us to rewire the entire thing, you're going to have to pull out and update everything. But between the two, where are we on that?
So I'll just say that, especially because we're in a pandemic environment and a lot of the contact remains virtual. The connectivity issue at YRC is a problem because court, visitation with parents, counseling sessions, school, everything is virtual and requires connectivity. And trouble with that amounts to difficulty getting those things done. And similarly with the phone system. Ms. Brathwaite?
Mr. Chair, may I ask my final question?
We're going to have a second round, Senator.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Commissioner, something else from your leadership they wanted to share?
I think we're just going to piggyback on the phone system specifically for Ms. Brathwaite.
May I proceed, Senator?
You may.
Good afternoon. So the phone system is also outdated. And when it stopped functioning, we learned that we would have to upgrade to an entirely new system. In the interim, because of what it's going to take to do that, MIS have allowed us to be rerouted through the Kings Hill system. And so they're slowly been building back into YRC phone extensions. So last month they added one more phone extension. The rest of the extensions that they're gonna have to put in place is going to require the running of additional wires and dropping lines.
Thank you for that. Now, let me ask, how long have you been having this issue with the phone and also with connectivity at the facility?
So, Senator, what I learned about the phone, last year we had a bad storm that came through. When the weather was done and the power was restored, we were unable to restore the phone systems. Via tried numerous times too and was unable to, and at that point in time indicated that we would have to go ahead and upgrade the phone system. And so we've been working on that. In reference
So
to
for
the,
so for about a year now.
yes, correct.
And the challenge has been what, funding to be able to upgrade the whole phone system?
Challenge is funding. The challenge is structural because, as the commissioner indicated, that we would have to do rewiring, removal of the current system and rewiring, even in the what we're trying to do now, which is in a complete system rehaul. There it still includes rewiring.
Did you get some estimates of what the cost of that would be?
So the cost, if I recall, to upgrade and install a new phone system is about $10,000.
10,000. Okay, that doesn't seem to be a lot.
Senator, have you seen the YRC budget? It's only GBI. And so most of it's personnel, it's heavy in personnel, and the other ones is a little bit in other services in that for the supplies. So if you take 10,000 out, then you're gonna leave us with little. So if we do it, we're great, but it's gonna then push something else that we're not gonna be able to do. So we'll see what we can work out and see where we are in the next coming months, especially as we're ending the fiscal year.
Okay, because I believe having a phone system that works, especially in a facility like YRC, is of utmost importance. Connectivity. So with regards to connectivity, where are we with that? How long has that been an issue?
I think that it has been, it came more fruition during COVID because even if you're at your own house and there 4 people are on Wi-Fi at the same time, so if I'm doing a Teams meeting, my daughter's online, the connectivity can kick off. So I think that was part of it combined with the other aspects of things. But is that correct, ladies?
It is. The connectivity always a bit of a challenge. But with the pandemic environment and court being online and visits and everything else, definitely the need for multiple people to be online while maintaining physical distancing, it has a stressed, an already stressed environment. Additionally, we've one MIS person on St. Croix, so the staffing issue again. He has to go to all the different sites to try to address the issues. So that's difficult as well.
So let me see if I understand correctly. The challenges with connectivity is because of not having enough power usage. What exactly is it? Is it the challenge because how the way the building is set up?
It's it is an infrastructure issue.
So it's an infrastructure issue.
Yes, the facility itself, the structure is old. We were able to, I believe, if I'm remembering the term correctly, maybe T120, T something lines were installed like maybe 5 years ago. Since then, and with that system, there was a need for additional drops. And we were basically hardwired. So you have your computer connected with an Ethernet cord to the system. As we've evolved and needs have increased, a lot of the connectivity, like in order to be able to go to court and stuff, we have to be able to get on without being hardwired and utilizing Wi-Fi. So what we've been doing is using data cards in addition, which are hotspots, in addition to those hard drops that we're able to utilize.
I'm really trying to process how you all been able to function and operate, with the issues of with the phone lines issue and the connectivity issue. I can't begin to think how it.
And it's all interconnected. So in the event that a power goes out, you have the generator access as well. And it's all like the gate, everything is connected. So you have to make sure that if it's one thing that you're replacing, making sure that something else doesn't go and disrupt the 24-hour operation and continue to keep it safe and secure.
But Commissioner, there's a plan moving forward, that's correct?
Correct.
And what's the timeline? By when will these issues be resolved?
I won't be able to give that to you today, sir, because I feel like if I did, I would put myself in a bucket. But I'll be happy to make sure that we address it and put it back just to kind of give you the plan so you have an idea of what that looks like and the cost analysis to it, and see where we are with our budget to ensure that we can get that done.
Please do, because I also understand, like you said, now given the nature of COVID, the demand for connectivity has increased, and I know that's been more challenging. And I'm also thinking about our young people and the virtual learning that is necessary, apart from the court hearings that I think there was Ms. Benjamin, right, mentioned with regards to that. Thank you. So let's go now to Senator DeGraff. You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Commissioner, first of all, to you and your team, thank you, because again, dealing with the children, you're dealing with the seniors. DHS has its hands full, and I appreciate you guys. So we're here for status update on Division of Children and Family Services and Division of Intervention and Prevention Services. Under the Division of Children and Family Services, how many staff do you have? How much staff do you have addressing children and family services?
Sir, I have, you want to go ahead, AC Benjamin, you got it in front of you?
A total of 17 right now.
I could hardly hear you. Speak a little louder, please.
A total of 17 right now across the territory.
Okay, 17. And in terms of children and family services, about what do you provide? How does that 17 equate to the volume of children and family services that you provide?
It does not, because included in that 17 are staff who do not provide direct services to children and families. There's a need for additional family services workers, and Commissioner mentioned our need for supervisory staff, district managers. We do need to get bodies in there, staff in there, in order for us to be able to provide the direct services that need to be provided.
So after hours, how do we get in contact with this division after hours? The phone system isn't working, connectivity isn't. How do you get in contact if it's after hours issue?
We have cell phones in both the Annis Hope Group Home as well as YRC in the event that goes down. And so we've been in contact with them. Shauna, is there anything else that you wanted to add to that?
Do you have funding for cell phones, to issue cell phones to these divisions again and provide that phone number through the media?
Which division? Sorry, Senator.
Well, I'm saying in regards to your phone system being down, other ways to get into human services or for service. How do we connect the public?
So YRC is the facility that's having phone issues. That's not a public-facing facility usually. So we don't have people from the general public calling YRC for issues.
So do family members check on do family members check on their children in YRC?
They do with the social workers. Those children have 2 social workers assigned. So they would usually do that through the social workers or family services workers, and then contact during the weekend is usually scheduled.
Okay, because I just want to, we put out those kind of issues. Then for YRC, have we checked with some of these other companies that provide internet services and stuff to enhance that, or can contracts be done for those purposes to just try find ways for the connectivity, for phone service in that particular area. What else have we tried besides updating our old system or trying to put in a new system?
Well, I think just replacing the system in general will be their best bet. You look at, you replace that system in the old facility, you still have the old facility. We'll get a comprehensive plan and we'll make sure that we share that with the committee, Senator
1 minute.
DeGraff, so you have what that really looks like as far as a full replacement of not only the phone system, but also the connectivity issues that we have. If that's okay with you.
Commissioner, may I just add
Sure.
that with contracts, in order to be able to get a contract, you have to go through the RFP process, and you cannot go through the RFP process without proving that you have the funds to pay for what you're proposing for someone to provide. So that's where our funding issue comes
30
up. If you don't have the money,
seconds.
you can't advertise.
Yeah, I'm just saying, over a year without that system, so we got to try something else. Okay, in regards to when I was a police officer, I have referred family members to go to the courts to seek a PINS, persons in need of supervision. Can you explain that process now, please?
Sure. Ms. Brathwaite?
Good afternoon, Senator. So
Good
person
afternoon.
in need of supervision, the process.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if they could answer.
Yes, you may.
Okay, good.
Thank you. So when a person in need of supervision, the parent legal guardian has to complete a petition that then gets filed with the Superior Court. The judge will then hear the petition, the concerns of the parent, the legal guardian, and then if grounds are found, then the judge will put the PINS petition in place. PINS petition, we try to use those as a last resort. What we encourage parents to do is, if you are experiencing difficulties managing the behavior of a minor, then we recommend that you come into the Department of Human Services Intake and Emergency Services and ask for services that way, giving the department to try to put things in place to work with you and the child before enacting a PINS.
Okay, and finally, if I may, Mr. Chair, since we are in COVID, we receive COVID funds to enhance any of these areas. You could answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. For the CARES Act money and other COVID funding for DIP specifically, we did not receive anything, upgrades or anything for the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services, but we did get some for the Division of Children and Family Services. And so regarding that, it was some laptops and some cell phones as well as communication devices. And so we've been able to do that for DCFS.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Johnson is recognized for a point of inquiry.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner. In your testimony, you spoke about residents off island. I'd like to know how many residents you have off island, and if most of the residents off island is because of mental challenges, psychological help that's beyond our capability. Thank you.
It's actually, yes, sir. Thanks for the question. So it's a combination of behavioral health issues and developmental and intellectual disabilities. And so I believe it's 40 that we currently have off island. We'll be happy to share with you the total number by residential treatment facility and kind of give you an idea of the breakdown of who is actually being served there in the age ranges. We actually have that in a graph, and then we'll be happy to share that with you if you'd like.
I would appreciate if you could share it to the chair. Appreciate if they could submit it to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Now, Senator James, you're recognized.
Good afternoon once again to the people of the Virgin Islands and testifiers. Straight to the point. A duo charge with abuse of child and victim critical. I hope and pray that the Justice Department, the judicial branch, do their part to prosecute these individuals. But I'm just curious as to what role the Department of Human Services play specifically for these kinds of situations.
What our mandate is by law when it comes to a child abuse and neglect referral? Is that what you're asking, Senator?
Yes.
James? Okay. AC Benjamin, would you like to quote that law and that local mandate? Just,
Okay.
Just so that the awareness
Disregard.
is that we are actually.
Disregard. I can go and look that up in the Virgin Islands Code. I thought you would have
Well,
been
actually, we're,
One second.
actually, we're in
One second. 1 second. I thought you would have been able to set it off the back of your hand. But I'm just saying, I have intention to bring legislation that mandates that when these things happen, that they seek counseling, no ifs or buts. Because it's sad to know that a grown man, and I'm not afraid to say anything on the Senate floor when it comes to defending the youth of the territory, a grown man could take advantage of a little child and abuse them. It's sad. These individuals, they are sick in their head. They need to seek counseling. That is the reason why I ask you, forget about the Virgin Islands Code for a little bit. What role do you play in making sure that upon these individuals being incarcerated and before they get back into society, are they rehabilitated? Do they seek counseling? So I'm just letting you know my intentions of bringing legislation for individuals who are accused of child abuse and child neglect. So I know the case is sensitive and it's pending, and you guys probably recently heard about it, but I will be paying attention to that specific case because I know in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, we had something similar where a young child was beaten to death. I'm not sure what transpired with that situation. I will not bring it up on the Senate floor, but I'm just hoping and praying that the Department of Human Services intervene to hold these individuals accountable and to make sure that these menaces to society are being rehabilitated, and if not, lock them up and throw away the key. It was made mention that you have social workers who are playing a role in monitoring the attendance for school students. Can you speak to how many social workers per district that you have monitoring the attendance for our students?
Specifically for the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services.
Yes.
AC Benjamin, you got that, or Sean, you got that in front of you?
And while they're looking for that,
Senator,
Yes, sir.
and while you're looking for that, do we have any vacancies?
in the District of,
Proceed.
Go ahead.
Proceed.
good afternoon, Senator.
Okay, I
In the
just want making
district
sure
of,
that mics were
St.
checking.
Thomas, St. John, we have 4 social workers. And in the district of St. Croix, we have 1 social worker and 3 family services specialists.
So my question is, do we have vacancies in the St. Croix district for social workers?
Again, Senator, like I stated earlier, all of our GVI vacancies were taken in 2020 and not put back on the budget in 2021. We've requested a supplemental budget to add back all the GVI vacancies. In the event that a social worker has left the position this fiscal year, whether it be retired or moved on, then we would be able to backfill that position. That currently has not happened right now.
So prior to COVID-19, there were vacancies for social workers in the district of St. Croix.
It wasn't COVID specifically, it was in fiscal year 2020 during that time period when a lot of the vacancies were taken.
Okay.
They were basically frozen and then they were taken from the budget.
Because I'm a little concerned. I don't get into that St. Croix versus St. Thomas thing, but obviously there's a disparity when it comes to the amount of social workers in the
30
St. Thomas
seconds.
district compared to the St. Croix district. So we need to look into that. That needs to be fixed and addressed. I don't know how you'll be able to do it, but it needs to be fixed because no way one person in the St. Croix district can be able to assist all these children and monitor their attendance. It's impossible. Somebody ain't doing their math correctly. So please let us look into that. And as far as the YRC, we already know the current situation down there. We took a tour. I am not going to use this opportunity to embarrass anybody. But as far as a Big Brother program at the YRC, do we have a Big Brother program? Because I remember at one point when I was working for Senator Francis, I assisted in teaching the young men to tie a tie. We went in there to give them advice and other things. Do you have a consistent and frequent Big Brother program where individuals like myself or whoever in the community can go in there and be able to assist them?
Senator, your time has been called. Commissioner and your team, be so kind to answer the question on the time, on the chair's time. Thank you.
Ms. Brathwaite, would you go ahead and share the services that we currently are offering?
Good afternoon, Senator. Currently at the YRC, we don't have a Big Brother program, but we are partnering with organizations who come in. So, for instance, we have Rotary Harborside who come in virtually once a week and provide programming for the young people at the Youth Rehabilitation Center. We also have started recently working with the Village. They're doing their Strengthening Families program where they're working virtually as well with the young people at YRC the first hour, and then in the second hour, they are working with the parents for those individuals who are at YRC.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brathwaite. Senator James, you have a point of inquiry? Kindly recognize Senator James's mic.
Good. Yes, I just want to place something on the record. It's 1:17. I'm in no way, shape, or form rushing to go home. I would stay here until 7 o'clock p.m. if needed when it comes to the youth of the territory. So I'm just asking for us to not rush this block because it's very important when it comes to the youth of the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. We're going into the second round of questions. Oh, Senator Saru is... Nope. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be sure to indicate that the Department of Human Services does a yeoman job of what you do, and we are in no way rushing through these blocks, but we are ensuring that we ask really succinct question to get to a good sense of what we are required to do and what you need to do as well. Quickly, I just wanted to ask you regarding your foster care program. In line 199, you mentioned, actually 144, you mentioned that the foster care unit is responsible to ensure that the children achieve permanency in a timely manner. Kindly be specific about that time. What time are we looking at based on our federal and local mandate to achieve permanency for children in foster care? And also, how many children do we have, the number of children that we have who are in foster care, and how many of those persons are aging out of foster care? Thank you kindly.
Assistant Commissioner Benjamin. Yep.
Yes, Senator. There are 72 children in foster care currently. With regard to timely permanency, the federal statute, the Adoptions and Safe Family Act, requires that children who have been out of their homes for 22 months, at that point, we should be looking at terminating parental rights and making the children free for other permanency options, such as adoptions.
Quickly, sorry, hold one moment for me there, AC Benjamin. Now, have you been doing that? Are you in compliance with that?
No. Partly because that is a process of court hearings. So sometimes matters are continued, parents are given opportunities to fulfill whatever the court orders are. So we try as best we can, but it all happens within the courts.
Okay, now another question just as a follow-up to that. Kindly indicate whether when you're out of compliance, is there placing you in any type of jeopardy with your funding, your federal funding?
Yes, ma'am. If we are not in compliance with the Title 4E guidelines, we are now, since we are now a Title 4E jurisdiction and we're getting our monies online, we are now subject to being penalized where we will not be able to be reimbursed for local monies spent for care of children if we're not in compliance.
Kindly indicate the amount of money that you are being penalized for, because the process,
1 minute.
especially with the COVID, is taking a long time. But I'm sure, I don't want to go back. Let's just go forward at what exists now. How much money are you being penalized for that you cannot have access to because you are non-compliance?
The Title 4B dedicated funding that we're eligible for is about $1.3 million. But let me clarify, though that is a system that's just now being put into place.
30 seconds.
So the majority of the money that's being spent is GVI money. So were we to be in compliance, we would be able to be reimbursed for those. So it's different funding streams for a total of about 1.3 million.
So you're using mostly GVI money because you're not in compliance, correct?
Yes, the short answer is yes, Senator.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, let me ask you, are we at risk of losing any federal funding?
Yes,
We are?
the short answer. Yes, and that's a longer probably conversation because it's not just children and family services where we're talking about. So anytime that you have staff shortages, like in your Medicaid and your SNAP programs, that does have an error rate and threat to not be able to spend the funding that has been allotted to you for those particular aspects of things. And those particular programs also have a match requirement from the GVI government. So in the event that a vacancy is taken and it's a 50-50 match, like whether it be GVI 50% of the salary and the Medicaid program, then that threatens the funding and or future funding for the Virgin Islands.
So can you go down the list for us of which ones you believe that that are related to the youth services that are at risk?
Is pretty comprehensive, to be very honest with you.
Can you then submit those if you don't have them at hand? Because that is really concerning, knowing that we're about to lose some funding.
So if I may, sir,
Sure.
So if you were to kind of take a kind of a quick overview look at things. So you have your Title 4B funding, which AC Benjamin kind of spoke about recently. You have the subpart 1 and 2 of Title 4B. You also have the Promoting Safe and Families. These are all federal funding requirements. Some of it are under block grant requirements. And so some of them have different special funds and end dates. So they may not end on 2021, but some may be extended, like the Family First Transition Assistance. That can go to 2025. And so we want to make sure that when we're looking at the funding streams, sometimes we have 2 years to spend, not just 1 year to spend. And sometimes there's alliances where you have to only spend a certain amount of particular funds in the first year, but not the second part of the year. So you may hire and pay for things the first year, but not the second year. So it's a little bit more complicated than just a conversation, but we'll be happy to share with you all our federal funding streams related to children and families and kind of show you where we are as far as expenditures are concerned. We'll be happy to do so.
Yeah, and I understand by what you're saying that the main cause of this is because of the vacancies, not having the staff in place in order to execute and really use these resources. Is that correct?
And that is correct, sir. And I think that if you look at it from a fiscal and in your HR portion as well, and so if we're so extremely short-staffed in our Office of Fiscal Affairs as well as our HR office, then we're not able to be expeditious in requests and hiring and all of that, because, as far as recruitment and employee relations and grievances and all of that, we need a full staff in those two offices to ensure that we're timely reporting on all of our federal funds as well as local, and to get, and we're currently under an audit as well. And so they're asking for specific information in a specific format. And if we only have 4 or 5 people doing that, then that can be difficult. So we'll be happy to get all the information to you. And we're pretty on track on the CARES Act spending that we reported last month. So we'll be happy to do so.
So, Commissioner, that brings us back again to the same question in regards to aggressively recruiting and finding the individuals who fill these positions. You know, what's the plan? And, you know, is there a sense of urgency? And can you share with that? Because sometimes when we hear, and especially members from our community, the funds are going back, funds are not being used, we're losing resources, federal funding. And yeah, we know there's challenges within the department, but you know, what are you doing? What is your leadership doing to ensure that, you know, this doesn't continue to happen, you know, that we're stopping this ball from continuing to rolling, and this is something that we continually hear?
Well, sir, actually, you know, I requested a higher budget last fiscal year, and I didn't get a full funding on that. And part of that funding was the match required for some of these federal programs. And so this body and the executive branch and the legislative branch have to work together to ensure that we're able to meet the demands and the federal requirements. So in the event that we really want a Medicaid program within the territory, there's certain requirements of the GBI. So what have we done? We actually did impact statements for every single division, talking about when you cut vacancies or we're not able to fill vacancies for whatever reason, what impact that has on the service delivery for our territory. And that was specifically by division and specifically by program. And so we also did critical hire lists, and we've submitted that. We've also submitted a supplemental budget. So I'm only as good as the resources and money I have. And so if I'm able to have a little bit more resources, a little bit more money to hire, then that would be able to satisfy not having to send some of that federal money back because of that. And so it's definitely complicated, and all the match requirements are definitely interesting. We also have that required for Head Start. So we'll be happy to share all of the information. But we've done everything in our power. We've talked with the governor. We've met with Office of Management and Budget to ensure that our needs are heard. And so we've been in constant conversations with them about that.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And I also understand that you have submitted a supplemental budget for this fiscal year in order to fill some of those vacancies. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Point of inquiry by Senator Joseph. You recognize?
Testing. Wonderful. I have a point of inquiry specifically to the funding that we're losing. Do you have a corrective action plan in place?
Well, we do, and that's part of its hiring. So by each federal program, we have a corrective action plan. And so in the event that, let's just say we have $2 million and $1 million is for staffing, then that's the part that we do. We also have regular meetings with all of our federal partners. And so some of those are monthly and some of those are quarterly. And some of those are weekly, actually, to ensure we're in compliance. So they're well aware of our situation. In the event that we can ask for waivers, flexibilities, or extensions, we do so we can ensure compliance. So we're in tune, very in tune with all of our federal partners to ensure that the VI doesn't send money back, and hopefully that we don't have to do that. But I don't like to send money back, especially when it's for our territory, especially for services, especially for hiring, especially during this time frame of a pandemic when a lot of people are out of work. And you know, we can't list vacancies and I can't recruit unless I actually have the position to recruit for. So we're working on it. But as you can see from the testimony and the thoughts today is that we are in dire straits.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will be now recognizing Senator Johnson for his 4 minutes.
Good afternoon again. Commissioner, on your list of hired, I see you have a facility manager. I know that building, especially YRC building, is a very old building based on testimony is from 1960. So what's the status? Who does the maintenance, and how do you maintain that building with that age without a facility manager there?
We do actually have a maintenance person on site at YRC, specifically for YRC. If you look at, again, I feel like I'm doing a radio show or repetition. I only have 2 people for maintenance on St. Croix for Department of Human Services.
And that's for all the
facility
buildings,
management.
all your facilities here on St. Croix?
Correct.
Now, for your group home for children, what programs or service do you offer for them?
Ms. Brathwaite is there every day, so I'll allow her to speak.
So for the residents of the group home, the staff are monitoring them. Now that COVID has come upon us, they monitor them in school daily. We refer the clients out for therapeutic services, so there are private provider contracts in place where they are receiving family and group therapy as indicated. We provide them with social activities at the group home. It's a safe place. Many of the residents that we currently have at the group home are foster children who have been experiencing difficulties, behavioral difficulties.
Okay. You know, your nurse and your doctor, part-time, is that sufficient for that facility with those juvenile with challenges? Especially at YRC, they are part-time workers, am I correct? The doctor and the nurse? What are their hours? How many hours per day do they provide you with service?
So currently at YRC, we have part-time nurses who we have been graciously been loaned from Herbert Gregg Home. They provide services in the AM and the PM. They check in on the residents at the group home and at YRC and administer medications as needed. For any doctor services, we're actually utilizing our community health centers and private physicians as needed to secure any medical attention that the residents at both facilities might need.
So your doctor, do you have a doctor that come part-time?
No, Senator, we do not have a doctor that comes part-time.
So all your doctor visit is off campus?
Correct.
Oh, wow. So in emergency cases, you guys definitely have to just pick up
In
those
emergency cases, we have to go to the emergency room when necessary.
Have you ever tried partnering with
1 minute.
Golden Grove to at least utilize some of their services with their doctors or even the dental? Because they have a fancy dental chair down there. They have a dentist that come on and off. So I don't know if you ever try partnering with them to utilize some of their service and their staff. Especially in the case with a doctor. In Golden Grove, you have a doctor that comes in there on a part-time basis, but at least a doctor comes to the facility. And I think it saves a lot of money if a doctor come in the facility
30 seconds.
versus you have to take them out all the time, because taking them out requires staffing, requires transportation versus the doctor. And then if they're high risk, it makes that even a little more challenging. Because, you know, let's not hide, we have some very aggressive juvenile. And I would like for you to speak a little bit. I think you had an incident where an officer was hurt lately from one of your juvenile there.
Time.
We did have an incident. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I think you should try and reach out to the Bureau of Correction, see if they can assist you with their doctor and probably share the cost of the doctor so that it cuts the risk of going back and forth. If I can continue that. It cuts down the risk, the high risk of transportation and staffing, leaving versus a doctor coming on board. And I'll just give a quick story and wrapping up. At my time and working at the Bureau of Correction, we had the Anasoap Detention Center, which was right in front of you guys. And
Yes.
when nighttime come and a prisoner decide, even if he was faking a sick, we had to take him out of the institution to get that medical attention. But Dr. Amdallah at the time, that lives right there around the corner from Catherine Rest, would come down and say, bring him to me and I'll determine if he needs to go to the emergency room or not. And many times, we didn't even have to travel farther than to the Anasoap Detention Center. So if you could get a doctor, it saved time, it saved money, and it saved the risk of traveling off the campus with that individual. Thank you again very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, can you elaborate? You said that there was an incident of some sort.
I'm not able to like elaborate on incidents like that in the facility.
Oh,
But there was one, and everybody's okay.
okay. And were they then any new implementations in place as a result?
We
Within
adhere
the
by
policy?
our policy and procedures. We don't have to put anything extra in place. There's always going to be an incident, potential incident with the population at risk that we talked about earlier. So some of these are adult transferees getting ready to go to BOC. They're in for a variety of charges. And so there potentially could be an incident at any given time. So that's why they're training, and that's why they're correctional officers, and that's why they're there for the safety and security of not only themselves, but for the residents.
Do you have enough officers at the facility?
I think we're maintaining. I think if we were to have a higher census, we would be in trouble. So there were times when we had 40 and 50 residents at any given time, and our staffing patterns were higher. And so for us, that could be a potential issue in the event that the court decided to increase their remands. And so I look at it in those terms. I wanted to, if you wouldn't mind, Senator, there was a time when we had a behavioral medical mental health contract at YRC specifically. And right before I came back, the Virgin Islands Behavioral Services no longer provided that service. So that service would actually solve a lot of our issues with the group home and as well as YRC. So that's some of the things that we explore as far as providing, so not just a doctor, but a comprehensive, full round type of service would be in the best interest of our clients.
So where are you with that?
Okay, that goes back to money again, so I can't get into an RFP without setting aside funding for that. So what happened was when VIBS was no longer, they actually had multiple contracts. So they had a GIS and a JRAP, which is an alternative to sentencing program in both districts. They ran the girls' cottage, the girls' group home, the boys' group home, the crisis stabilization center, as well as the behavioral mental health contract at YRC. So when they left, I believe it was 18, the funding for that was kind of incorporated into positions. And since then, some of those positions, many of those positions have now been taken from the budget. So they took the funding that would be necessary for contracts and put it into positions, and then the positions were taken, so the funding's not there. So for example, I'm kind of rambling, but for example, at Anna's Hope Group Home, we now have it costs us in overtime because we don't have positions to hire for Anna's Hope Group Home, about $500,000, $520,000 a year for overtime costs to run the group home. In order for me to do a contract out for that specific service, I have to prove that I have $500,000. I would have it if I wasn't paying the overtime particularly, but I don't have it to show that I can get into a contractual situation to do an RFP.
I understand. And so how many officers do you have per shifts?
I think we're back at 8-hour shifts, but Ms. Brathwaite?
So on shift, good afternoon again. On shift, it fluctuates anywhere between 6 and 8 people per shift. That's at YRC. At the Anna's Hope Group Home, we typically have 2 persons on per shift.
Okay. So 6 and 8 to serve what population again on the YRC?
Currently have 9.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Currently 9. Okay. And then in a group home, that's 2 to serve what size population?
We currently have 6 residents at the group home.
6. What's the moral for the correction officers? What's the morale?
I think overall, not just at YRC, across the department, when you have a staff like ours that are committed to providing direct services, then we're essential 24-hour, and you don't have enough staff, I think they get tired. And so when it comes to morale specifically, they're working and doing more than is required of them. And so for me, I'd say I can't talk about every division, but across the board, I feel like our staff has been doing the best they can with the staff shortages and going above and beyond, especially during right after the 2 Category 5 hurricanes and then rolling into a COVID-19 pandemic.
Do you also have a shortage in supplies?
In some cases, we have had shortages in supplies. It depending upon if we get a monthly or quarterly allotment from ONB. So a lot of times our food for our 24-hour facilities, if we're on a monthly allotment, that could be an issue, especially when it comes to the homes for the aged, when it comes to purchasing things like diapers and those kinds of things, it could potentially put us at risk.
Senator Joseph, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My point of inquiry is, are you, Commissioner Kazi Gomez, seeing that some of your social workers and other team members are experiencing burnout because they are understaffed?
I would say that's a correct statement, and UVI is actually going to do a burnout survey for Department of Human Services and some other agencies. And I could probably tell you we're at probably over 90% of burnout, but I would say yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. This round of questioning, I really want to jump in, specifically trying to deal directly with the children and some of the things that's happening over the past couple of years, as we might know. First of all, I want to ask a question. What practices do you have in place when you're responding to cases of severe child abuse within human services?
AC Benjamin, just so you're aware, and not to run into your time, Senator, but AC Benjamin has a very strong background in investigations and several master's degrees, and also was oversight of intake and emergency services. So policy, procedures, and everything. She's very intimately involved. AC Benjamin.
Good afternoon. Just for the record, the division that deals with our response to child abuse and neglect is not here today. When we receive a call or referral regarding child abuse and neglect, we respond in the type of situation that you're referring to. We would respond, and often when it involves a child being injured, we respond and the police department responds. If there's a need for us to call the ambulance, we do that. And we travel to the emergency room if the child is severely injured, or more often than not, we're going to the emergency room to respond to a situation where a child is seriously injured. Our investigation would involve, of course, trying to find out what happened to the child in a situation where there's severe injury. The child is not going to be discharged. So we would look into whether or not there are other children who were in the households that are involved that are in need of protection and in need of being in a safe space. The responsibility.
If you're in a situation where a child is removed from a home because of child abuse, does Human Services step in and remove the other children as well for precautionary reasons?
It all depends on the case. Most of the time, if it's a severe case, yes, we step in and we would actually give the family an opportunity to provide a plan. So if there are other relatives, if the child is with a one parent and the non-offending parent is available, we look at that. Relatives, fictive kin, if none of that is available, then we would do foster care.
Okay. You just spoke about procedures and a potential plan for parents. For example, today in the Daily News, there's a headline
1 minute.
for mother arrested for aggravated child abuse was charged with child neglect in 2008. Now, the individual in 2008 had charges and they were given 1-year probation. In 2010, July, there was an assault and battery, simple assault and battery. That situation was dismissed. And now we are here in 2021, aggravated child abuse.
30
If there's
seconds.
if there's a pattern emerging over the years with a parent, at what point does, or even months, at what point does Human Services say, well, something is happening here, enough is enough, that the child's protection should be first and foremost?
Well, I cannot speak to any specific cases, but with regard to charges, the Department of Human Services is not involved with any criminal charges. The thing that repeated referrals would do is raise that family's risk level, because there are instruments that we have to fill out so that all that goes into a decision is not on the worker, is not up to the worker's discretion. So that would raise the risk level, and the risk level determines whether or not the child can remain at home or not.
Well, I think for myself, Mr. Chair, could I just finish my last
Yes,
question and
ma'am.
wrap up? Thank you. I think for my concern, I think especially with dealing with Human Services and an individual in the public, when we're consistently over a period of years hearing different stories, Aaron Benjamin, or you might hear of Tamar Lake, now you're hearing of another case, you get a little bit concerned to make sure that these procedures are being followed and are in place for the protection of our children. So my final question I want to ask, what other auxiliary services do you have to advocate for children who are dealing with neglect or severe abuse?
Children who come to the department's attention for those issues, they do receive counseling. If they are removed from the home, they are placed in an environment where they're safe, where all of the services are provided to provide them with as normal a situation as we can possibly provide. We contract with private providers within the community, some agencies in the community, like Island Therapy Solutions. We often make a lot of referrals to the Women's Coalition for counseling services as well for children and parents. What we would do is try to infuse as many services as possible. And where the court is involved, the court also gives directives in terms of court-ordered services.
Thank you so much for the additional time, Mr. Chair. And I do hope the Department of Human Services continues with what they're doing, but most importantly, make sure that the protection of our children is first and foremost. That's very important to myself, I'm sure, along with the residents of this territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, and I echo your sentiments with regards to that. Oh, sorry, Senator Francis Heiliger. I echo your sentiments in regards to that. And just so I could have a little bit of understanding, also those that are viewing. So when a child, let's say for example, if a child stops showing up to virtual school or otherwise shows some sort of signs of neglect or abuse, how is DHS notified, and who by who? What's the process that takes place there?
Yeah, go ahead, Asa Benjamin. Well, I was just going to say that there's a lot of mandated reporters. And so in the school system, there is a process then that comes to the Department of Human Services and flows. And so social workers, doctors, nurses are mandated reporters. So in the event that you have a virtual school, child is not showing up, then they do their investigations, or maybe they do their, I do believe they have some kind of attendance officer or somebody that can assist with that process. And so if they see any signs of neglect, abuse, then they do a referral specifically to our Office of Intake and Emergency Services, and then we'll take it from there.
And are teachers provided some sort, well, maybe you might not be the one to answer this, Commissioner, but maybe from your role, is there any type of training that is provided maybe to teachers in that regards to be able to identify these signs? And what's the process of reporting that, to your knowledge?
Well, we've actually done some pre-service training with the Department of Education on the past. We've actually, April is actually Child Abuse and Prevention Month, so we'll be pushing out a lot of information about prevention of child abuse and neglect. We're also going to be offering training specifically to the Virgin Islands Police Department. We can also do at Department of Education, but I think our partner agencies will get in there, making sure that they're understanding the process and how that works specifically, and then have the opportunity to ask any questions. So we'll be scheduling that in the next 4 to 6 weeks, just to make sure everybody's up to par. We have a lot of new people that they've hired, so we want to make sure that they understand the process. So we'll be doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, in regards to the intervention and prevention, one, the personnel that you have, you have any personnel looking to retire anytime soon? What type of retention, recruitment and retirement are we looking at for that division? Intervention and prevention services.
Specifically, we're always, it's interesting that we've had quite a few retirements, especially with our Head Start program. We've had people that have some longevity within our department, that we're appreciative of their service. So we do have a few, I don't know specifically in DIPS. I think we have a few potentially in YRC that maybe another 2 to 3 years. I don't believe the others that I'm thinking of at year of retirement yet.
Okay, so will we be more or less in danger of losing institutional knowledge with the amount of retirees you're looking at?
I don't believe so, sir.
No, okay. Now, in terms of legislation, what legislation, if any, do you see on a local level that probably would be able to enhance these divisions in human services? Do you have any?
Actually, yes, the Children's Code is the biggest one, and when Senator James was asking, I wasn't able to fill in, so thanks for the question. We're working behind the scenes specifically to come up with a revision of the Children's Code to ensure.
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me, Commissioner. Someone else is speaking, so I couldn't understand you exactly. Could you repeat again?
We're working internally with an agency to create and revise the Children's Code locally, the BI statute. So it will be in accordance with the federal mandates that we currently have. So we're in the process of doing that, and that'll be pushed to the legislature. So we'll ask for your support at that time.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. Now for the intervention, do you have vehicles assigned to specific individuals to get out into the community to address intervention?
We do have vehicles. I'll have to double check the shape of them, but yeah, we do have vehicles. Yes, sir.
Okay, and in regards to prevention, what programs do you have, I guess, running in the media? Do you have an actual mandate for putting out information into the press, into the communities, getting out there because prevention is the key. But, what are you doing in regards to that?
Well, this is where the community I think is really important for us, especially when it comes to child abuse and neglect. We're only as good as our community. So if you see something, you need to say something as far as child abuse and neglect is concerned. The prevention comes from strengthening families. If we don't strengthen the families at any given time, the production of children coming out of that family environment is not going to be a productive member of society. So prevention and supporting and strengthening families early on is going to be the key to a successful transition of our children.
Do you think finally sorry, you go ahead, Commissioner. I apologize.
No, we work with our community agencies, so we're so gracious between the miscellaneous and the crisis intervention funds. We have lots of nonprofit agencies that are helping and doing the work too to supplement what we cannot do, and so we're thankful for the work that they do in our community.
And finally, is there a need for criminal investigative division in the children in these divisions that you have to address children?
I don't believe that that's our role. I believe that would be under the Department of
Time.
Justice or VIPD to do the investigations. We do investigations when it comes to child abuse and neglect, but not necessarily criminal aspects of things. And so we work in collaboration with the Department of Justice and VIPD on cases. And once there's a charge, then that no longer is our responsibility, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you for that, Commissioner, to your team and yourself. Thank you for all you're doing, and keep doing up the great work. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your questions. Senator James has a point of inquiry, but let me ask: Is there a phone number, like a type of hotline where individuals can call if they and report an abuse? Commissioner?
Yeah, AC Benjamin has that number right off the top of her head.
So there's a telephone number that can be called.
That is working and that someone will answer, right?
Definitely.
Okay.
So that would be 340-772-7119. And that's if someone is trying to make a report. That number rings to our Office of Intake and Emergency Services in the St. Croix District.
So 772-7119.
Yes.
And that's 24/7.
That you can call it 24/7. After hours and on weekends, if there is an emergency, the community is asked to call 911.
Okay.
Unlike jurisdiction in the states where there are hotlines at those hours, locally, police respond. We have on-call cell phone numbers that the police have that they can reach us, that the hospital have that they can reach us, that advocacy agencies have that they can reach us. But the cell phone numbers are not, those cell phone numbers are not put out to the general public.
All right. Thank you for that information, Ms. Benjamin. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of inquiry. I am very concerned when it comes to the District of St. Croix once again, but I love the transparency in the testimony. It was made mention that there has been a district manager vacancy in the St. Croix district that dates back to 2016. Can you just let us know exactly what are the challenges with filling a vacancy, and at a later time, can you email a job description to me?
I'll be happy to. That vacancy was cut from the budget. So in order for us to hire, the position has to be placed back inside the budget. But I'll be happy to share the district manager position with you.
So there's a district manager position in the District of St. Thomas?
Yes.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. What a thing for St. Croix.
So there are vacancies in both districts. There's a vacancy on St. Thomas and a vacancy on St. Croix. They're both long-standing. Yes, the positions have been vacated, but those positions also require social work licenses. And social work licenses, positions that require that, have historically been hard to fill.
I will ask the questions to you moving forward because you seem to know the answers. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, that position has been vacant for, what, 5 years?
I can only talk, it looks like it's been vacant. There might have been, there's some interesting dynamics. So if somebody goes out on sick leave, you can't fill the position. Somebody has to act in that position. And so those have been some of the complications in the past. But yes, I met that, sir, when I came in 2019.
So for 5 years, right, if I'm correct?
Correct.
So, so if I'm clear, that position has been cut from the budget for the last 5 years.
It hasn't been in our budget. I believe it was in, I don't have to double check if it was in our budget for 19 or 20 when we first came in. I'll have to double check.
Can the Assistant Commissioner, maybe you have part of your leadership there, is she aware?
Well, we've been on board for going on 2 years. not quite 2 years. One of those positions was on our personnel list, but as the commissioner stated, they were cut. So we haven't had the position to advertise.
Yeah, what I'm
to-
just trying
to
to
fill.
figure out is how long has it been cut?
Okay, so sir, I came on board the end of April, beginning of May 2019. That was 2019 budget. So 2020 budget, I believe that's when we got some cuts for fiscal year 2020.
Wow.
And then we, just so you're aware, we didn't have an HR person when we didn't have a deputy commissioner of HR when I first came on board as well.
Good.
It's not hopeless. Don't look like it. It's not hopeless. I think that we work together as a team. Our DHS is here. We're here 24, 7 days a week, 365. That's what we do.
Okay, Senator James, you're recognized now for your 4 minutes.
20 minutes? Thank you. In all seriousness, I have several legislation that we'll be bringing to the floor regarding protecting our youth and mandating counseling. It's very sad when we read the newspaper and we see like grown adults taking advantage of children and even to the seniors. But since we're on the topic of youth today, I just want to say, you said at-risk clients are provided services to prevent them from entering the juvenile justice system, and it went on to say that you collaborate with partners such as the Virgin Islands National Guard, Youth About Face Program, the Department of Labor, and the University of the Virgin Islands, the Village, and Youth Arise. I want to focus on Department of Labor because, yes, we need the mentorship and the counseling and what have you, but to employ somebody is a big deal, and it takes them away from going down that dark path. So can you speak to what exactly takes place with Department of Labor when it comes to our at-risk youth and getting them on a path of employment?
We actually just started a program. I'll let Ms. Brathwaite talk about it. We just were in. Go ahead. I'll let you, Administrator Brathwaite. And then, if you don't mind, Senator, I believe Ms. Brathwaite would like to be excused if possible after she answers the senator's question.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator. So recently, the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services has been collaborating with the Department of Labor through their Workforce Development Program to provide soft skills training and employment skills training for clients in our division. We're starting out with a small number of referrals and running a pilot program to see how effective we can be in reaching out to these clients and imparting them with skills that will then help them be employable.
Because the reason why I ask, in 2019, I was invited to be a guest speaker for the graduation for those individuals who went through the program to get their diploma. And while I was there, I gave several of the gentlemen my business card, and I told them when they come out, please reach out to me. And it's so unfortunate that some of those individuals, ever since they came out, have went down the dark path. They did not have the opportunity to reach out to me for whatever reasons, but forget about me. I'm worried about the department playing a role in making sure that there's some level of transition into the real world once they're released.
We're getting some feedback. I'm not sure what
So
that is.
I understand the soft skills, being able to prepare for an interview and all that good stuff, which is necessary because some of them need it. But I want to make sure that it actually leads to actual employment so they can be engaged and be able to take their minds off of things that will put them back
1
into
minute.
that facility. So can you just elaborate some more as far as what is the succession rate? But then again, you said it's a new program, so there is no data to say, well, there's a succession rate when it comes to individuals in our program. Am I correct?
That is correct, Senator. We are in the middle of, we have just begun the program, so we are entering week 2 of the program.
Thank you so much. And
30 seconds.
It was
And I
made.
wanted to say it is on both districts. We're working with Department of Labor territory, so we do have clients in St. Thomas, St. John, as well as St. Croix participating.
Thank you so much. And I know asked about social workers earlier. Hopefully we can address that issue with the disparity, because if that one social worker from the district of St. Croix is ill, then the whole of the district of St. Croix is in turmoil, unless we're going to share responsibilities with those in the other district, which I think is not fair because they don't understand
Time.
the makeup of the Virgin Islands, well, St. Croix specifically. So since time is called, I would just say that I would like to get the job description for the district manager vacancy. Hopefully within this budget cycle, we can address that to make sure that we have somebody who's managing the district. Because if you have a district manager, there wouldn't have been those disparities. They will be able to see those things and spot it and fix it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for your line of questioning. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Yes, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Kazi Gomez, I wanted to ask you relative to foster care, and knowing that we're having some challenges in that area, are you at any time considering privatizing that unit? Because I understand that in some of the states, that area is being privatized and has been successfully privatized. Would you care to comment on that?
Yes, Senator. Actually, we have not discussed privatizing foster care at this time.
Why not? Because that's where, I know it's a hard sell, especially for us, but if we are really, truly interested in meeting the needs of the young people who are placed in that jurisdiction, and we're having challenges in implementing it successfully and servicing the clients, it should be given at least some kind of consideration.
I'm not saying that's not considered. We just haven't discussed it to date yet. AC Benjamin, I know that you've been.
Okay, so Senator, even in the jurisdictions where it is outsourced, the Social Services Department is still required to provide oversight and to monitor and ensure that all of the requirements are being met. And as a new Title 4E jurisdiction, we are now in the process of doing that ourselves. What we have talked about and what we are looking at is outsourcing certain roles that the department has. Things like conducting local and international home studies that now are already overwhelmed staff are doing. We have retired social workers within the territory that are licensed who we may be able to have perform those functions, which would free up a lot of time for the staff that we have to provide more direct services. And if we were able to hire, we would be in a much better position than we are in right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Madam Clerk, please place my time on the record. I have some questions. Commissioner, in regards to, in your testimony, you make mention of on line 28, if I'm not mistaken, the different types of social services. What are some of those social services that you provide?
So, like the supportive services, social work services, counseling, case management, budget plans, working together to look at the whole family unit. And so seeing what the needs, identifying the needs of the whole family unit in order to ensure the successful self-sufficiency of that family is really what we look at. And so if it's helping them sign up for a GED program, is it childcare, is it an issue, is it housing? So we work together with each family to identify their specific needs in order to make sure that they're successful. So each family is going to be a little bit different depending upon where they are in the process, how many children they have. And a lot of times what we've seen are cycles of dysfunction. So you'll see it dating back several generations.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to the rehabilitation programs that are offered at YRC, what are some of those?
I think we talked a little bit about the Youth Arise, the Department of Labor, the VI National Guard program as well. So when we talk about rehabilitation, I think what I'd like to kind of implore on here is if someone comes and they only spend 2 months at YRC, that does not mean that when they leave, they're rehabilitated. So whatever happens on the front end, on the back end with the family, and depending upon when they are adjudicated and come to us. So the rehab part of it should be a continuum of care, not just the point of entry for YRC.
So do you guys continue providing that type of services even after they're out of the program?
Yes, there's social worker, social services specialist, family services specialist continues to work with them through their probationary period, depends upon what the court order states.
And then also in your testimony, you speak about the services to prevent our young people from re-entering or entering the juvenile and justice system. Can you be specific as to what types of services are being offered, and what's the measuring factor? Are they being effective?
Well, I think this is where we were talked about a little bit before, where we had an alternatives to sentencing program. So if you're seeing some flare-ups of behavioral issues and/or something that's happening, so we try to do an intervention at that time to provide some preventative services. So if they're known to us, because it's not every child is going to be referred to Department of Human Services for a service. And so in the event that they are referred to us, then our social workers are assigned, but I'll let AC Benjamin elaborate a little bit more on that portion of it.
Senator, so the children who are at risk, some of the services that are provided are practically the same services that are provided for those children that are in our divisions, where the primary issue is child abuse and neglect. It's counseling services individually, it's counseling services jointly with the parents with whom they often have conflict. It's parenting skills classes, referred out for parenting classes, and other services for the parents, because there's often co-occurring incidents of not the most effective set of parenting skills with children who are acting out. And the barometer to measure would basically be whether or not we're able to prevent that child from escalating to the point where they're adjudicated as a person in need of supervision, or whether or not the child does not escalate to committing a crime and being arrested.
I'm glad to hear that you're also including the nucleus of family in the process of receiving also that support, maybe counseling, therapy, and being part of the whole process. Now, let me ask you with regards to recreation activities. What recreation activities are being offered at YRC? And I did hear from the commissioner's testimony about the conditions of the basketball court, I believe, or I think it was my staff when we were touring the condition of the basketball court. So I would also like to know if there was any communications or coordination with Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to assist maybe in fixing the basketball court.
I sure did call my colleague, Commissioner White, to request for some assistance. So we'll hopefully be working together to improve that.
Good. So what are
specifically for the basketball court?
I'm glad to hear that. So with regards to what recreation activities are being offered at YRC?
AC Benjamin.
Well, in the pandemic environment, they're rather low physical activity type of activities. Lots of board games and other things that the children are able to do indoors. We are trying to get back online our agriculture/farming program that fell offline when our census fell below 4 during the pandemic. With most of the activities being halted because there's no one allowed to come on site. It is a bit of a challenge, and we are aware that the children do need to be kept active when not in school and when not engaging in counseling and other type sessions. But that is something that the staff at YRC work on between the residential counselors, the treatment staff, and the correction officers. They do try their best to engage the residents while they're there.
So right now, the recreation activities that are taking place at the facility is more what, board games?
Board games, movie night, things to keep them occupied. They've been on the facility has been locked down since March of 2020. So it's a challenge.
I'm aware, and I hear you, and I understand that it is a challenge with COVID, and every department, every agency has been challenged. But our young people really need to, especially those that are at risk, we need to make sure that they are actively involved in other activities. And recreation activity is a way to get their minds active and involved, and even physically when those recreation activities are physical ones. And I'm sure, I read from the testimonies how the officers participate in assisting and getting involved. I would like to hear a little bit more, because basically there's no recreation activities taking place at the moment. So I would encourage you and the staff to find creative ways to really get our young people involved. And recreation is a very important part of their development.
Yes, sir. We'll be happy to do so and explore some possibilities. I know we can do some virtual things. I know that's what we've discussed. We also have to keep in mind that those that are in our facilities are actually confidential and their clients too. So we're not able to share names and all of that and faces sometimes too. So we have to just keep that in mind when we're doing anything virtually. I do want to say that our residents did a really wonderful, like a Christmas type program where they did some rapping and singing, and the family members joined us via Teams when we did the program, and it was all their program. So they are very creative in a lot of different types of holidays or that's the consideration. So they've done some really creative things, but I do agree with the recreation and getting some of that energy out. So we'll explore some other things.
Yeah, and I guess with the connectivity issues, I'm kind of concerned about the virtual component of it that could play a very good role also in keeping them connected and involved. So hopefully we'll get that resolved soon.
Are you volunteering, Senator Carrion, to come and do recreation?
I'm available. Once you open up, I'm available, and I would volunteer. And I'm sure some of my colleagues are willing to come and also assist in any way possible, and partner maybe with other nonprofits in order to do so. Our young people are important, and it's important that we give them the attention that they need, provide the resources that they need in order to, so that they can move ahead in life. So thank you. I think we're reaching to a close, at least for this block today. I really want to thank you, Commissioner, and your team for your patience, above all, because I know today's schedule was a bit changed, a bit different. So I want to thank you for collaborating and working with us and allowing yourself to be available for us to hear what your department has been doing, to be able to hear also from us, from the senators, and answer our questions and give us an update of what's happening. I want to thank you for the service you're providing and your staff to our community, especially our young people in the territory. We heard some of the challenges that you're having, and we can't ignore that they're there. But despite of that, your team has been working vigorously to continue providing the services. As the chairman for the Committee of Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation, and I'm sure my colleagues, we stand ready to support you in any possible way that we can. So feel free to reach out. We're looking forward to receiving that supplemental budget, because we understand how crucial it is to have these critical positions filled and how important it is for our members of our community to receive the services that the department provides. So please, it's unfortunate to hear that funds are being returned, that we're losing funds because we're not staffing properly. And so we really need to work in that area, and I'm sure that we're willing to work with your department in order to do so and see some of these positions that are crucial being filled. So I once again, thank you for your time. I'm gonna allow you some closing remarks, Commissioner.
Again, thank you for the opportunity, Chairman Carrion, and the committee members to provide a status on just two of our divisions under Department of Human Services, the Division of Children and Family Services, and the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services. I would be remiss, I'm a licensed social worker, and I'd like to also celebrate our great profession because March is Social Work Month, and this year's theme is Social Workers Are Essential. So I feel like social workers are an essential part of our community well-being, where they're employed to affect positive change with our individuals, our families, and groups in our entire communities. So our essential and responsive DHS professional staff go above and beyond for their clients and their families every single day, nights, weekends, and holidays. And this work is not just an 8 to 5 job. So I'm truly, truly appreciative of my staff. We know that prevention is the key. So if we can strengthen and support our families to prevent abuse and neglect in all forms, we need a call for action and active involvement from our Virgin Islands community, not just from the Department of Human Services. Our children, our youth, our families need safe spaces for learning so we can collaborate and communicate, including group sports and recreation. We also need spaces for group conversations and education and awareness on child abuse and prevention. So we'll ensure that we do our training component for our partner agencies to make sure that everybody gets what they need. I'm very grateful for our partner agencies and our nonprofits who assist us daily with those services. And again, I just want to reiterate and close that if you see something regarding child abuse and neglect, please say something. This is our children and our future that we're talking about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will also maybe allow Ms. Benjamin to share a few words in closing.
Thank you for the opportunity. I did not share a number to report child abuse and neglect in the St. Thomas St. John District. So I'll offer one now. 340-642-6293. And just thank you for the opportunity. I stand behind Commissioner's sentiments 100%. Prevention is key, and that is where a lot of our attention as a community need to be focused so that we don't have to get to the point where Department of Human Services has to get involved, because when we get involved, it's because something has already gone very wrong.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Benjamin, for your time also and your service and dedication. And I join the Commissioner on echoing her sentiments in regards to the hard work that social workers do and celebrate and honor them in this month of the social worker. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation stands on recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation is back out of recess. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda for Block 3 into the record, please.
Block 3, 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Status update on the Division of Sports and Athletics within the Department of Education and an overview of the Virgin Islands Interscholastics Association. Invited testifiers, Honorable Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Mr. Overell Isaac, President, Interscholastics Association, St. Thomas St. John, Ms. Lucille Hobson, President, Interscholastics Association, St. Croix.
And good afternoon once again to all our viewing and listening audience. Good afternoon to my colleagues and to the testifiers. In this next block, we are hearing from the Department of Education in terms of the state of our athletic programs in our schools. While we must keep our young children active, sports also play an important role in securing scholarships and college admission and for our students. So we will be hearing from the Department of Education. We will also be hearing from the Interscholastic Athletic Association members that will be also testifying. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and the staff so we could do a mic check.
Good afternoon again. This is Victor Som III, the Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Education. Joining me today are Mr. Kennard Kirby Callender, the Director for the Division of Sports and Athletics, Ms. Bernalyn Pomo, the Program Assistant for the Division of Sports and Athletics for the St. Thomas St. John District, and Ms. Marisha Butcher, the Program Assistant for the Division of Sports and Athletics, St. Croix District.
Good. Can they all do a mic check for media, please?
Good afternoon. This is Kirby Callender, Director of Division of Sports and Athletics.
Good afternoon, Bernalyn, Assistant for the St. Thomas District, St. Thomas and St. John District.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marisha Butcher for this.
Okay, once you're not speaking, you could place your microphones on mute so we don't have feedback.
And good afternoon. My name is Leisha Richmond.
And you're representing who? What's your title?
I'm sorry, St. Thomas St. John Interscholastic Athletic Association. I'm the Executive Secretary.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Winter. I'm representing the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. I'm the Executive Secretary.
Welcome, Ms. Whitley, you said? I'm sorry?
Winter. Wendy Winter.
Winter. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucille Hobson, and I'm the president of the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hobson. I'm glad you were able to join us.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good with our mics. So we will start with Mr. Victor Soames, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Education. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Carrion. Good day. Honorable Samuel Carrion, the Chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, other committee members, other senators present, and fellow Virgin Islanders. Again, I am Victor Som III, the Assistant Commissioner of Education, appearing before you on behalf of the Honorable Raquel Berry Benjamin, the Commissioner of Education. My presence today is to provide testimony on the status of operations of the Division of Sports and Athletics, herein referred to as the DSA. Present with me today are Mr. Kennard Kirby Callender, the Director for the Division of Sports and Athletics, Ms. Berlin Tomo, the Program Assistant for the DSA in the St. Thomas St. John District, and Ms. Maricha Butcher, the Program Assistant for the DSA in the St. Croix District. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is in the midst of transforming from its physical structures to its organizational structure, from its policies to its programs. Consequently, DSA is also transforming with a focus on strengthening existing programs and implementing new ones to increase educational opportunities for student athletes. To accomplish the aforementioned, the DSA has adopted the following as part of its strategy to advance sports programming and services at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. This includes integrating technology into programs, increasing partnerships, and diversifying educational and training opportunities for students and coaches. Since the onboarding of Mr. Callender as the DSA Director in November of 2019, the DSA has begun its transformational work. As it relates to personnel, there are now 2 program assistants to coordinate and facilitate athletic programs in both districts. As it relates to programs, with limited opportunities to interact physically due to COVID-19, our student athletes have not been able to participate in any organized sporting activities, except for the combine in a bubble. During the peak of COVID in the territory, the division has used its time to transition its office to remote operations, strengthen existing and develop new partnerships, and design new programs to benefit our student athletes. These programs promise to give student athletes the necessary tools to prepare them for the next level of their educational careers in post-secondary institutions. However, in light of the fact that student athletes are unable to get adequate practice, training, and game time, the DSA worked to organize its Honoring a Legend permanent tournament series. Similar to the Bubble Combine executed with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, students will get an opportunity to engage in athletic competitions while abiding by the health and safety rules for COVID-19. The Honoring a Legend initiative is made up of tournaments in softball and baseball, football, basketball, track and field, volleyball, and soccer. The first sport of the series is softball and baseball in honor of Mr. Eugene Jennings Thomas, an avid baseball player and contributor to the industry locally and abroad. Safety preparations are in place to execute this tournament at the end of April 20. Teams have started practicing in their respective districts, and games will be played at the DC Canigata Ballpark on St. Croix. At the appropriate time, the Virgin Islands Department of Education will announce the launch date of the other sports in the Honoring a Legend series. With respect to the integration of technology, the VIDE realizes to support student athletes that the DSA will utilize cybersports, which is a sophisticated software used to collect statistics for basketball, softball, football, and soccer. It allows for the recording of game statistics for the purpose of analysis by team personnel, building of individual portfolios, or creating legacy systems. Cybersports software affords highly skilled individuals to record all statistics during the course of a game, with added benefit of game stats being available immediately. This is not a new phenomenon, however. It is new to the operations of the DSA at VIDE. It is a tool we are excited to be able to provide for the benefit of our student athletes. Currently, the VIDE has access to 3 different sports on this software: baseball, basketball, and football. Softball and soccer will be added in the near future. To further integrate technology into student athletes programs, the DSA is presently evaluating performance analysis tools that will enable coaches and athletes to review game footage and improve team play, record and upload video in real time, allow for the storing of data on a secured cloud-based platform, allow individual student athletes the ability to create a portfolio, and provide game statistics to allow for additional analysis. VIDE believes that students perform best when the support systems around them are strong. Holding true to this belief, VIDE has committed to strengthening existing partnerships and building new relationships. This is with the full awareness and understanding that transforming our public education system cannot happen in isolation and requires the support of the entire community. As such, the DSA has prioritized the Department of Health as a critical partner because the health and safety of our students are top priorities at the VIDE. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, partnership with the Department of Health has expanded beyond emergency professionals at our games and now includes COVID-related guidance and assistance to keep students safe during sporting activities. Similar to the Department of Health, the VIDE has a long-standing relationship with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, which has been phenomenal over the years. Evidence of this was the successful execution of the student athlete combine in the bubble in November 2020. This enriching activity was designed to provide college-bound student athletes in grades 11 and 12 the opportunity to elevate their athletic skills and abilities to their highest levels, despite the COVID-19 environment. Students, along with coaches, select VIDE and Sports, Parks, and Recreation staff, and chaperones were contained in an isolation zone, sequestered at either campus of the University of the Virgin Islands to preserve the health and safety of participants. Student athletes participated in co-ed volleyball, boys baseball, girls softball, boys basketball, and girls basketball. This activity was at no cost to parents or guardians. The DSA communicates regularly with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and will continue to dialogue around the planning of leagues for elementary, junior high, and senior high schools for the 2021-2022 school year. Partnerships at the DSA extends to private for-profit and nonprofit organizations such as the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John Interscholastic Athletic Associations, or IAA. The DSA collaborates with and supports the work of the IAA. VIDE has met with the IIA on several occasions to discuss the logistics and plans to execute games in the COVID-19 pandemic environment. The next meeting with the IIA will include both school districts and is tentatively scheduled during the week of March 29. Optimistic about the possibility of the expansion of student sporting activities as more residents become vaccinated by the 2021-2022 school year. As the VIDE constantly looks for innovative tools and forward-thinking strategies to support parents and give our student athletes every possible advantage to succeed, the DSA has partnered with Athlete Foundry Incorporated, an educational technology company that has built a powerful online student athlete platform to help student athletes in 6th through 12th grade increase their odds to become collegiate athletes, increase their college financial assistance potential, and help prepare for life after college. This is a holistic on and off the field approach that gives the parent full command of his or her student athlete's journey. This fully online talent development platform is an athletic and academic management tool for families to support student athletes during their journey towards becoming a college or university student. Items such as report cards, GPA transcripts, SAT and ACT scores, schedules, statistics, workout drills, health issues, and human interest issues can all be stored on this platform. The platform allows for families to upload videos and other files they may want to share with coaches, counselors, recruiters, or other individuals. This product retails for $10 per month for 6th through 9th graders and $20 per month for 10th through 12th graders. However, because of the partnership Divide has entered into with AFI, Virgin Islands families have access to this platform at no cost. Students and families will learn more about this program now that the Memorandum of Understanding between the VIDE and AFI is completed. Diversifying education and training opportunities for students and coaches. To ensure the highest quality of instruction and training of our student athletes, the DSA previously created the Coaches Certification Program known as CCP1. Coaches are required to pass an online certification exam administered by the National Federation of State High School Associations. Coaches must qualify on a variety of courses to include fundamentals of coaching, first aid, and courses on concussion. Another program in development currently for athletic coaches at the VIDE is the Coach the Coaches program, or CCP2. The purpose of this program is to ensure that the next generation of coaches are equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to coach the next generation of student athletes. The DSA expects coaches to teach up-and-coming coaches the fundamentals and advanced principles of coaching. There are many students who choose not to participate in sports as players, but they still love sports. To provide every child the opportunity to fulfill their dreams and utilize their talents, the DSA has designed the Students as Game Officials, or SAGO program. Students that participate in this program do not have a desire to be on the court or on the field. Rather, they may have a desire for a career as a sports agent, a physical therapist, a sports manager, statistician, videographer, a referee or umpire, sports recruiter, etc. Closing, the DSA is pleased to have been able to partner with sister agencies to afford our student athletes game time in the bubble as our territory continues to respond to COVID. As previously mentioned, the VIDE's intent is to provide alternative opportunities for our student athletes to engage in their sport before the end of the 2020-2021 school. If these opportunities are unable to be actualized now, we are certain we can afford our students opportunities during the summer or during the 2021-2022 school year. Of course, given that all is well from a health perspective. It is a new day for education worldwide. The COVID-19 pandemic has altered the way we teach and execute student programs. However, the VIDE's Division of Sports and Athletics is up to the challenge, and we will continue to find innovative ways to provide student athletes with opportunities to improve their academic and athletic abilities, which in turn will translate to success in post-secondary education and in life. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you and our fellow Virgin Islanders. We are prepared to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soames III, for your testimony. Now we have the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association who will be testifying.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion and other distinguished members of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park and Recreation, members of the 34th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and our listening audience. My name is Lucille Hobson, President of the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to testify on behalf of the St. Croix Interscholastic Association and the St. Thomas St. John Interscholastic Association, St. Thomas St. John. The Interscholastic Association is a voluntary organization composed of over 10,000 plus athletes from approximately 50 public, private, parochial, and home schools. It strives to promote good sportsmanship and a cooperative spirit among its member schools. It endeavors to maintain high standards so that each student athlete competing in each school is on the same basis. In the field of athletics, its interest is the safety of the participants. It is on this principle that its athletic rules are based. The Interscholastic Athletic Associations operates on the Constitution and bylaws, which outlines the scope and purpose of the association. It contains the standards of eligibility to be met by the student athletes for attaining the privilege, not the right, the privilege of participating in inter-school contests, and rules controlling the participation among schools. By adoption of the Constitution and bylaws through its membership, member schools have their initiative and acted to operate and discipline their interscholastic activities and contests. Schools are divided into classifications according to grade levels so that schools will have an opportunity to compete for honors among schools of their own level. The schools are divided into 4 levels: elementary, middle school, junior high, and high school. The Interscholastic Athletic Association provides services to its member schools in the organization and administration of district and territorial events in the following: boys baseball, basketball, cross country, flag football, tackle football, golf, tennis, track, soccer, which is co-ed, and volleyball. Girls basketball, cheerleading, cross country, golf, softball, tennis, track and field, and volleyball. The Interscholastic Athletic Association sets standards for the registration, training, and the evaluation of officials in all competitive activities. Rule books are distributed and rules clinics for coaches and officials are held throughout the districts by interscholastic trained instructors. The Interscholastic Association is a member of the National Federation of State High School Associations, an organization of state high school associations united to solve problems common to such organizations and to secure the benefit of cooperative research and action. There's a direct correlation between lack of involvement in extracurricular activities and increased criminal behavior. Therefore, if the VI government were to channel funds into sports and other positive programs that keep our students engaged and disciplined, there would be less criminal activity in our territory. It is evident from my testimony that interscholastic sports is alive and well in the territory. We implore the 34th Legislature to increase funding for sporting activities. Sports are critical to the development of sound mind and bodies. They are positive outlets for our youth. I am sure that you will agree that it's more beneficial to our community to infuse funds into these programs at the onset than to infuse funds in our juvenile detention centers and adult correctional facilities at the tail end. I want to thank you for the opportunity to represent the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association and sports in the District of St. Croix. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Richmond, who will be giving a little background about Interscholastic and how it came to be, and about one of the programs that we are planning to initiate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Upson. Ms.
Thank you so much. I would like to let you know that on May 10th of 1982, Harry Bishke, Arthur Jameson, Lydia Simmons-Lettsome, Ronaldin David, Jane Powell, Diana Parker, Joe Trunk, Randy Knight, and others put together the Interscholastic Athletic Association, which is a not-for-profit 501c3 corporation and remains in good standing today, 39 years later. Since 1982, the IAA has been promoting and organizing school sports in the Virgin Islands. At the same time, these passionate volunteers work to have the VI come under the umbrella of the parent organization called the National Federation of State High School Sports. Why is this important? Because this established the territory as an affiliate member through the Interscholastic Athletic Association. What does this do? It allows us to promote sanctioned sporting events, competitions that are recognized, and stats that then become official, and approve our teams to participate in school sporting competitions throughout the United States, as well as allowing stateside schools to attend our tournaments and games here. What do? We promote and organize school athletics for public, private, parochial, home schools, all who are licensed to operate in the U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands. We set up leagues, we run leagues, we certify officials, we hire officials to officiate, we pay them for officiating, and we procure insurance for all venues. We have insured public school fields and gymnasiums, private and parochial schools as well, fields and courts that are overseen by Sports Park and Recreation, and fields, courts, and the gymnasium at UVI. How do we do it? Who are we? I'll tell you, over the last 39 years, it begins with the schools. The schools pay an annual dues to be in good standing. And the schools that are in good standing, of which the St. Thomas District has 21 member schools, have two votes. One administrator who is over athletics, and the other is their athletic director or department chairperson. Then each school chooses which division they will be participating in, elementary, middle, or secondary. And then schools choose the sports that they will participate in for that school year. They will list their teams, and those lists will then go to the commissioners, who also are volunteers, for each sport. Each commissioner of that sport then creates schedules, holds pre- and post-season meetings, reviews rosters with students' names, guardians, date of birth, year in school, proof of insurance, and proof of physicals being turned in. Also, they disperse all of the rule books and discuss any of the rule book changes. They run the leagues and make any necessary schedule changes. They tally the wins and the losses, and they set us up for our championship games and also for some of our territorial championships. When do we do it? We do it in 3 seasons. Ms. Hobson already talked about the sports. I'll just tell you the seasons. We have a fall season, a winter season, and a spring season. Any season, we can have 3 to 4 sports running at one time with 3 levels each. And if you multiply that by our 21 member schools, we'll have between 1,800 and 2,000 children participating at any one moment. Our governance. We meet as a body at a general meeting 4 times a year. That means each school and their 2 representatives provide input to facilitate their needs that they've seen over the year. It's important to note that all of our schools drive change in the IAA. Every school has an equal vote and an equal voice, no matter how big or small, public or private or parochial, or even if they're from the BVI. The executive board and IAA officers offer vision and guidance for the present and future of the IAA. We encourage and enlist community partners to enhance our student athletes' athletic experiences. We are grateful for their support. You may know them. The Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands, Vitelco, Innovative, VIA, Arcos Dorados, you know them as McDonald's, and Randy Knight Communications, as well as MDM Live Streaming. It is also important to bring to light our funding sources beyond our sponsors and our members who pay dues. The IAA hosts 2 fundraising events every year, the Turkey Bowl in the fall and the Martin Luther King Jr. Varsity Tournament in basketball. We thank all those of you who have supported us throughout the years and who continue to support us by attending these events. The gate receipts and the concession stand sales are used to fill our coffers of the IAA each year and keep us running. There is no other funding. We are an organization that is volunteer-based. So, that being said, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to enlighten you about our organization. And should you have any questions, I'm always available and willing to discuss very voluntarily the IAA role in school sports in our territory. And I know that Ms. Hobson asked me to talk about the program that we have gotten in order to organize and promote our part of doing all of our organization and putting all of the sports together and allowing each school also to have a website that will be put out just for athletics so that they can enhance all of their students they can each be on, but it will also set up a messaging system that will go immediately to all of the parents, all of the students, in case there is ever a game that needs to be rescheduled because of weather or because of, whatever reason might stop a competition, then it will automatically send out notices to parents, to students, to administrators, so that everybody will know what is happening so that we are on that technology edge. The other good thing about it is it has a way of making sure that we can trace each and every one of our students as they go to practices and as they go to their competitions in the future, so that we can be aware of their status in school, whether they are in school and participating or whether they have had to stay at home because of a diagnosis that might incur COVID. So that program is going to be a part of what we are doing in this next school year, which we hope will begin in September. So I thank you for this time. And if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them for you. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond, for your testimony. Any other testifier? Okay, I think that concludes the section of testimony for this block. I thank you all for your presentation and sharing with us status update and what each of your agencies or organizations are doing on behalf of the children in the territory. We'll go right into our questions this afternoon. The time is a little bit limited because we have another committee hearing at 6. So we would ask our colleagues and also our testifiers to be cognizant of the time and to please answer the questions that you're being asked. And I thank my colleagues for their understanding as well. So we'll do a 7-minute round. And we'll begin with Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Assistant Commissioner Sums, you're going to have to take some blows today. Okay. I don't appreciate when a document comes to me at 11:17 for me to be prepared and ready to throw my questions them out. So pass it on to the commissioner if it's the commissioner send it in late, and if it's you, please clean up the act and that. The other day to one testimony, a hearing that we had, there was 1,600 pages came in the morning. And then people think the senators them are not prepared. But if we're going to help each other, this testimony needs to come in on a better, at least 48 in advance. So I consider it unacceptable. Other than that, we're good to go. Ms. Hobson, go ahead.
No, I said I apologize for the late submission. As you know, I'm not making excuses, but the department is extremely engaged in reopening schools. We just reopened schools in the St. Thomas and John district, but again, that's not an excuse, and we will certainly work to do better.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Ms. Hobson, good afternoon to you. I first like to say thank you very much for the work that you have been doing for these past years. I had an opportunity working beside you guys sometimes. I'm anxiously awaiting to get back on the field to officiate some games for you in the tournaments. So not because I put on this jacket and tie, I ain't gonna be in the dot with my uniform umpiring, so you can call on me. But what I would like to ask you, Ms. Hobson, I know this, pulling this off takes a lot of money, getting our children back and forth. How is the funding going thus far to make sure that we can fly our children from one island to the next and going abroad? Because every time this tournament comes up, money seems to be the problem, appropriating the money, making sure the funds are there for these children to travel. How is that going thus far?
Lucille Hobson, President, St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. Senator Johnson, that actually falls under the purview of the Department of Education. They are the ones that are responsible for providing the airline tickets, hotels, etc. for the athletes. Our job is mainly to organize the events. The only athletes that we furnish travel for is the private school.
Mr. Chair, hold my time. I think we have some problem with the system with Ms. Hobson.
Madam Clerk, please hold the time for Senator Johnson. I think we lost.
I think we might have lost Ms. Hobson, but Mr. Sums, can you hear me? You might be on mute.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can,
yeah.
Senator.
You heard the question I asked Ms. Hobson about the funding for transporting of children back and forth from one island to the next and to the mainland?
We have in the Department of Education under the DSA a tourism fund, a tourism revolving fund that we use to, and it's a legislative fund, and we use it specifically for air transportation, ground transportation, and hotel accommodations for students, coaches, and chaperones participating in intra-island sporting activities.
All right. Well,
I am not certain as to its use for travel to the mainland or throughout the other Caribbean, but I will defer to Director Calendar or Ms. Tomo for an expansion of my response.
okay. Please, if they do have the answer.
Director Calendar?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, testifiers, Director Calendar, Director Kirby Calendar of the Division of Sports and Athletics. We have been tasked with traveling, with providing transportation and accommodations for the public school students. We have been fortunate enough to gather $500,000 per school year from the Tourism Revolving Fund. And right now we currently, because we didn't have to spend too much money last year because of the COVID pandemic, we have quite a bit of funds ready and available to use on the upcoming school year.
I'm pleased to hear that. And do you think that's sufficient funds for between inter-island, and if possible, sometimes our children are invited to different tournaments on the national level?
Okay, this is a situation with that. The tourism fund, the act actually talks to tournaments and games, sporting activities within the territory. So we definitely have enough funds to deal with our children before or while they're traveling back and forth within the Virgin Islands, as well as Puerto Rico and the BVI, but not to the mainland. And that's something that we really would like to address, because we do have children who would like to go abroad. As a matter of fact, I currently have a request in for a team that wants to travel during the summer to a couple of tournaments to play softball. We cannot fund them because the act doesn't allow for it. Other than that, we do have enough funding.
All right. Well, and it's important that our children get that exposure. Ms. Hobson, if you're back online, if you wanted to complete your thoughts based on what I've asked, because Mr. Calendar kind of filled in. You want to go ahead, Ms. Hobson, if you're back online? I think she's not. All right. I'll proceed with my line of questioning. Too often, children with disabilities are forced to be on the sideline when it comes to school sports.
1 minute.
What are the programs and activities that are being implemented for these students? Anybody? Somebody?
Thank you, Senator. The department has always championed the Special Olympics. We have been participating in activities through our schools for many, many years. We will continue to participate in the Special Olympics for our students with disabilities. Director Calendar, do you wish to add to that response?
Mr. Chair, may they complete that, and then I have just one question to follow up. Go ahead, Mr. Calendar.
Considering that I am kind of new to this situation, I can't answer that question, but maybe Ms. Tomo can answer it. She had a little bit more experience with that than I do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bernal Tuma, Program Assistant for the St. Thomas St. John District. For the Special Olympics, we have assisted them sometimes, but we have always promoted what they do, and we attend most of their games.
All right, thank you. I hope we can emphasize a little more and put a little more interest in those children. But what I would like to close on here, and it's something that I've seen happening in the past maybe 5-6 years. And I appreciate what you're doing with the kids and the children in the 8 and go up to 12. But we're losing our little children in the Little League division. And technology is just robbing them away from us. And it's something that I've always think should happen that will really help the Little League. If we can get each elementary school to put a team or two in the Little League, it will save this particular league, and grow it for when these children come older. Because I'm telling you, we have a big drop-off when it comes to baseball with our young men them because of opportunities and not being available to get that opportunity. Sometimes it might be parents just can't get the children to the ballpark, can't get them to join a super team. But if we can get the elementary schools in the territory to put at least one team from each elementary school or possible two, we'll be doing great good to that little league. And again, I'll close by saying I'm glad and pleased to hear you guys acknowledging Mr. Eugene Thomas, Genix, who was my coach when I was pitching fast pitch, and was a great man, and I really appreciate that you guys honoring him. But if we can do that, go ahead. You had something to say,
Yes, Senator Johnson. I was going to make a comment on the Little League situation.
Please.
As part of the Athletic Association, each league, when we start our leagues, we encourage our coaches, especially with the softball and baseball teams, we encourage our coaches to take their team into Little League. We encourage, and that's the most that we can do. It's their time, so they have to say, okay, well, yes, I'm going to do it. And I'm speaking with one of two hats, because even though I'm on the board, I'm a coach at one of the elementary schools, and there are two teams for sure that always enter Little League, and that's Lumaco Elementary School Lady Lions and Ricardo Richards Berries. So that I can say we encourage at every clinic for softball and baseball. We tell the coaches, get your teams ready. You have a set team already. Put them into the Little League. For one, I go out and I look for donations from the community to offset the cost of the fee for the Little League to ensure that my team plays, and it gives them more play time, because our leagues in the organization are about a month and a half. Yeah. So being in Little League, it gives them more play time and more practice with the skill. And like I said, I can speak for two hats, and my girls enjoy it.
Well, I appreciate that. I would ask Commissioner Sums to pass on that message to the commissioner, see what we can do to entice those schools and to coach them to take part in the Little League, to strengthen it, because it's really a dying league right now. And I remember the days Little League would have, Frederick said we'll have maybe 7, 8 teams. That time we had a Mid-Island League that will have the next 5 teams. And Christian said we'll have the next 8 teams. And we're down to having 3 and 4 teams. Sometimes Frederick said Bailey put 3 teams together. Sometimes Christian said, and we're losing these children. And there are opportunities for them as they grow in sports, and it gives them that camaraderie to work with each other, play with each other. And, you know, we definitely need to try to push that. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. And I must agree with you. I have a question for the Department of Education. What schools have currently or active baseball teams?
Tomo?
Good afternoon. The schools that have actual baseball teams are on the high school level are Central High School, St. Croix Complex, CAHS, and Ivana Eudora Kent High School.
So we have 4 active baseball teams.
Yes, in the St. Thomas and St. Croix. And Ms. Winter, can you help me if I'm right?
Ms. Thomu is correct for St. Croix on the high school level. However, on the elementary level, all of our elementary schools participate in the baseball league, along with 3 private schools, which I think brings it to like about 10 or 11 teams. On the middle school level, we have about the same thing, 10 or 11 teams for baseball. And on the JV level, we slip back down to 3, which is the private schools, Central and St. Croix Educational Complex.
Okay, and if I understand correctly, these teams are school teams, or the schools have students that participate in teams that are not necessarily composed only by that school?
These are school teams. So, for example, Pearl B. Lassner has an elementary team and a middle school team. Juanita Guardian School has an elementary and a middle school team. Lumaca has an elementary team. Ricardo Richards, Alfredo Andrews, and Claudio Marco has an elementary team. Eulalie Rivera, John Woodson, and I'm going to leave John Woodson out. John Woodson only has a middle school team, but Eulalie Rivera and Arthur Richards has an elementary and a middle school team. And then when you move to the junior high, on the junior high level for our leagues, you have a private school team, St. Croix Educational Complex, and Central High School. And then on the high school level for the past couple of years, we've only had Central and Complex, and we have played a combined league with St. Thomas against Eudora Ken and Charlotte Amalie, because we haven't been able to get more than those two teams in each of the districts together.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Calendar from Division Sports Athletics again. In St. Thomas, there were quite a few baseball teams at the elementary school level. We had approximately 8 teams that participated in the last league for elementary school. And the other thing about that, I recall Senator Johnson talking about how the league is dying. And over here in St. Thomas, we had like 12 teams in Little League separated apart to school teams. So I must say that a lot of the players who are playing Little League, the regular Little Leagues, a lot of them populate the school teams. So even though it seems like it might be 20 teams, the players is still the same players playing both leagues, both the school leagues and the regular Little League. But it's still a viable product right now. Not last year. In 2019, which was the last viable year, we took, and I say we because I'm a father of one of the Little League All-Stars, and we took Little Leaguers to play in the Bahamas, and then we went on to Curacao, and the league itself is, they have a situation that's consistent. The drop-off does happen, though, after Little League, where they start to become 13 or 14-year-old. So that 10, 12 teams in Little League, when they advance to Junior League, it dropped to four teams in Junior League. So that drop-off that Senator Johnson was talking about, it doesn't happen in St. Thomas at the Little League level. It happened at the next level, which is the 13 to 16-year level.
Thank you for that, Mr. Calendar. Let's move on to the next senator. I have a few more questions, but I'll hold my questions. Senator Frances Halliger, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, once again. I would like to share for the record, I have no idea what that man just said. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was only on our side, but the majority of what he said was garbled, and I didn't get any information from it, just so you guys could be aware. I want to ask my first question to dealing with Mr. Sum from Assistant Commissioner of Department of Education. On page 3 of the testimony, it speaks to developing new partnerships and designing new programs to benefit student athletes. I need for you to expound. It's also referenced also on page 4, speaking about the belief of the Department of Education, the students perform strong when support systems around them are strong. And this section also speaks to increased partnerships. Can you share with me a little bit more about these partnerships?
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity, and good afternoon. So I will start by talking about existing partnerships. So for example, our relationship with health, the Department of Health, is a daily relationship on a plethora of COVID-related issues. A specific example was we were able to engage health along with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation in testing students for the student athlete in a combine in a bubble at UVI. So health was able to bring their resources to bear to test students and coaches and adults who were participating in that combine. So that's a really good example of a very meaningful and impactful relationship with health. As we move forward and we look to do the Honoring a Legends tournament as early as April 15th, we again are reaching out with health to get guidance and advice and assistance in how to most safely conduct that in-person tournament and competition. We are also, in terms of reaching out to partners, we're looking at media agencies that are specifically involved in sports, who can bring to bear to a contractual relationship of some sort, who can bring to bear technology that allows the department, specifically the DSA, to record students' athletic performances. And this is important because the department is trying to build true student athletes, students who excel in their sport and want to continue to excel at the collegiate level and beyond. So there is technology out there to help the department, to help students and families. For example,
well, one of the things, Mr. Sam, how are you? One of the things in this testimony, it speaks to the Athletes Foundry, Inc. This is to assist with athletes that are seriously attempting to be on the collegiate level, as well as utilizing this service to really promote them. The question I want to ask about this, who exactly is this organization, number one? And number two, was there a cost associated with the Department of Education to partner with them? And number three, is this platform in compliance with recruitment practices for students to be on the collegiate level?
Okay, I'm going to answer the second question and then refer questions 1 and 3 to Director Callender. There is absolutely no cost to the Department of Education. We have a MOU that has been completed, memorandum of understanding that has been completed, and there is absolutely no cost to the Department of Education. Further, there is no cost to students and their parents. This is a free service that's being provided to our students. Director Callender can respond to questions 1 and 3. Director Callender?
Good afternoon again, Director Callender speaking. Athlete Foundry is an organization that they created a platform that would enable students to track the various items that they need as time goes by to get into college. So for example, if you have to take specific courses to get to a particular school that you're interested in, you can actually have the classes inputted into the Athlete Foundry platform, and they will keep a track of it. Of course, you could also do that on your own, but you could also upload videos of your performances. You can upload statistics to see how your play has been increasing over time. You could include, like if you have some kind of sickness, you could also include that kind of stuff. So it's a platform that enables you to track everything that you need to include SAT scores, what's that thing? Yeah, SAT and ACT scores and all the various
1 minute.
declaring house and all the various items that's needed for entry into the college level. Athlete Foundry has created that platform.
Thank you.
relative to the
I
last
get the
question,
logistics. Thank you, sir. I got the logistics as to what you can do because it's in the testimony that was provided earlier. Could we get to the part as to this organization, its origin?
30 seconds.
the origin of the organization. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, ma'am.
Who runs this organization? I don't know about the company, so I'm trying to understand who runs the company.
They're a legal organization that they've been incorporated in Delaware. So they're just a viable organization out there.
Oh, so they're outside of the territory. Yes, I'm trying to understand. So they're a company outside of the territory.
Yes.
Okay. One last question, and this is for Ms. Hobson. Mr. Chair, may I ask my final question?
You may conclude.
Ms. Hobson, how are you? There? Can you hear me, Ms. Hobson?
Yes, Senator, I can hear you.
Oh, good. In your testimony you indicated there's a direct correlation between the lack of involvement in extracurricular activities and the increase of criminal behavior. I want to find out a little bit more as to your organization. Where did you come up with that data, and how have you correlated it with sports in our territory?
Lucille Hobson. Thank you for the question, Senator. Senator, my role in
Mr.
sports...
Chairman, I cannot hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yes. My role in sports doesn't just stem from being the president of the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. I was a teacher for 30 years at the Juanita Gardine Elementary School before I became the coordinator for health and physical education. I also happen to be the president of the Virgin Islands Volleyball Federation. I'm also the general secretary for the Sports Commission and vice president for the Caribbean Volleyball Federation and North Central and Caribbean Volleyball Federation. So I have an intense background in sports, dealing with children, not only in the classroom, but out of the classroom. And I've seen that when our children have nothing to do, they tend to find destructive ways in which to channel their energies. For example, even in terms of not making a team, I've noticed that sometimes you might have a child that has the skills to be a good athlete, but they are failing. And instead of finding remedial measures to assist these children so that they can bring up their grades, they just decide, okay, you're failing, so you can't be on the team. And then you find, and I've noticed that they just become destructive or get themselves in trouble, just from my personal experience in knowing them, coming from the elementary up to high school, because I coach also at Central High School. Yes, ma'am.
And just to close off, what do you think the government of the Virgin Islands can do with your organization to help curtail some of these issues that you clearly see and sharing with us today? That's it.
I think that the government of the Virgin Islands can assist us with more funding to help our athletes, not only with, for example, a lot of our athletes, and I might get some blowback for that, in my capacity of health and physical education coordinator, I held that position for 10 years. And during the 10 years that I held that position, our public school physical education department received no equipment to teach the classes. They received no equipment for the sports teams at no time for that 10-year period. And it wasn't just in that 10-year period, it was before that 10-year period that occurred, and also after that 10-year period. With some of the funding that was allotted to the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association, the previous president and vice president, Ms. Desiree Miranda and Amy Carter, along with Ms. Winter, who is sitting here today, they took up an initiative where they used that funding to purchase equipment for the schools to assist them in having what they needed for the school teams to train with. They bought down to water jugs for every school so that when the athletes go to games, they could have a jug with water. They bought baseballs, softballs, basketballs, all the equipment needed so that these athletes can be trained. So for us personally, as I said from the beginning of my testimony, our job is actually to organize events, which we do. But the athletes, the coaches, they need assistance in terms of equipment to train the athletes. And the training doesn't just come from the coaches, it starts in the gym classrooms. So if the gym teachers, it has baffled me how over the years, and I know this is a new administration, how the Department of Education really thinks that our children are learning in physical education. Because if for 10, 15 years, you haven't
I think we lost Ms. Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the indulgence.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your line of questioning. Hopefully we could get Ms. Hobson back on. In the meantime, let me ask you, Assistant Commissioner Soam, do you have a budget for the Division of Scholastic Athlete?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Victor Soam, Assistant Commissioner. The Division of Sports and Athletics operates on two budgets. The revised general fund budget allotment for operations of the DSA for 2021 is $10,500. That excludes personnel. The tourism school competitions funds for fiscal year 2021, there is approximately $500,000. The rollover amounts from prior years to fiscal 21 totals $1,052,763.04. Please bear in mind that the tourism school competitions fund is specifically for allowing student athletes, coaches, and chaperones to travel within the territory, provide air transportation, ground transportation, and hotel accommodations while they're competing.
So following up on the previous question and what Ms. Hobson was sharing, who purchases equipments for the schools in regards to the athletic and so forth, sports and teams?
That is a very good question. I would believe that the districts would purchase through various funding allotted to them. One of the things that we need to investigate is if CARES money is available under the Education Stabilization Fund. If that funding source is available for the purchase of athletic equipment, I am not sure. That is something I will pose to our federal programs office to do some investigation.
Assistant Commissioner,
but for the most,
yes, you've been in the Department of Education for quite some time now, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in the past, 'cause how has these, what the department has been doing?
The districts have provided for equipment for schools in their district.
So there's budget, there's money separated within the budget specifically for this division and to assist the schools with equipping the students in the area of athletics.
Yes. The Division of Sports and Athletics operates at the state level, and they help to promote athletics in the schools and various tournaments in terms of providing financial support. With respect to physical education and health programs, that is done at the district level. That would also include any appropriation or allotment to purchase equipment by the school at the district level.
Is that happening?
To the best of my knowledge, not at this time.
Why is that not happening?
I believe at this point, sir, it's an issue with funding. That equipment generally would be included in our general fund appropriation to the legislature.
That doesn't sound, I'm hearing you, but that response doesn't sit well with me. So what we're saying is that we're not buying our young people the equipment that they need in order to play sports and participate within the schools. So we're failing our young people. We're constantly talking about assisting, supporting, helping, the importance of our young people, but then we're not providing them the tools and equipment that they need. That doesn't really sit, right with me. Something is definitely wrong. So I would urge you to look within the budget and see, where are the gaps and ensure that this doesn't happen.
Yes, sir.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Francis Heiliger had a point of inquiry before you.
Sure. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you. To Assistant Commissioner Som III, I need to understand, are you saying that the Department of Education consistently comes here with the size of budget that they do have, the largest out of the general fund, that nobody thinks to make sure that there's a budget available to purchase sports equipment, but you have a whole area of funding for travel and various things around sports, except the very equipment that they need to play the sports? I'm trying to understand that if that's what I'm hearing, because I'm assuming I'm not hearing correctly, but I want to make sure that's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. There are two separate things. So the districts are responsible for health and physical fitness. And as a part of the health and physical fitness program and curriculum, there is an opportunity for the districts as a part of their request to include the purchase of equipment. At the Division of Sports and Athletics, they're not necessarily buying equipment. They're organizing activities and programs that promote student athletes, that promote technology in student athletic programs. So there are two different things. I will say this, I will do my research and respond with a definitive answer on the purchase of athletic equipment for schools in the territory.
You have to do research as the Assistant Commissioner of Education to tell me, a senator, if you're even buying equipment for sports in schools?
The purchase of equipment is done at the district level.
But I'm saying you're the Assistant Commissioner, so I would assume that this is something that you would be able to tell me off the bat. I mean, sports is a huge integral part of our students' lives through their education, activities, physical activities, so many various things. So how could they be having sports activities without the very equipment to do the sports activities? That is my major concern. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hopefully at some point you'll figure it out and get back and share it with me. Thank you.
We will.
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner, so if I'm understanding also correctly, you're saying, I'm getting an echo media.
I don't get it either.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that the Division of Athletics, Interscholastic Athletics is not responsible for purchasing the equipment. It's purchased at a district level, correct?
Yes, sir.
So who at a district level has that responsibility?
At the district level, it would be the superintendents along with our curriculum directors and our coordinators for health and physical education.
So you have, at a district level, you have a coordinator for health and physical education, correct?
Yes, we do, sir.
Does that person then reports to who?
The director for curriculum and instruction.
Okay. So is there any relationship between that individual and your DSA?
Those individuals would work with the DSA on sporting competition and sporting activities.
Senator Saru, you're recognized for a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, as a point of inquiry briefly, do you have a director of curriculum and instruction, Assistant Commissioner Sum? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, Senator. Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you have a director of curriculum and instruction?
On St. Croix, Mr. Pedro Parija is the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and at St. Thomas, Ms. Keisha Corbett is the Acting Director of Curriculum and Instruction.
So technically, you don't really, because I heard the hierarchical, the hierarchy, but I don't think that in this district, Ms. Corbett is acting now within the last 2 or 3 months, but that position hasn't been filled, so there's no supervision of the PE and health coordinator. Is it safe to say that?
Yes, the St. Thomas St. John district has been pursuing filling the coordinator for health and physical education in that district. It's been a tough road, but I know that they are actively trying to fill that vacancy.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I just wanted to bring that on the floor because you do have qualified people in this district that can fill the position, but as we know, education, like most departments, have stalled on filling their vacancies. From the PE and health coordinator to the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, the person, Ms. Corbett, is acting now, but I believe she's over technology and something else. So that's quite unfair for her to be doing that job, and I'm sure she's not even being compensated for acting in that capacity as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru, for your point of inquiry. So we definitely have a problem. We have a problem in filling in these vacancies that we have. The department has clearly, it seems to be moving a bit slow in identifying individuals who fill these capacities. And again, just like before, the short end then falls on our young people in the territory. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I'll give you a little background myself. I also was the president of IAA. IAA is a separate entity. Department of Education has the state level and they have the district level. All of that issues. So if Ms. Hobson is back up, Mr. Chairman, what was the name of the young lady who Ms. Hobson introduced on the St. Thomas end?
Ms. Richmond?
Ms. Richmond, okay.
And you also have...
And Ms. Winter.
And you also have...
Good afternoon, Senator Lucille Hobson here. It was Ms. Richmond and Ms. Wendy Winter.
Yeah, Ms. Richmond, I didn't want to call her by her first name, so that I remember. With IAA, again, what you could do, Ms. Hobson, Ms. Richmond, submit through the chair a budget for IAA that funding that you're looking for to assist. Because what IAA does for the territory is amazing, and we need to, I agree, put money into IAA. That's one. What major problem I had when I was the president for IAA was the insurance issue for student athletes. You had athletes playing tackle football who could suffer catastrophic injuries in anything, in any one of the sports, and the government doesn't have an insurance policy to cover student athletes for those kind of injuries. And it's something we've been looking into from over 5 years ago when I was the president to now I'm looking into it. We'll be trying to get in where the insurance would be different for student athletes. Mr. Soames, has the insurance for student athletes changed from the regular school insurance?
Good afternoon, Senator DeGraaf.
Assistant Director,
I believe
Commissioner Soames, yes.
I believe Ms. Tomo may be in a better place to answer that. I do know that the regular school insurance does cover accidents, including any accidents that may occur as a part of a sporting activity. Ms. Tomo?
Good afternoon, Ms. Toma, Program Assistant for the St. Thomas and St. John District. Senator DeGraaf, we do have a student athletes insurance, especially for those who is playing tackle football. So the wages goes up, so it covers a lot of the catastrophe. We do it through PGU insurance, whoever they go to, whoever that third party is. We came to an agreement to have this insurance. So it covers a lot and it helps a lot with the student athletes. So the student athletes do have an insurance, especially for tackle football. So even if the parents have Cigna or United Healthcare, we advise, it is mandatory straight across the board while you are playing tackle football that you have to acquire the student athlete insurance, especially when you're covering for the tackle football.
Hip, hip, hooray. That is a great accomplishment. Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Soames, Ms. Toma have been doing also a great job, especially along the lines of tackle football. I want to speak in regards to tackle football. One, I refereed tackle football, high school tackle football for over 30 years. And I'm willing to still assist when we get that back up on the radar. What is the future of tackle football in the territory? What are we looking at?
Thank you, Senator, again. I do know that in our almost daily discussions with health and a variety of issues to include sporting issues, that tackle football is considered to be a high-risk sport at this time because of the contact. Director Calendar or Ms. Tomo, if you can expand upon that, please, in terms of the future of tackle football in the territory and at VIDE.
Good afternoon, Senator DeGraaf. Ms. Toma, again, Program Assistant. Right now, the tackle football is a high risk. However, due to the fact that we didn't have a tackle football season, what we're going to do with the agreement, with the approve from Department of Health, we're going to do a football combine, where as we're extending it to the juniors and the seniors, the football combine, we're going to test their agility, we're going to test their speed, we're going to test their skills. So until we are eligible, we're open to do tackle football, we are going to do combines to get the children fit, to get the children ready for to go to college. So, but we will have tackle football in the future. But at this time, what are we going to do from the VIDE part? We're going to just do agility, speed, testing to prepare those for the tackle football, and we're going to have combines to keep them ready and fit.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Soames, is there any future for a strength training facility in the Department of Education to enhance our athletes?
Director Calendar?
I.e. a gym, an actual gym for weight training and other trainings.
Good afternoon, Senator DeGraff, Director Calendar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Calendar.
This is something that
Director Calendar, could you raise your camera up? Excuse me, could you raise your camera up so we could see your full face, please?
Got it.
Thank you.
We have been thinking about this particular thing, and having strength training is something that we are planning to do in the not too distant future.
Excuse me, I didn't understand you clearly, sir. Could you mind repeating, please?
Yeah, I was saying that
30
strength
seconds.
training is something that we plan on doing in the not too distant future. It's something that we have spoken about on a regular basis.
Okay. Also, Assistant Commissioner Soames, CAHS, a high school dynasty in the territory. With the way things are, how does the CAHS maintain being a dynasty? You don't have a field, don't have a track. How do we get back to dynasty level? What is the plan for Charlotte Amalia High School in its 101st existent birthday, going towards bringing them back to a dynasty? What's the plans for that? No field, no track. Where are we going?
Okay. Senator DeGraff, Charlotte Amalie High School is a priority for the New Schools Task Force. I know that given the structural issues in the existing facility, that it is one of 3 schools scheduled for demolition, and then shortly thereafter reconstruction. As a part of the New Schools Task Force planning, the plans for Charlotte Amalie High School will result in it continuing to be a dynasty in the territory.
Okay, that really isn't clear to me. I'm a chicken hawk for life. Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I don't know if time was called. If you mind, continue.
Your time was called, but you can conclude. You can finish with your last question.
Final conclusion, correct. In conclusion, again, as a chicken hawk, in other words, I would like to hear concrete. I understand the structure is being demolished. If we have to wait for that to become a dynasty, we probably talk in 20 years. What would be done in the interim for athletic teams, volleyball, basketball, football, what would be done for those entities, students to still partake in those during the demolition? What is the plan for that?
Okay. So
thank you could answer
following
thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Following guidance from the Department of Health, because they are very important partners to the Department of Education.
I can't hear, Mr. Chair. Unable to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
May I proceed?
Go ahead, Assistant Commissioner.
So, following guidance from the Department of Health, they are our partners with respect to COVID matters and reopening and so forth. We are very hopeful that those type of activities can continue. Those activities are being planned. Those plans are being developed as a part of our Honoring the Legends tournament series. So it is our hope that beginning next school year, we will be able to engage not only the Chicken Hawks, but all of our schools in some form, some shape or form in those kind of activities. But we always have to be mindful that we're in a pandemic environment, we're in a COVID-19 environment, and we want to ensure that all of the safeguards, all of the precautions are in place so that our students are safe, so that our coaches are safe, and we can then proceed with those different sports, softball, volleyball, basketball. But we have to follow.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I was just asking in terms of, I understand the COVID issues. I'm all in support of that. I'm talking about what field would they be using? What facilities would the Charlotte Amalie High School students be utilizing to start gaining back as becoming a dynasty? I understand COVID, but what field, what facilities would they be, be able to use to, to get this here going? I'm a chicken hawk. I want to know.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. That is a plan that we must work on, that we are working on, to identify facilities where this type of training, where this type of ability to practice is being done. If I'm not mistaken, well, let me, I don't want to speak incorrectly, so I will hold on that statement. We will convene, and we will have a definitive for you on how students at the Charlotte Amalie High School would be able to engage in those facilities or engage in those activities given the state of their campus at this time.
Senator DeGraff, are you good?
Mr. Chair, I'm not satisfied, but if that's all we have for now, I'll accept we don't have a choice. But again, as a chicken hawk, I speak on behalf of all chicken hawks from all years, and we have been a dynasty going into 101 years, not because a facility would be gone, being taken down and be rebuilt. Where do we do it in the interim? Because eventually everything is going to kick back up. I don't want to, CHS to be any less than any other school. For the other great schools that we have in the territory. But the greatest is Charlotte Amalie High School. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'm not going to enter in a debate with you with that being a Carib here, but we'll let you enjoy that for now. Let me ask you, Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Who from the Division of Sports and Athletic is working or serving on the COVID task force to ensure that the CDC guidelines are followed? Or who is speaking on behalf of, and I'm always asking this question, so I'm trying to identify who is speaking on behalf of the sports and athletic community.
Okay, so we meet with the Department of Health on a very regular basis, almost daily in some instances. We have participated in CDC meetings. Our school nurses have also participated in meetings with the CDC and the Department of Health. So our Dr. Christensen, who is an advisor at the Department of Health, is the liaison to the Department of Education. And we communicate with her. We communicate with the epidemiology staff. We communicate with Dr. Hunt on occasion and Dr. Ellis as well to get information, to get guidance on safe practices as it pertains to sports.
So you've been having those someone has been having those communications. Who?
I have.
Okay.
Director Calendar has. So it's a very open and free-flowing and regular conversation that we're having with the Department of Health, and through them, the CDC.
Something that we continue to hear, especially when we have commissioners and directors coming before this body, using COVID as an excuse, as a reason why things are not being done. And yes, we're very well aware of the reality of COVID and how it's impacting and how it's affecting us. But we can't continue to use COVID as an excuse for our irresponsibility in executing the mandates that we have in each divisions and each departments and each agency. So that's something I had to put it out there. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, for the time. Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Section 321 speaks to the need for a sports teaching manual designed for physical education in public schools. And this is specifically under the section which established the Virgin Islands Sports Commission. I was really, oh, she's there.
Yeah.
Ms. Hobson is there. Can you speak to the conversations that are being had regarding the connection between the Division of Sports and Athletics in the Department of Education and that of the mandates of the VI Sports Commission, Ms. Hobson?
Lucille Hobson, President of the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. Senator James, I would prefer not to speak on any matters referring to the Sports Commission without the consent of the chair. You understand what I mean? Because I know that the chair was before you today, and for me to speak on his behalf without, his permission, I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, I will tell you this, nowhere in the Virgin Islands Code say that you need a permission of the chairperson to speak on your inclusion in the VI Sports Commission. Because Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Section 313, and the other section says that the Commissioner of the Department of Education or designated representative should be a member of the Sports Commission. But I will respect your wishes, no problem.
No. Senator James, if I may.
Sure.
I don't work for the Department of Education, The person that is the designee from the Department of Education is Mr. Callender.
Okay, stand corrected.
And he's here. That's
thank
okay.
you.
And he's here.
Mr.
So
Callender, thank you. So, Mr. Callender, can you, unless you need permission too, can you speak to Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Section 321, that says that there should be a sports teaching manual designed for physical education in public schools as a representative of the Sports Commission? Can you speak to the conversations that are being had regarding that?
First of all, good afternoon, Director Callender. First of all, I don't need permission to speak.
Love that.
Okay. Secondly, the Sports Commission is dealing with their mandates in their own way, and this is a Sports Commission question. So I, like Ms. Hobson, would rather you pass this question on to the chair of the Sports Commission. I am a part of the Sports Commission. I attend our meetings regularly, and we are involved in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Callender, because right now it seems like the Sports Commission is a secret society. No problem. The VI Sports Commission is tasked with the responsibility of serving as a link between the interscholastic sports program, work to incorporate sports into the curriculum from the elementary schools to college, offer elite summer camps and child safeguarding courses. And here am I asking about a person who's a designated representative of the Virgin Islands Sports Commission, and we're acting like it's some secret society when it comes to our youth of the territory. Unacceptable. I'm not asking you guys for confidential information. But it is what it is. I would refer my other question to Ms. Butcher. Can you speak to your involvement? It looked like you just came on board. Can you speak to your involvement and what you have been doing ever since you came on board regarding the Division of Sports and Athletics in the Department of Education?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Marisha Butcher, Program Assistant. So far, I am working on one of our projects, which is to help our student athletes road to college. I am planning on helping them with their NCAA eligibility, making sure they get their SATs ready and GPAs ready, as well as taking the proper courses and classes to be eligible to play in college. I'm also working very well on St. Croix, doing a lot of in-person things.
Thank you so much, Ms. Butcher, and I'm happy to know that you're employed and you're doing what you love. I remember I had the conversations when you first moved back home. I'm happy to know that you're putting what you went to school for into use. And I would say this much. The 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands fought hard to fund the VI Sports Commission. It was founded in 2019. It was dormant. We funded it in 2020. Even some of my colleagues said, Javon, we're wasting our time. We're going to fund it, and nothing's going to happen out of it. And here am I asking representatives who's supposed to be carrying out mandate that will help our youth, and they don't want to share the information. But it's okay. I'm going to speak to Mr. Leon Hunt, because I was the one that sent the letter to Government House to ask for Mr. Leon Hunt to serve as a member of the commission, and now he's serving in the capacity of the chairman of the commissioner for that VI Sports Commission. So what I'm trying to say is, I fought hard, along with my colleagues in the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. And it's just so sad. We pay attention to the cruise ships. We pay attention to the dredging of this. We pay attention to all kind of projects. But when we become old and we're long gone, the youth of the territory will be the ones to take on these responsibilities. And in the meantime, they need recreational activities. Yes, we want them to focus on college. Yes, we want them to focus on CTech. But in their spare time, they need activities, and yet we're playing Pinky Linky, don't want to answer questions. Some people don't want to say they don't need permission to tell me nothing. You basically told me nothing, Mr. Calendar, and I have a lot of respect for you, but you told me you don't need permission to tell me nothing. So I was excited when you told me that you don't need permission. I thought you were going to tell me, yes, the Sports Commission is working on this. We're working on this mandate. We're working with Mr. Leon Hunt. We're working with the Commissioner
30 seconds.
of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. But here we go, playing games with the youth of the territory. I'm not going to ask any question. I'm going to write it out until my time is called, because I'm frustrated. And you have my back 100%, Chairman Carrion. The games need to stop being played in the territory when it comes to the youth. When it comes to graduation, they're going to go on the stage and say, yeah, the youth this and da-da-da-da-da and all that stuff. Well, look, we are asking about the funding for when it comes to equipment and making sure they have the necessary stuff. But yet we can't find it. But yet we're quick to lambast them and say the youth of the territory are idle. All they want to do is pick up guns. No, we want to pick up basketballs too, but we don't have the resources. It's very frustrating, and then they sit here and say the senators do not do anything. I'm hoping and praying in the budget cycle that they bring on a budget that reflects the vision and objectives of the department, specifically for sports in the territory. There's no more excuses. And I already told them, whether you're minority or majority, whether you're Democrat, Independent, or whatever, I am going to support anything when it comes to the youth. So with that said, Governor Byrne, you have to hold these individuals accountable. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for your line of questioning. I must say, I see here that was appropriated within the budget. There's a line item here that says Department of Education, IAA athletic programs, equal division between districts. That was 100,000. Ms. Hub? So is that correct? You all receive 50,000 for the District of St. Croix and 50,000 for the District of St. Thomas, St. John?
Yes, Lucille Hobson, President, St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. Yes,
Point of information.
Senator Carrion, that is correct.
Senator Saru, you're recognized for a point of information.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on a record, during the budget season, we actually had, the office hosted a athletic sports forum, and we asked IAA, both IAAs, to submit their budget. And Ms. Richmond and Ms. Hobson sat together, and both districts worked together for a budget, to come up with a budget. And during the budget markup, we funded IAA at its full level. So there's a line item for IAA, and there's another line item for travel. So they have two separate line items, one for travel and one for sports. I wanted the record to reflect that, and Ms. Hobson and Ms. Richmond can attest to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru, for that point of information. Yeah, I have it here before me, and I see here also for interscholastic sports, and was $125,000 was also appropriated. So that's also for IAA? Or is that for the division of sports?
Are you asking me, Senator?
Yeah,
or,
Miss
Saru?
Hobson.
Oh, okay. To my knowledge, the only appropriation we received was the one for Ms. Saru. I'm not sure about the one for 125. I don't know if that's for the Department of Education, but if it is for IAA, we were never informed about it. I know we normally received an allotment of 125,000 each year, but we have not received any notification from the Department of Education where it normally goes through that this appropriation was sent to them.
Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, sir. The question?
Yeah, if you are aware of the appropriation and within the budget for interscholastic sports for $125,000, and is that for IAA or is that for the division on DSA?
The Division of Sports and Athletics, DSA, gets $500,000 per annum from the Tourism School Competitions Fund. I am aware of that. With respect to this 125, I am not aware of that, but I am checking at this time.
Thank
if it was
you.
for IAA, I suspect that.
Senator Saru, you're recognized. As a matter of fact, you're next on a line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Francis Halligan has been asking for a point of inquiry for a while.
Oh, that was, yeah.
But you couldn't hear her. It's okay.
Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for a point of inquiry.
Yes.
And I apologize.
Maybe
We can't
sound-
hear you, and sometimes we can't see from this side.
Oh, it's okay. Through the chair to the Assistant Commissioner of Education. This has to do, I want to ask a question in regards to the health and safety of our athletes. One of the things I knew as a child, and this is my 30th year graduating from Charlotte Amalie High School, fellow chicken hawk. But what I wanted to ask, as a child attending high school, we had to pay, if we wanted to participate in the sports activities, they used to tell us we had to pay, I believe it was like $20 for insurance or something like that. I want to know if that's still in place. And number one, I also know of a parent whose child within the last few years had to pay that, and the child was an athlete. But when the child got hurt playing sports at school and the child was taken to the hospital rejected the insurance and said they do not accept it. So I'm trying to understand if the issue with that has been resolved, or is there a reason why our local hospital is not accepting the insurance that we ask our students to pay, especially the ones that are doing sports in the territory? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I am not aware where any public hospital facility in the territory has rejected the use of the school student insurance. I am very well aware in this district on St. Croix where there have been injuries. Children have been transported to the Wang F. Louis Hospital, and the hospital has accepted the school insurance because the injury was a result of participating in a school activity. But I am not aware of any hospital or public medical facility rejecting the use of school insurance because that is its specific purpose. To cover accidents that happen
I
in
can
school.
bring the bills that the parent is still paying up to this day because the hospital, our local hospital here, told them they are not accepting that insurance, even though it was proven that the child was injured during a sports activity. And they are still actively paying off this bill piece by piece every month. So maybe something is clearly happening with a disconnect that maybe we could share with the Department of Education and maybe follow up with some parents who might be having this issue, and hopefully we can get it resolved. I would be more than happy to have them contact you and share this information with the department.
I will follow up with you, Senator Heiliger, on this issue.
Thank you, Senator Heiliger. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Senator, for the point of inquiry. And as we speak about sports in the territory and all that good stuff, this is germane to the subject on the agenda. So I just want to know, what is the status of the St. Croix Central High School gymnasium? Ever since the hurricane, they just have that big hole in the wall. I could only imagine how much water is taken in. What's going on with that when it comes to the hurricane disaster recovery funds and what have you? Anyone?
Senator James, as you know, Central High School has a storm shutter gym. The previous gymnasium has structural issues and will have to be demolished and is on the schedule to be demolished and a new gym to be rebuilt. I don't know the time frame on it because, again, we're using federal funds and working with FEMA and all of the difficulties that presents.
And I just to mention, Senator James, that will be heard in the Committee of Disaster Recovery Infrastructure.
Thank you. Just curious because my constituents in the District of St. Croix have been inquiring about that, and I understand that we have the new temporary permanent structure. I hope it doesn't stay there forever because things that are supposed to be temporary always end up becoming permanent in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator James. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And education has to do a better job with communicating to IAA that funds are available. I know for a fact that IAA isn't made aware that these funds are available. So last year, we actually wrote a letter to both IAAs citing the ACT number and the amount available, and we also copied education, and I wrote to education to have them disperse those funds in a timely fashion. I need to go to the athletic director for education. Data, can you give me an aggregate amount of how many 11th and 12th graders in the territory that are eligible for a athletic scholarship? What's that amount?
Currently, I can't give you that amount, Senator. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I can't hear anything happening over there.
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Calendar, can you hear me?
Please hold my time. Please come to the mic, sit square in front of the computer, and let's have a conversation.
Direct, Senator Saru.
Please hold the time for Senator Saru.
Can you hear me, Senator?
Mr. Director, we can't even see you clearly. You need to rearrange your camera also and speak into the mic.
It seems as if the mic has gone out, the light has gone out on the mic, Senator. So,
can you turn up the team's volume before I proceed? Because if the intent is to have a discussion today, I need to have a discussion today.
Good afternoon,
so Mr.
Senator. Can you hear me?
But you're a technology man. Why you sound like that? You're an IT person. What's going on with your computer?
Senator, can you hear me clearly?
Well, I'll try to. Do you have an amount for the students in 11th and 12th grade who are eligible for scholarships? What's that amount?
No, sir. No, Senator. We do not have that figure right now.
You don't have that amount. Do you have you met with the coaches, yes or no? High school coaches to identify your top players in each sport, yes or no?
We have been meeting sporadically with coaches,
no.
For that particular purpose, no.
You haven't met with, okay, so that's a no. Have you met with the school counselors in regards to students meeting the criteria for college as it pertains to sports, yes or no?
No.
What's the answer?
No.
No, okay. Have you done assessment on the amount of uniforms needed for the territory for each sport? Do you have a breakdown, a spreadsheet on what is the cost of uniforms needed for each sport in the territory? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Have you done an assessment on the equipment needed in the territory for sports? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And when I talk about equipment, just to verify, I'm talking about like dribbling goggles, agility ladders, agility hurdles, disc cones, resistance bands, balls, bats, net, passing and resistance bands, spike trainer for volleyball, blocking set pads. So you haven't done any assessment on that, correct?
The answer is no. That is the responsibility of district.
No, hold a second. Don't tell me responsibility for a second. Now let's talk about technology. Have you outsourced or have had a discussion with the commissioner on issuing an RFP to any association, any organization on technological matters? I mean, game video, skills video, strength and conditioning videos, yes or no?
We have had conversations, but not to issue an RFP.
No. So, okay, beside communication, has anything been solidified, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so something has been solidified.
Relative to the use of technology, yes.
Okay, so every athlete has been contacted on a date and time of when they can do their skills footage, their game videos, accumulated everything. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that we have solidified the certain issues on the use of technology.
So who's the company that you solidified? Who's the company?
Two companies we've dealt with, Athlete Foundry and Cyber Sports.
Okay, that's a national company. I'm talking locally. What local company have you solicited for their services to do game video and stats and everything else on our players?
We've had conversations with Livewire Sports and Mad Hat Media.
So have you entered into an understanding with them, an MOU with them to conduct or do this for the department?
We're
yes
in
or
conversation. No? We are in conversation.
Okay, we're in conversations. We're always in conversations. Have you had a Zoom meeting as the athletic director with parents and potential athletes since the pandemic?
Yes.
You have had. Okay, have you disseminated a checklist to every single athlete on the top items needed for the next level?
No.
Yes or no? Do you have an athletic handbook? Yes or no?
Personally, yes.
So an athletic handbook went out to every single player and athlete?
No.
No? Okay, do you have a parent-student handbook?
No.
No? Okay. On the VID's website, is there a page dedicated to athletics, a tab to tab into? Is that available on the VID website?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a master schedule of games and practices to make sure facilities are maximized at its full potential? Yes or no?
There are no games, so the answer is no.
Okay, so you don't have a master schedule because the gym is being used now.
1 minute.
So you need to have a schedule. Okay. Do you have a strategic vision for athletics in the territory? Do you have a vision statement you can tell me now today? What is that statement?
No. I have a booklet that I can forward to you at some point.
No, what is it? Can you tell it to me?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me the vision?
30 seconds.
Okay, this is my conclusion. We created a territorial athletic director position. Now, IAA in athletics, IAA has a very similar role to NCAA on the collegiate level. IAA cannot be mixed or taken over by the Department of Education. The Department of Education established a territorial athletic director. With your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed, Senator.
Good. So a territorial athletic director, and the role of an athletic director is just that, to do an assessment on the equipment needed, the uniforms needed, a master schedule. There should have been an RFP or a memorandum of understanding on filming our players. There should be a tab that has the stats on a player. You cannot go to college and tell a coach, oh, I'm a good player. What are you averaging per game? Where is your video? And I have to be frustrated as a Division I athlete. And then to say we had meetings with coaches, I don't know who you met with, because I am the coach of the Charlotte Amalia High School Chicken Hawks varsity volleyball team. And we cannot continue, Mr. Chair, in this fashion. This is, if we, while we were home for COVID and no sports were taking place, we should have established a database. There should have been, you have hotels and cruise ship companies throwing equipment out every single day. Write to tourism and ask tourism for assistance in getting some weightlifting machines and some weights to donate to the schools. EDC companies have to give back to public education. Did we write them to ask them or solicit their help in coming up with uniforms? That is the role of the athletic director. And if we are going to go through an entire pandemic stuck at point zero, we created a position for this reason. Mr. Mark Daniel did an excellent job describing what the position should be for AD. And Mr. Chair, we cannot continue with sports. We have some of the most gifted athletes. All they need is an opportunity, and for those in positions to do right by them. IAA has a job and they're doing their job, but my gosh, the Department of Education has to do their job. And Mr. Sum, you're coming here and it is clear, Mr. Sum, you are lost on the state of sports. I almost want to say Jesus wept this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sarro, for your line of questioning. And clearly, you can tell in the senator's voice and her passion how frustrated she is, and rightfully so. Director Challenger, I'm sorry. Please tell us what have you done?
Well, according to Senator Sarro, I've done nothing. But we have been planning all of these things that Senator Sarro have been talking about in terms of statistics, in terms of database. We have been planning all of these stuff, but we are working in the government where there are restrictions and how you do things. You have to take things step by step. We can't go there and just get a database and put together statistics. We can't go there and just have videos. We have created issues for as we move forward. We can have these kind of things. I don't disagree with what she said as far as what we need. I just disagree with how she's saying it and how she thinks it's going to happen just like
Director,
that.
Yeah, my question is not to recreate, this is not a debate right now for you to debate with the senator. I just want to give you an opportunity to share with us in your capacity, in your role, what have you done thus far?
We are putting in place the various programs and procedures that we need to move forward, take our students into the future. We are planning and setting up situations so that we will be able to do all of these different things that are being asked of us.
Can you submit to the committee what you have put in place that you've mentioned, please? Director? So, is there anything that you have successfully accomplished?
We, in the midst of the COVID-19 situation, there's very little that could be done. But we have put a few things in place. We have collaborated with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation and put together the Combine in the Bubble. We have signed an MOU with Athlete Foundry so that we can have our kids be more prepared to move to the next level. Right now, we have created the Honoring a Legend series of tournaments that will be going on, with the first one, the Eugene Genix Thomas tournament, being held next month. That, in addition to the various plans, is what we've been doing, what we have done.
Madam Clerk, please put my time on the record.
Point of information.
Point of information. Senator Saru, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't mean to dominate your meeting this afternoon, but when you know better, you have to say better. And I think that the responses toward this committee are an insult because they know some of us are not within the athletic arena, and the answers are really hogwash. And the response that you're receiving right now, Mr. Chair, that is not the role of the athletic director to tell us what tournament get put on and what's not. That is not their role. Interscholastic Association has that role for the administration of sports. The athletic director has a very distinct role. And to say that the pandemic was in a way, because sports was at a halt, this was the perfect opportunity to plan and to get things in place. So I really can't sit here and be okay with the response you were just given by education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Duly noted, and I agree with you 100%. This is was a perfect time to do all the planning and to put things in place. And we continue to hear not only the testifiers before us, but other agencies speak about they're putting in place. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves, when will it be in place? One of the problems that we're having is execution, and we're seeing that all across the board in the many agencies and departments. So I must agree with you. With regards to the bubble, what's the status with that this time around?
You're referring to the Honoring a Legend softball, baseball bubble, Senator?
Yes.
Director Calendar?
Ms. Tuma will answer this. She's the one who was most instrumental in putting it in place.
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion.
Good afternoon.
The purpose is not a bubble combine. What we call this is a control environment tournament. A control environment tournament is where they're going to be in the different hotels. St. Croix is going to be at the Tamarind Reef. The Tamarind Reef already gave us about 2 buildings. That's the only they're designated. St. Thomas is going to be between Caravel and Company House. With a control environment tournament, what you do is you're tested before you go in, and you go to the ballpark. When you go to the ballpark, after the ballpark, you go straight back. During the control environment tournament, what you also do is they bag out the food, they feed you also. It's not a bubble in a combine, but it's a control environment tournament.
Thank you for that. When are you starting?
Okay, the first one is April 15th to the 18th. That will be the junior varsity girls softball and the varsity softball. And April 22nd to the 25th, there you will have the junior varsity baseball and the varsity baseball.
And in the other disciplines,
In the planning stages, we're planning to have, since we did not have a tackle football, we're going to do a combine where we have 2 coaches coming in to do the agility and test the juniors and the seniors for eligible graduates eligible to receive scholarships. We also have in Macon, you're going to have a volleyball, you're going to actually have a track and field, and you're going to have a basketball. With the volleyball, you're going to have to, and the track and field, they're going to have to speak to the track and field, Miss Therese Hodge, and the volleyball, we're going to also speak to Miss Hobson because we are going to collaborate with the St. Thomas and the St. John IAA, reaching out to them because they're the strengthening arm of us. And what we're going to do is each one of these sports, as for now, is going to have to be performed in a controlled environment tournament due to the fact of the COVID until further notice.
So you noted in your testimonies that there are some teams that are already practicing. Which schools, what teams are those, and where?
At the time, we have, for the control environment tournament, we have like the JV teams. The JV teams are made up of Pearl B, Woodson and Complex, and Central and Complex. So there at Canigata, they had to submit to Sports Park and Recreation, where we're also in collaboration with them for a time period when they can practice. So they set the practice date for them over in St. Thomas, where they do conditioning with Kirk Thomas at McBean. We also do and Lionel Roberts Stadium with the varsity teams, with the varsity coaches. So that's where they practice, but in order for them to practice, they have to submit they have to fill out a form with Sports Park and Recreation, even though we're in collaboration with them. And then they make the time and they make the space so we could have the COVID protocols in place for them to practice and do it right and follow the protocols.
So they're not currently practicing then? Because you're in the testimony.
Yes, baseball and softball is practicing.
Practicing currently now?
Yes, Senator Carrion. They're practicing now at Canigata and at the Lionel Roberts Stadium, and sometimes I think Emile Griffith Park.
Do you have dates for the other tournaments that you've mentioned?
At this present time, we don't have we don't have the dates for June. I know previous we're setting it in May and June, but we're going to make sure the graduation is out of the way because it might trickle into after. And the combine might be set for June 10th to the 13th, and the Memorial Weekend, you might have a basketball and track and field is sometime a little after June, after we have the discussion. So we're going to tentative like the 3rd week of May, June, and July, so we're going to end up going into the summer.
What about those sports that are non-contact sports? Have you engaged in starting those practices or developing tournaments in those areas?
At this present time, we haven't started to develop any tournaments because what our goal is to sit and talk with St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix IAA so we could all come in sync and we could know like how we're going to plan it and what's the steps we can do in getting it into place and letting it and following the protocols and getting these tournaments and the practices in place. That's our goal.
1 minute.
And let me ask you, will the Department of Education be providing any summer athletic programs in coordination with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation? And at this point, our young people need all activities possible.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my director, calendar.
Good afternoon again, Senator Carrion.
30 seconds.
Relative to your question, the department doesn't usually provide any summer activities, but in our next meeting with the IAA, I'm pretty sure this is something that will be coming up, and we may be providing some activities in conjunction with DSPR since we'll be coming off of this pandemic and our kids are really in need, so it's possible, but I can't say for sure at this point.
You also mentioned about the video and virtual type of games.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Have you purchased the equipment in order to have these games?
I'm sorry?
You, in the testimony, it was mentioned about the virtual type of video games in areas of sports. Have you purchased the equipment in order to have these?
The equipment for to video games, it's in the cost of that equipment is in the budget, and it's something that has to be okayed by our upper management.
Thank you.
Senator, if I may.
Yes, you may.
This is Victor Son III. The purchase of equipment would be through a contractual arrangement, whether we identify local sports companies or we put out an RFP and get a plethora of companies. It would be through some kind of contractual arrangement. I just wanted to get that on the record.
And let me ask you, I saw also on your website, it says that there is a vacant position, Sports and Athletic Development Director. How is that different from the position that Mr. Callender has?
I haven't seen that on our website. I think that it may be there by error because that position is clearly filled by Director Callender.
Okay, maybe it's not updated and the title might be a bit different. But before closing, I'm gonna see if Senator Joseph might have a burning question. I know she was traveling and we're reaching to the end of this last block and today's agenda. But Senator Joseph, do you have any questions? If not, it's fine. Let's recognize Senator Joseph Mike.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon. I'm now back on the small island. I do have a burning question, and this is directed to the Department of Education relative to the Ivana Udorakan High School track and field and all of their sports facilities. Kindly indicate for us if there is accessibility to the track and field right now.
Director Callender.
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph. Right now, the last thing that I heard is that the track and field and the Ivana Udorakan was available to be used, but there were a few issues that had to be corrected before the keys were actually turned over. So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. What are those issues that had to be addressed? Because I was out there, the track and field area looks usable, and I'm not clear on what those issues could be that couldn't have been resolved by now.
Well, I personally cannot say. I was just a part of the conversation. They didn't get into the details with me, but I do know that the plan was to turn the keys over if they haven't done it already, because this was a while back when I was a part of the conversation. So the field, as we speak today, it may be ready to be used.
I want to urge everyone, especially when it comes to sports. Sports is a key way of coping. We are under a lot of duress and stress here in the Virgin Islands. Everyone knows that, or should know, that when you're using sports can be used as a way to cope, a way to build teamwork, exercise, to keep our people healthy, because when you are exercising and you're engaging in some type of sport activities, you're able to release a key hormone called endorphins. It helps us with our coping mechanism, helps us to see things. So I went out to the track just to see what was happening out there. This would be a couple weeks ago on a Saturday, and the whole place was locked down. Is there an urgency to open and have accessibility to some of these sport facility with the Department of Education?
Relative to opening the facilities, we go back to our partnership with the Department of Health. If the Department of Health says that it's okay, I think we actually go ahead and do what we have been advised to do. So right now, I can't say if the keys is with the principal of UDERCAN or if it's with our maintenance people, but the last communication that I had with them was that they thought it was ready to move forward. It's just a few minor issues that they had to take care of.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope we'll be able to have a firm timeline and when we could have accessibility to the Ivana Udorakan High School track. I know the facilities over there should be in better condition than most, if not all, of the public high schools here in the Virgin Islands. So there should be some level of urgency since we're having opportunities to open up to have sporting games so we can utilize that facility to have those sporting games and have really good fun. You know, we've been under a lot of duress and distress because of the COVID, and not to even look at the hurricanes, having 2 back-to-back hurricanes. Our young people are urgently asking all the time, when can we go out and play some sports, have some fun, and the like. So let's make it a top priority, shall we? Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Saru, you recognize?
Yes, I have a point of inquiry. Through the chair, I'm requesting from the Department of Education, specifically the Athletic Director's Office, a list of their potential athletes. That would be 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And I need to know if they have any stats, if they had game video done, if they did if they had any SAT or academic counseling, and if there were discussions with coaches and the chairpersons of the departments on a training schedule to prepare them for the next level. Because right now, as sports is coming back, nothing stops training. So I need to know a thorough status on our 10th, 11th, and 12th graders in the territory.
And we have Ms. Butcher, right? If I'm not mistaken, as part of the team. Ms. Butcher, are you working closely with some of our seniors with this regard to scholarships?
Seniors, as in my coworkers?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You're saying seniors as in my coworkers?
With regards to assisting in the seniors and juniors with scholarships.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm not too clearly.
Can you repeat your question, please?
With regards to the numbers of our seniors that are in the athletic field that are moving on to college, are you working closely? If I understood correctly, part of your responsibility is assisting them?
Yes, I just started this position in the beginning of the year. So I'm just now getting an understanding of what exactly everything they would need to go on to their college level. So no, I don't have the numbers, but this is something I'm definitely working on.
Well, thank you. And thank you to Senator Saru for your point of inquiry. We've reached the end of today's agenda. And
Point of inquiry, one.
I'm getting some feedback. Senator DeGraff, you have a point of information?
Yes. Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry. Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know from the Department of Education what is the standard or curriculum that the universities are looking for abroad for a standard for our student athletes. So they don't be here going up there to figure out what they have to be doing. Is there a standard that we are trying to get our student athletes here to leave here from at that level?
I could answer that with a few. They do have to take certain courses to get into college. So like their chemistry, their statistics, there's certain type of math and things like that. They do have to take, of course, their GPA. I believe the GPA has to be a 2.5 or above. They also have to sign in with the NCAA eligibility, excuse me on my pronunciation. They have to sign up with them if they want to do anything in college, basically.
Okay, no, I mean in terms of their level, in terms of if I'm an athlete, if I may, Mr. Chair, if I'm an athlete going in for certain sports, is there what I should be doing, how much push-ups, sit-ups, whatever, just for example, how fast should I run the 40, how much weight should I be able to lift? Is there a standard like that from the universities that our students are going into? The 40, the bench press, the high jump, all those things. Is there a standard in terms of athletics for our athletes?
Not to my knowledge, no, but I'll pass that over to my director.
Good afternoon, Director Senator DeGraff, Director Calendar here. Relative to the standards that you are asking about, it varies depending on the school that the student is interested in. Not every school has particular standards that they want you to meet, but some may. And the major things about getting into school is your GPA, your academic eligibility. But those other things that you talk about, like your speed in the 40, how much you bench press and that kind of stuff, those are dependent on the school that you're interested in and the schools that you want to attend. So there's no overall standards that fits everything, like no one size fits all situation, but individually, and this is where the program we use, Athlete Foundry, comes into play, because you can actually link with the coach particular school that you're interested in, and coach can then give you the standards that they require or that they would like you to have.
So basically, we would separate a Division I athlete from a Division III or II athlete. That's basically what we're trying to get at. So our students could want to excel to go to Division I. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'd like to thank the testifiers for being here this afternoon and taking another time to share with us, with this committee, and also with our viewing and listening audience, the status, what you have done so far, what the plans are. I would now give you Assistant Commissioner, Victor Sohm, the third, a minute to close off, please. Closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Virgin Islands Department of Education holds the first branch of government with the highest regard and the highest respect. I am sorry to see that some of your colleagues are frustrated. We are as well, because we don't feel that sometimes we get the respect that we deserve from the legislature, because we are hardworking, well-intentioned individuals. We may not be doing what the Senate would like us to do, but we are doing what we feel is always in the best interest of students. There is no doubt that the department has a long way to go, but we've also come a long way. And the Division of Sports and Athletics, they work like yeomen. Their task is Herculean. And we want to put out to our fellow Virgin Islanders that we are committed to the Virgin Islands. We are committed to young people of the Virgin Islands. we will get where we need to go, despite the disbelief or the difficulties we achieve. We look forward to continuing to working with this committee and with the legislature as a whole. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soames. Ms. Hobson, you're recognized for your minute and closing remarks. I think you're on mute, Ms. Hobson.
You're correct. I'm sorry. Good afternoon once again. Lucille Hobson, President of the St. Croix Interscholastic Athletic Association. I once again want to thank the Senate, your committee, for having us here today to give an overview of what the interscholastic associations are about. And as stated previously in my testimony, we are a volunteer organization with some people that have volunteered for many years. And when you find people that can volunteer to do something year in, year out with any type of compensation, it means that they love what they do. They're not doing it for any money or any glory or anything like that. It's about the love of what they're doing, the love for our children and seeing our children exceed. And our goal is in Interscholastic is to provide our athletes with the opportunity to secure scholarships in any which way that we can assist the Department of Education in doing, anyhow that we can do it. As Mr. Sam spoke about the bubble earlier today, we played a small part in it with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, which I think was amazing because as a coach at St. Croix Central High School, I was proud of the fact that we were able to use the footage from that bubble for 4 of my boys to obtain a full athletic scholarship for some of them, and others half athletic and academic. And I think if we can work together, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, Department of Education, and Interscholastic, along with the legislature, we can do so much for our children because we have a lot of talented athletes in the Virgin Islands. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobson, and I want to thank you and everyone who is part of IAA for the great work that you guys do on behalf of the children and the young people of this territory. Clearly, you're correct, is volunteer work. And you do it because you're passionate and because you love the children of this territory. So I want to thank you for your service and your dedication. And so I agree with you. We are reaching to the end of today's agenda. And I must say this, you know, coronavirus must not stop the government from meeting the needs of the young people of our territory. We have to and we must do better. This last year, I believe, provided the Department of Education with ample time to plan, and too little has been accomplished. I do understand the restrictions. I do understand that there are some CDC guidelines issues, but there are also guidelines for self-play that have been now provided to us. Let's get our young people out there. Let's get them involved. Let's create the programs necessary. We will bring back the department for updates, and I am hoping that when we do, we can hear some of the progress and hear some of the success stories of what they have done thus far. So I want to thank the testifiers, Assistant Commissioner Victor Soames and his leadership team. I want to thank also the members and the leadership of IAA for their service and dedication. And thank you for the time to come before this committee to testify and to share updates of what's happening. I want to thank my colleagues for being committed to the work of the people and being here today all day. There's another committee hearing at 6 p.m. I want to also thank my staff for the work and dedication that they have provided. So the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands adjourned. Thank you.